Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Parachuba jodiri chukuma chukuchuba jodiri ndimmawu egummawu ego. Parachuba jodiri chukuma chukuchuba jodiri ndimmawu egummawu ego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oboda say yeah, we mo. No basa ni ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gbo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna mota, hakuna koga book.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So good day to you. Good day to you, and how are you? Good day to you. How are you? Good to see you again. So I'm wearing my African apparel today. So that is to tell you that it's a moment in time. So now, there is only really one news going on. I'm sure you know. I'm sure you know what the news is as well. So the Tinubu administration has started. So that's what's happened. The Tinubu administration has started because sometime in the course of today, The fat boy that sits at the top of the Nigerian Senate, he read out a list. Watch this.
To announce to the distinguished Senate and all Nigerians that Mr. President has sent a correspondence dated 27th day of July 2023 to this hallowed chamber, addressed to distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, President of the Senate, requests for confirmation of ministerial nominees. In compliance with the provisions of Section 147, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, I am pleased to forward to the Senate for confirmation the underlisted 28 ministerial nominees. 1. Abubakar Momo. 2. Is not stated. Ambassador Yusuf Maitama Chuka, CON. 3. Architect Ahmad Dangiwa. 4. Barrister Hanatu Musawa. 5. Chief Uche Naji. 6. Dr. Beta Edu. 7. Dr. Doris Anite Uzoka. 8. His Excellency David Omaye. 9. His Excellency Ezenwa Nyesom Wike. 10. His Excellency Mohammed Badaru Abubakar, CON. His Excellency Mohammed Badaru Abubakar, CON. 11. His Excellency Nasir Ahmed El Rufai, CON. 12. Right Honorable Ekperikpe Ekpo. 13. Honorable Nkiru Onyechiocha, Onyechiocha. 14. Honorable Olubumi Tunji Ojo. 15. Honorable Stella Okotete. 16. Honorable Uju Kennedy Ohaneye. 17. Mr. Bello Muhammad Goronyo. 18. Mr. Dele Alake. 19. Mr. Latif Fagbemi, SAN. 20. Mr. Muhammad Idris. 21. Mr. Olawale Edu. 22. Mr. Wahid Adebayo Adelabo. 23. Mrs. Iman Suleiman Ibrahim. 24. Professor Ali Pate. 25. Professor Joseph Utsev. 26. Senator Abubakar Kyari. 27. Senator John Eno. 28. Senator Sani Abubakar Danladi. While noting that the above list is not exhaustive and that additional nominations will be sent in due course, I hope that the aforementioned nominees will receive the expeditious consideration and confirmation of the Senate. Please accept, distinguished Senate President and distinguished senators, the assurances of my highest regards. Yours sincerely, signed, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President, Commander-in-Chief, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Distinguished colleagues, in view of the fact that we have not emplaced all our committees, this correspondence from Mr. President is committed to the Committee of the Whole. Leader of the Senate.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So the Tinubu administration kicks off officially. So as was just being said there by Goswell, and by the way, thank you, Ayo. As you know, I always start us off on a good note, and today no different as well. I'm a bit, I'm not sure, I'm a bit out of place with my African attire, but there it is. So the Tinubu'S administration, it kicks off officially now because a list of ministers have now been sent in. So the list of ministers now with the Senate, and nobody is expecting anything surprising there. We know the culture, of course, within the Nigerian space is bow and take a leave, bow and leave, or what's that phrase? Take a bow and leave. So take a bow and leave. So as soon as your name is on that list, you are guaranteed a ministerial portfolio. And so excited were some. This was the pardon me. This was the reaction of Stella. Pardon me. This was the reaction of Stella Okotete, or whatever her name is. I'm sure we'll familiarize ourselves with her name soon enough. But this was how she reacted to the news. Watch this.
Worship you, Jesus. I give you all the praise. I give you all the glory. In the name of Jesus.
So there it is right there. So that was Stella Okotete. Stella Okotete. We'll get to know what her name is and how it's properly pronounced. But there she is. So there she is. Good day to you, Professor Datao. That's one of our blasts from the past. Professor Datao joins us. So that was Stella Okotete. So like I said, the Tinubu'S administration, it officially kicks off right now. So this is now the moment the government starts because, of course, a team has been assembled. So, of course, that's what we're going to be talking about. So that's what we're going to be talking about mainly. But to it, so here it is. Full list, 28 names in Tinubu'S ministerial list. So with 28 names, that tells you then that is not the full complement. So there are still names to come. I think they've just really sent in this name to fulfill the legal requirement of that 60 days that they're compelled to submit a name to submit the names by. Full list, 26 names in Tinubu'S ministerial list. So we go through them. A lot of surprising names, but what is the body of it? What is the body of it? That's the thing. I'll give you this quickly. Because you've already heard from Godswill Akpabio. Now hear from me. 28 names in Tinubu'S ministerial list. So the Senate President Godswill Akpabio read the names on the floor of the Senate during plenary. President Bola Tinubu on Thursday sent the long-awaited ministerial list to the Senate with some expected and surprise names making the cut. The Senate President Godswill Akpabio read the names on the floor of the Senate during plenary on Thursday. Some immediate past governors, including Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State, Yemson Wike of Rivers State, and David Umahi of Ebonyi State, made the cut. So we've all the way through we've been saying that El-Rufai will be on that list, so no surprises, and we've even gone as far as to attribute a portfolio to him. So almost likely the Minister of Power, and then Yemson Wike. Our anticipation is that he's going to get something Niger Delta related. David Umahi, probably Minister of Works and Housing. So all of that. So the full list: Abubakar Momo. So a lot of names you may not be familiar with, and if you're familiar with them, you can talk us through there. And by the way, before we even go any further, congratulations to the Falcons who gave the Australians a thorough beating. So if you don't see Thomas today, then you know that he's somewhere licking his wounds. But back to the ministerial list: Abubakar Mama, Yusuf Maitama Tugar, Ahmed Dangiwa, Anatu Musawa, Uche Naji, Beta Edu. So that Beta Edu, we've been profiling her in the course of this session because she's a breakout name. So she's a breakout name in this on this particular list. Doris Uzoka. So a lot of these names are just popping out as new. And the one thing that you can say immediately off the bat is that he has not padded it out with political patronage. Because we don't see a heavy weight of politicians on this list. And we'll be going through the people that did not make the list as well. Doris Uzoka, David Umahi. So now, a lot of people had the anticipation that he will be on the list, but people argued that he's too big for a ministerial portfolio. He's of the major opposition party and all of that. And Zowo Yemson Wike. So Yemson Wike makes the list. Mohammed Badaru Abubakar. So he just immediate past governor. Nasir El-Rufai already got a mention. Eparipe Epo, Epe, Ripe, Epo. So a lot of these names they don't roll off the tongue just yet, but give it a week, then they'll be like your next door neighbor. Even Akpabio struggled with this one. Inkeruka Onyejocha. So she's there. Olubunmi Tunje Ojo. So that one comes readily. Stella Okotete. We saw her dancing in the light. Uja Kennedy Ohanenye. So a lot of you may be familiar with this name. So if this name doesn't, if it rings a bell with you, then rightly so. Uju Kennedy Ohanenye. I'm sure it will ring a bell with a lot of our panelists here. Because of course, in the cut and thrust of the APC primaries, she was the only female name vying for the APC ticket. So she was a presidential aspirant at the primary level. She was one of the ones that stepped down for Tinubu. She was the only female that stepped out for Tinubu, being the only female, of course, that bothered to buy a form. So there she is. She's gotten her reward. Bello Mohammed Goronyo. Dele Alake. So Dele Alake, he's already, of course, acting as the spokesperson of the government. So it looks as though then he's been upgraded. So now this name now, we are ascribing portfolios to some names instantly, and instantly you ascribe a portfolio to this name. Lateef Fagbemi. So Lateef Fagbemi, he served no other purpose in life other than purposes legal. So man and boy, he's been a lawyer all the way through. That is the one sole area of expertise. So that is your Abubakar Malami right there. So that is the Attorney General of the Federation, almost with some certainty. Mohammed Idris, or Muhammad, not Mohammed, but Muhammad Idris. So I'm not quite sure about him, but I will find out. Olawale Edun, a lot of people speculating Minister of Finance. Wahib Adebayo Adelabu. So there he is right there. We have to familiarize ourselves with him as well. Imam Suleiman Ibrahim, Ali Pate, Joseph Utse, so whoever he is, Abubakar Kyari. I can't recall an administration that did not have a Kyari of some form in there, so he makes the cut. And John Eno, and at the 28th, but not the last, Sani Abubakar Danladi. So Sani Abubakar Danladi. So that's the list of the 28. And as you know, it's usually a minimum of 36 ministers. So quite a complement of ministers still to come. But these are the names that we're conjuring with at the moment. So the one thing that immediately springs out is that a lot of these names you are not familiar with. And that has to be a good thing. But it will be a better thing when we get to know their CV. But essentially, it's not a recycling of traditional names. The traditional names, Umahi, Wike, even Wike is left field because he's of a different political party. El-Rufai, a lot of people had the anticipation. So if you take out those two names, I'm not quite sure there's any other name. And yes, if you take out those two names, I'm not quite sure there's any other name. Yes, Abubakar Badaru. So if you take out those three names, I'm not sure there's any other name that comes from traditional politics. But what is their CV? So in the course of time, we'll be finding out what their CV is. But certainly, we'll be spending a lot of time digesting these characters. We'll be spending a lot of time digesting these characters. We'll make a pit stop with this, though. NNPC uncovers 240 illegal oil refinery pipeline connections in 1 week. So it looks as though the crackdown has begun on that space. I wish them luck anyway, but really it's more a systemic change that that space really requires. NNPC uncovers 240 illegal oil refineries pipeline connections in 1 week. So the siphoning of the Nigerian oil. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited says it recorded 240. And by the way, the composition of the NNPC has not changed. So why all of a sudden are they now being proactive? We never heard any of this report in the last 8 years, and the same complement of team that is in charge of NNPC now was the same complement of team that was in charge of NNPC throughout the Buhari administration. So what's now ignited now this proactive sort of thrust is the question. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited says it recorded 240 incidents. I'm not quite sure if incidents is grammar actually. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited says it recorded 240 incidents pertaining to crude oil theft and pipeline vandalism in the Niger Delta in 1 week. NNPC, in a documentary on its social media handle on Wednesday, said the incidents mostly occurred in Bayelsa State between July the 15th and the 21st, 2023. So there it is. So what were they doing for the last 8 years of the Buhari administration is the thing. Given a breakdown of the events, the company said it recovered 93 illegal pipeline connections and 69 illegal refineries, saying these connections were ongoing. War on crude oil theft, 93 illegal pipeline connections discovered, and 69 illegal refineries destroyed in the Niger Delta in the past week, the company wrote. Let's see. 27 pipeline vandalisms, 30 arrests / wooden boat / trucks, 13 vessels, 5 oil spills, 1 document validation, and 2 illegal vessels. Some of the illegal refineries and pipeline discovered were located in Ukata and Abua, River State, and Gokoda, Delta State. In the documentary video, the NNPC said the illegalities were in the documentary video. The NNPC said the illegalities were discovered during its maritime using its maritime intelligence system. The oil firm added that repair work was ongoing on the vandalized pipelines. 27 cases of pipeline vandalism were recorded and are being repaired. 13 automatic system identification infraction. Anyway, that's the gist of that. We're not going to bore too heavily into the minutiae, but there is NNPC being proactive. So let's move on from there. So this will constitute our human interest story for the day. UK-based Nigerian doctor loses custody of son after flogging him with a belt. So this is the thing, though. You cannot bring that Nigerian culture into more civilized climes. You pay the price, and she's paid the price. UK-based Nigerian doctor loses custody of son after flogging him with a belt. So flogging him with a belt, she might well lose her license to that as well. But back to the ministerial list. States left out of Tinubu'S ministerial list revealed. So we'll find out which states did not get to have a minister on the list. And then we go on to this. The women in Tinubu'S ministerial list, important things to know about them. So we'll start to get to know the runners and riders. Apparently, there are 7 women in there, but not enough Yoruba people. The Yorubas have been marginalized on that list. So we'll discuss that as well. The women in Tinubu'S ministerial list important things to know about them. So we'll find out what there is to know about them. So the people that did not make the cut are a lot of anticipation. And by the way, there was a lot of names that we speculated to that have not made this particular round. But bear in mind, there's still just only 28 names in play. But Ganduje, so Ganduje, I think he was stabbed in the back, of course, by Kwakwanso, who reignited that dollar narrative and is pursuing him with the law. So there was too much stench around him for him to be on the list. So they just quietly left him to one side. Ganduje, Fani Kayode, Keyamo, other APC bigwigs missing from Tinubu'S ministerial list. So yes, Keyamo, I am mildly surprised at, because he put in quite a shift for the Tinubu space. But Fani Kayode, there was no argument to suggest that he would be on the list, and it's not. And Ganduje, he's presently in the throes of a back and forth with Akwapan, so you can see why he was not on the list. But Keyamo, that surprises me somewhat. Ganduje, Fani Kayode, Keyamo, other APC bigwigs missing from Tinubu'S ministerial list. So you have to hang around to find out what the rest of that list is. So hang around to find out what the rest of that list is, and hang around to find out about this as well. Why Tinubu did not attach portfolio to ministerial nominee list? So this is but Amila trying to give somewhat of an explanation. Hold on, I wonder who's contacting me for what. Yes. All right. that. Oh no. All right. All right. So somebody just sent something in. It's about Showore still rebel rousing. So maybe we'll have a look at that in the course of the session. But no. Why Tinubu did not attach portfolio to ministerial nominee list, the presidency. So we'll find out why. Because everything seems to change, but really remains the same. This is what we're saying. Because there's no marked departure yet from the Buhari administration. The only marked departure actually is that he has not padded his own government out with our friends and family. Why Tinubu? Okay, let's see. Do we want to? Is this a short read? No, we save this till later. So we'll find that out as well. So we find that out as well. So we'll find that out as well. And then, like I said, we'll start to bore into the underbellies of some of the characters that did make the list. And by the way, people were saying, is it going to be a list of technocrats? Is it going to be a list of traditional politicians? Or is it going to be a list of the marry of the two? It looks as though it is a list of the marry of the two, with an abundance of new names in play, and as subject matter experts, a lot of them in play as well. I said that to bring you this. Tinubu appoints 36-year... I'm getting a lot of bleeping coming through my computers, people sending me information. Tinubu appoints 36-year-old Harvard-certified Beta Edu others as minister. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. Somebody has to correct, but I wonder if this is actually the youngest yet we have had in a ministerial post. So a lot of people that go around making noise at 36, she left uni 11 years ago at the most. And after a 10-year career, she's a minister of state in one of the largest economies on the planet. So what is the journey of this lady? Tinubu appoints 36-year-old Harvard-certified Beta Edu, others as minister. So we get to meet Beta and find out what her story is. So we get to meet Beta and find out what her story is. And then we go on from there to this space. Dangote says over 30,000 skilled Nigerians work with the expatriates to build refinery complex. So Dangote has felt the need to come out and say this, because there was a news circulating just as early as 2 days ago that the abundance of his staff are imported Indian people. And that story has been simmering in the underbellies for quite a long time. So he has now come out to address it. So he's not even talking about hired laborers. He's talking about skilled people. Dangote says over 30,000 skilled Nigerians worked with expatriates to build refinery complex. So a case for the defense for Ganduje. So we find out about that. And then we go back finally to the list again, because of course, today is really about that list. Ministerial list. Femi Gbajabiamila speaks on second batch of President Tinubu'S nominees. So with certainty, there's a second batch to come. So let's get this one out of the way. I think it's a short little one. Let's say right. Tinubu is set to release a second batch of ministerial list, Gbajabiamila said. Giving an insight into President Tinubu's ministerial list, Gbajabiamila said the second batch will be unveiled soon and more ministries will be created. So more ministries will be created is to tell you that all the traditional ministries that we have already may not necessarily survive in this administration. So he said, Mr. President intends to separate portfolios or restructure the ministries in such a way you might be hearing of new ministries that were not standalone ministries before. So the process continues. Nominees are chosen after undergoing strict personal screening by Tinubu, Gbaja said. I'm not quite sure what level of strict scrutiny Abadaru went through. He was the backbone for Abacha. What sort of scrutiny did El Rufai go through after all he had said and done? Gbajabiamila said the nominees were chosen after undergoing strict personal screening by the president. What does that even mean? Tinubu has no capacity to screen anyone. It's the security agencies, isn't it? He said that a second part comprising 13 names would be sent to the assembly, adding that this was part of the process of having a cabinet for the administration. As his letter stated and was read on the floor of the Senate, the remaining names, not sure how many, probably 12 or maybe 13, will be forwarded to the Senate in the coming days. As far as the nominees themselves are concerned, and like I said, Mr. President took his time to sift through those names, he said. So what is he sifting through with El Rufai? He's no name man and boy. The chief of staff said that the president decided to follow the line of tradition by not attaching the portfolios of nominees in the letter to the Senate in order to give room for reviews. So yes, ministerial list David Umahi to resign from National Assembly. David Umahi, who is the deputy Senate leader at the National Assembly, is getting ready to step down from his position as a senator. His purported resignation is due to his nomination and likely appointment as a minister in the Federal Republic of Nigeria under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's cabinet, correspondence report. Umahi, who served as the governor of Ebonyi State and represents Ebonyi South Senatorial District in the National Assembly, is a leader in the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC. All right. So yes. So we'll get to the missing names in a moment. But yes, so plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax it. There's plenty of room on the studio, by the way. If you want to come join. And then if you don't want to come join, we'll see where it lands. But I do urge that you do come join, because then we can make the conversation happen. So let me repost the link to the studio. Let me repost the link to the studio. So if you want to come join, especially if you're a new voice, come join. So click on like, click on subscribe, and click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard right here to come and talk us through this ministerial list. So there it is. So there it is. So do all that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, all of that. So let me take a micro break, have a sip of water, and then when we come back, we launch into it. But first, of course, we go to the keg.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. The cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku kuniriwa gbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So I cannot imagine a prayer more important than that. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So there it is, right there. Iku kuniriwa gbeshe. So Iku kuniriwa gbeshe, as we launch straight into it. So let's launch straight into it. States left out of Tinubu'S ministerial list are revealed. President Bola Tinubu transmitted the much-anticipated ministerial list to the Senate on Thursday. The list was presented to the Senate by Tinubu's Chief of Staff, Femi Gbadabiamila. The names on the ministerial list include some former state governors, technocrats, and serving personal assistants to the president. While Nigerians were waiting for the list, it was expected that Tinubu would appoint his ministers from across the states of the federation. Correspondents, however, observed that some states failed to make the list of the ministerial nominees. So there are still 13 slots left to be filled, by the way, so no panic just yet. But the states that did not make the first cut are Adamawa, Bayelsa, Gombe, Kano, Kebbi, Kogi. So now the name that stands out, of course, Lagos State. There was nobody from Lagos State on that list of 28. Nasarawa, Osun. So there it is. That's the Yoruba marginalization right there. Yobe and Zamfara. So there it is. The states that did not make the list. But the people that did make the list, let's meet some of them. The women in Tinubu's ministerial list. Important things to know about them. So what are these important things to know about them? President Bola Tinubu transmitted the much-awaited ministerial nominee list to the nation's Senate on Thursday. According to correspondents, the list contains 28 nominees for the various ministerial positions. Correspondents' findings show that women constituted a quarter of Tinubu's ministerial nominees are unveiled by the Senate on Thursday. And by the way, so that settles one score. So his promise to have a good gender mix, that settles that score. A quarter of that list is a, you cannot say that is sufficient enough, but that is certainly a quantum leap from what traditionally obtained. So a quarter of the list are women. And then we're going to be looking at the ethnic composition as well, because from the readout of that list, even from that 28 list of names, I don't think the Southeast especially can claim any form of marginalization. They were generously represented on that list. So, and there was not even a Yoruba person that I could identify on that list, apart from Dele Alake. President Bola Tinubu transmitted the much-awaited ministerial nominee list to the Nation Senate on Thursday. According to correspondence, the list of 28 named nominees for various ministerial positions. Correspondence findings showed that women constituted a quarter of Tinubu's ministerial nominees unveiled by the Senate on Thursday. The women are Hannatu Musawa, Betta Edu, Doris Aniche Uzoka, Nkiri, I won't attempt her last name, Stella Okotete, Uju Onanye, and Imam Suleiman Ibrahim. So I thought that Imam was a man, but there it is. The proportion of women on the ministerial list fell short of the 35% threshold recommended by affirmative action. Tinubu's promise. During his inaugural speech shortly after his swearing in, the president promised to feature women and youth prominently in his administration. So I think those two promises were actually fulfilled under just the name of that Betta Edu, a 36-year-old woman who is a minister of state within the Nigerian state. Tinubu said, as contained in his party's manifesto, he would ensure good representation of women and youth. According to the manifesto, Renewed Hope 2023, Action Plan for a Better Nigeria, members of the Federal Executive Council are to reserve certain senior positions for women, while the private sector will be encouraged to do the same. Working with the National Assembly, we will aim to pass legislation promoting women employment in all government offices, ministries, and agencies. The goal will be to increase women's participation in government to at least 35% of all governmental positions, is stated. So there it is. I think the complement in Rwanda is actually 50-50. Correspondents present a brief profile of the 7 women that made the list. Hannatu Musawa. So Hannatu Musawa. Hannatu, a former deputy spokesperson of the All Progressive Congress Presidential Campaign Council, was recently appointed special advisor on culture and entertainment economy by the president. So this is something we're seeing as a culture which Tinubu actually, he appoints them as a special advisor and then upgrades them. We saw it with Nuru Ribadu, and now we've seen it with Dele Alake and now this lady. She holds a bachelor's degree in law from the University of Buckingham, UK, so a proper degree, and took a master's degree in the legal aspects of marine affairs from the University of Cardiff in Wales. She also has a master's degree in oil and gas law from the University of Aberdeen. As a qualified barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, she has varied and rich working experience in Nigeria and the UK. Hannatu contested for the Federal House of Representatives legislative seat in her home state of Katsina in 2011. So that would have been a Buhari recommendation, I suspect. She is also one of the lawyers on the prosecution team in the 2023 presidential election petition between Muhammadu Buhari and Olusegun Obasanjo. So a Buhari insertion right there. So that's a Buhari insertion right there. So that's a Buhari insertion right there. So the name now that seems to especially excite me is this Betta Edu. So now let's meet Betta. Betta Edu earned her medicine and surgery degree from the University of Calabar, Cross River State. She is also the immediate past commissioner for health in River State. Edu, she's not the Harvard graduate. I thought she was a Harvard graduate. We'll get to that in a moment. Edu became the national women leader of the All Progressive Congress, APC, in March 2022, after defeating her opponent by 2,600 to 117 votes at the APC National Convention. She has also served as the special advisor on women affairs for the defunct Tinubu presidential campaign committee. So that's better. This is Honorable Nkiri Onyejiocha. So Honorable Nkiri Onyejiocha. Onyejiocha, who graduated from the university, and by the way, there's a good complement of Southeasterners in this on this. So that story that's been knocked on the head right there. Onyejiocha, who graduated from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, was one of the longest-serving members of the House of Representatives until 2023. She was also first elected a member. She was first elected as a member of the House of Representatives in 2007 on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, then Nigeria's ruling party. She defected to the All Progressive Congress, APC, in 2018 and won her re-election bid for a fourth term in Nigeria's Green Chambers in 2019. However, she lost to Chief Omobi Oga of the Labour Party for the something or the other Iswakwato Umanachi House of Representatives in Abia State in the just concluded 2023 general election. So that looks like a political rewarding right there. Stella Okotete graduated from Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, where she majored in international studies and diplomacy. So those degrees that have no meaning. She was appointed the executive director of business development at the Nigeria Export and Import Bank, NEXIM, by former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022. Between 2011 and 2015, she served as a special assistant and advisor to the executive governor of Delta State on the Millennium Development Goals. So there she is, as saving not so strong. So that's why you saw her dancing some church song. You can tell the ones that went to Alpha to get their portfolio. So now, this name now, you know, when they say pay it forward, so this is a narrative of pay it forward. Uju Kennedy Ohanenye. So Uju Kennedy Ohanenye. So as I said earlier, she was the only female that took part in the presidential primaries. And when she stepped down for Tinubu, she danced and sang to step down. And a lot of people mocked her then. Are you mocking now? So she paid it forward and she gets the reward now. Uju was the All Progressive Congress APC's only female presidential candidate, but later withdrew to back President Bola Tinubu. She is a legal practitioner and a businesswoman based in Abuja. The businesswoman turned politician is happily married with 4 children. So she has no specialism. There's nobody that seems to have a specialism amongst all this list so far. Iman Suleiman Ibrahim was educated at the University of Abuja with a degree in sociology. She was the Director General of the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons between 2020 and 2021. In 2021, she was redeployed as the Honorable Federal Commissioner of the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons by former President Muhammadu Buhari. Doris Uzoka. She is the current Imo State Commissioner for Finance. So I wonder what portfolio then she gets. She's the current, is this Kemi Adeosun revisited? I wonder, is this Kemi Adeosun revisited? Uzoka is the current Imo State Commissioner for Finance. She has also served as the SA Presidential Policy Advisory Council and National Economy. Uzoka is said to have had decades of political and professional affinity with Lagos and was an easy pick for Tinubu because of her background in the finance sector. She has little or no scandal attached to her name. So I think for them to feel the need to highlight that, that is to tell us then that a lot of them do have scandals attached to their names. So those were the people that made the court. These are the people that did not. So these are the people that did not. Ganduje, Fani Kayode, Keyamo, other APC bigwigs missing from Tinubu's ministerial list. So let's go through that. Some bigwigs in the ruling of Progressive Congress APC who were expected to form President Bola Tinubu's cabinet were conspicuously missing from the ministerial list unveiled on Thursday. Correspondents had earlier reported that the Senate President Godswill Akpabio read the list on Thursday as forwarded to the chambers by the presidency during a plenary. Femi Gbadabiamila, former Speaker of the House of Representatives and presently the Chief of Staff to the President, delivered the list to Akpabio. However, contrary to speculations that the former governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Ganduje, and other stalwarts in the party who fought for Tinubu's victory during the February 25th presidential election would be nominated, they were not included on the list. So now let's now see the rogue list, the ones that didn't make the court. Names of former Aviation Minister Femi Fani Kayode. So the surprise is not that Femi Fani Kayode is not on the list. The surprise would have been if Femi Fani Kayode was on the list. There is no expectation. He has no expertise, and he is a loose cannon. Names of former Aviation Minister Femi Fani Kayode, former Minister of Labour and Employment Festus Keyamo. So the one name, like I said, that does surprise me, he may well still make the cut. We have to find out if anybody from his home state is already on the list of 28. No, yes, I think his state is already on the list of 28. So that's the one name that does surprise me, that they didn't give Festus Keyamo anything. Festus Keyamo and other chieftains of the party were also missing from the long-awaited list. The list is also put to rest the insinuation that President Tinubu's ministerial nominee for Benue State would emerge from Benue South Senatorial District. I've never heard that in conversation. It must be localized to the Benue space. Some names hitherto speculated as nominees from the state were not on the list. However, according to Tinubu's letter to the Senate, more nominees may emerge subsequently. So more nominees will emerge subsequently. It's a certainty because the complement is not there yet. So now, why were portfolios not attached to the names? That's the question. Here is the answer. Why Tinubu did not attach portfolios to ministerial nominee lists, so the presidency. Chief of Staff to the President, Right Honorable Femi Gbadabiamila, Thursday said that President Bola Tinubu did not attach portfolio to the names of ministerial nominees because while the screening process is going on, he will have the opportunity to look at the characters of the nominees and see which ministry fits them most. He explained that why it would have been the best idea to attach portfolios to the name. It may cause problems if the president changes his mind after they have been screened. The chief of staff also said the list of ministerial nominees is comprised of technocrats and politicians for balance, and that the nominees are eminently qualified to make the list. fielding questions from State House correspondents after submitting the list to the Senate. But Abiamila also hinted that the president may separate portfolios or restructure the ministries in such a way that new ministries that were not in existence before may emerge. Asked why portfolios were not attached, he said, "Yes, I mean for me that I don't know quite how this read. Yes, I mean for me that would have been one way to go about it. It would have been a welcome development. As good as that sounds, it's a straitjacket. The president to pigeonhole one person in an office or the other. What happens then if you change your mind? Do you then bring that person back for screening because the president is at liberty to change his mind? For instance, if I decide I want as minister, for instance, if I decide I want somebody as Minister of Labor, and then after setting the name later on, I decide that, you know what, I don't think I didn't know this about the person. This person would actually be better with another portfolio. And meanwhile, the Senate has screened that person for that particular initial portfolio. What happens then? Do you rescreen the person? So a lot of things have their merits and demerits, advantages and disadvantages. I like the idea of attaching portfolios. I actually do, because it makes it necessary for the Senate to know exactly what you're asking and what you're looking for. But for now, it's been thought wise that we stick with it. It is not actually wise, and I find that somewhat of a feeble reasoning. If somebody has an expertise of a particular leaning, then just give them portfolios that fit with that expertise. That's just the thing. But it's just feeble. I find that somewhat feeble, I have to say. Let's see. Did we have? Yes, we had the CV of this person. They told us she was a Harvard graduate, and then they told us she went to University of Calabar or whatever. But let's see what her CV looks like. Let's see what her CV looks like. Let's see what her CV looks like. But before we look at her CV, let me play you a Let me play you a 1 minute song just to give myself a moment to just stay right there. Watch this one.
Olé your right. Alákàndítiwa. Olé your right. Aṣíwájú gbéra go get your vision. Mo ní kò kálá right lọ́wọ́ lùtà. Ẹ̀tọ́ ẹni jọ. You don't work, you build leaders. You suppose to dey jai. Kí ló kàn ẹ́ kan person matter? Person wey your mind on it. When you land softly on Abuja floor. So far so good, kò ní bàjẹ́ APC. Yes. APC, yes. Aṣíwájú, ọkọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí, bàbá Bọ́lá Ṣadé, bàbá Olúwaṣeyí, bàbá gbogbo Naija. Káwọn jọ APC. Yes. APC, yes. Aṣíwájú.
All right, enough of that nonsense. Let me give you this quick readout, and then we come straight into the room and launch into the conversation. So I was excited by this girl, but then when we were doing that readout, I was confused. Tinubu appoints 36-year-old Harvard certified Beta Edu, others as minister. So it's just this girl's CV that I want to say. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has nominated 36-year-old Dr. Beta Edu as the minister designate amongst other nominees who would make up the Federal Executive Council in his administration. The appointment of Dr. Edu, who is currently the national women leader of the All Progressive Congress APC, has been hailed by all, especially the youths, who see the appointment as a demonstration of the president's promise to make youths and women the focus of his administration. The ministerial nominees have the ministerial nominee has carved a niche for herself in all assignments. Let me take that again. I don't like the flow of that. Let me just do it properly. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has nominated 36-year-old Dr. Betta Adu as minister designate, amongst other nominees who would make up the Federal Executive Council in his administration. The appointment of Dr. Adu, who is currently the national women leader of the All Progressive Congress APC, has been hailed by all, especially the youths, who see the appointment as a demonstration of the president's promise to make youths and women the focus of his administration. The ministerial nominee has carved a niche for herself in all assignments, both at state and federal levels, and her meteoric rise in her service to humanity in the past 8 years is a testimony that youths can be entrusted with the sacred roles of leadership and would deliver. So I wonder what state she comes from. She played active roles in the political space since she won the election as the women leader of the party and became a voice and a rallying point for the political campaigns of the ruling party, defending its policies and programs using various media platforms and medium. A seasoned administrator and a gender expert who in the last 1 year have had a dynamic result-oriented leadership career at the national core politics. I don't know. Where is the Harvard? Where did she go to Harvard and what did she do there? Dr. Edu was very instrumental to the emergence of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the president of Nigeria through the mobilization of women all across the country in their millions to vote for President Tinubu. Edu rose from being a special advisor in 2015 to the position of Director General and served as the pioneer Director General / CEO of Rivers State Primary Health Care Development Agency 2016. So she's from Rivers State. She's one of WK's and successfully created at least one functional primary health care center in every ward in Cross River State. So, okay, so she has achievements to back it up. I can't say where the Harvard is. Let me just look for the word Harvard. It's just the Harvard I'm after. Harvard. Okay. Sorry, let me just see what. All right. Right. Edu is a Harvard certified medical doctor and public health specialist. Edu, a Harvard certified medical doctor and public health specialist, has shown great passion for humanity. So I don't know quite what Harvard certified means. Completely different from Harvard trained, I wonder. But what do I know? I'm just a dumb head. Let's come to the people who are not dumb heads then. Enigmatic Honde joins us. Good to see you, Enigmatic. Solomon joins us. Good to see you, Solly. Beware of spinners, or otherwise known as rational mind. Folly B joins us from Lagos. And Ajanle Koko, the mighty one, in the house. So let's get into the conversation. Let's get straight to it. Good to see you here, especially Enigmatic. So this is your meat and drink. What are you making of Tinubu's list? Enigmatic Honde.
Good day, woman. And
Otto Jameta.
Ishenio. Yeah. So I saw I hope he's listening. Thomas, I saw his messages and missed calls. I tried to call back twice. I couldn't because a bit more Emily will love our national can be so classified stuff. But anyways, thank God that I think finally we are seeing the Asiwaju's team, gradually getting on board, and then I'm not really excited though. So let me just say that there are some But I'm happy I see some few changes a little bit, at least. So far out of the 28 people on the list, at least we have 25% representation for the women. That is okay for now. I will start with the ones I don't really want to see on the list. Badaru and Bagudu, those two are proper misfits. But of course, I understand their political relevance. You know, you have to say it's a blend of technocrats, political, let me say, artists, and then the community leaders, basically. So that's the way I would see it. And then I see some upgrades for Wale Edun from SA to a minister designate, same as Dele Alake. We have the same with Dave Umahi and the Bumitunji Ojo from Ondo State. Smart, very young and very articulate guy, very, very smart guy. That Bumitunji Ojo. His meteoric rise in politics has been so interesting.
Is a male? I thought that was a female, but I carry on.
No, it's a male dude. It's a dude. So a very young guy. I think in his, I can bet that he's less than 45 or almost 45. Very young. So and he's very close to Ashwaju. So it's one of those guys that they are trying to rebrand and to rebrand APC in Ondo State, and what the similar scenario is playing out in Oyo State. Adilabu is on the card because they want to rebrand APC in Oyo State, and then Osun State, they've not really. I don't think they have their candidate on the list yet. We still have like 12 states that will still be on the list. 12 states will still be on the list. I mean, 12 states, we are still waiting, outstanding 12 states. And out of those 12 states, do not forget constitutionally too, there will be 6 of them that will be representing each of the region. So the Northeast the Northwest has already been represented by the second person from Katsina State. There are 2 candidates from Katsina State so far. Musawa, that lady from Buckingham, and
Anatu, yes.
Anatu Musawa, yes. She was supposed to be in Buhari's cabinet, but she was sabotaged all through. So basically, and then the other one from Katsina State is the one that will be representing the Northwest region. The Northeast region, they will still have another one, Southwest, Southeast, South. So there will be 6 of them on the list that will represent each of those geopolitical zones. So basically, better I do if our story is quite unique. Just like if you have a boss or an individual who has taken interest in you, they can go any length. And if you have this unflinching loyalty, and then of course coupled with your talent and then being able to deliver, that's basically the summary of our story. Ayade took her in. First appointment was a essay on maybe health matters or whatever. Then to Director General of their one of the agencies in Cross River State. Then to Commissioner of Health. And then from there, she actually had the national prominence when she became the youngest Commissioner of Health, and then the chairperson of the Commissioner of Health nationally, in the whole of the federation. She was the chairperson of all the commissioners of health in all this federation. So, and then of course, the confidence that the boss Ayade reposing now is quite is basically telling. So I'm looking, just starting from those few ones we can call.
She's 36. Is she unfeasibly young for? I know they say not too young to run, but when did she even leave uni that she's already a minister? Is she making you reflect on your? Is she making you reflect on your life, enigmatic?
No, I mean at my age I've done a lot too. So
all right.
Give me a second, please, just a second.
No, it's good though. That's what we want to say. But there are certain names on there, names like El Rufai, because in the build up to this list, we've had quite a lot of conversation, and we've always been of the anticipation that El Rufai will be there. So he's there, but a very controversial figure, especially some of his recent pronouncements. My argument in previous back and forth around that space is that is he an effective administrator? A lot of people said he is, and therefore that makes him on the list. And also Yemson Wike, does that surprise you as well? So a lot of left field appointees. Dele Alake, we thought it was already settled into the Garba Shehu Femi Adesina role, but he looks as though they are kicking him up. But where are they kicking him up to? Is it the new Lai Mohammed? So a lot to unpick from this list. Enigmatic. All right. I think Enigmatic may be caught up in a moment. So can you still hear my voice? By the way, if you can still hear my voice, let me bring Bishop in just to fill in the gap until we get Enigmatic back. Bishop. So now you were never one for all of the speculations that we were having around this list, but now the list is out. What are you making of it? It's a lot of people feel that it's somewhat balanced, but do you?
Okay. Good evening, fellow compatriots, or wherever you join us from. Please click on the like button as you come. I think well, there is no way you have a list that will be applauded and celebrated by all. People will come up with all manner of criticism. So, but I think the list kind of balances out, crosses the threshold, and meets some expectations here and there, not too much politicized. The mix of I definitely was one of the I'm one of the people that did not raise my hopes too high, because I know we're not going to bring ministers from the mass or from heaven. It's still going to be people that have paid their dues, that we can, verify some of their previous achievements and the rest. At least we can trace their antecedents. So I'm not too disappointed because I've portrayed my expectations as an issue. If we go through the list one after the other, which quite a number of them that are familiar with some of us, and I think based on that and their track record, and they always say that a chain is as strong as its weakest link. So who are the weakest link there? Let's see, that maybe the president will have to do a breathing on their neck for them to perform. I don't really think that there are too many of such characters in place, and people will be there will be competition to outshine, or to, people who want to be reckoned with. They want to register to etch their names in stones, and considering the fact that the expectation of the appointed or the president himself, is high, and he, like they say, kind of micromanages. Want to know what your input and the rest is, and there's quite a lot to be done. So I don't think there will be dull moments, even if some of them want to dull. I don't think so. So towards you, let's start from who are the weakest link. I really have not seen anybody that can say, oh, this one is a weak link at this time. Maybe I've not seen them enough. The woman, the lady fairly balanced, and we're still expecting at least minimum of 10 or 11 more nominees. And if they say they're going to bring in some of the ministries, like Ministry of Youth, Sport and Culture, maybe we'll now have a Ministry of Culture.
We can't hear you fully, by the way, but carry on. We can just about make you out.
Okay, maybe I need to be more audible then. How about now?
Yes, I think it's but carry on.
So what I'm saying is that if we want to do elimination by what do you call it, want to look who are the weakest link there, I don't think we'll have too many of them. We want to say, look, they don't have record or track record of performance. Quite a number of them are first class in their first degree. They are first class. I'm looking at the Professor Pate, Ali Pate, who was on the board of Gavi. and I'm sure that he will have something to offer in the Ministry of Health. We can speculate Umani and what do you call it, BK and the rest. But of course, if considering the fact that there will be competition in this cabinet, everybody will want to make their mark. So we are in for a fruitful. It could be bumpy, but it's going to be a fruitful ride at the end of the day.
All right, brilliant. So we wait for Enigmatic to signal that it's ready for us again. But as we are waiting, because this is usually his space, he likes to talk to this. You are back. So there you are. So carry on with your thoughts. Dave Umahi, he's having to he secured himself with the senatorial seat as a placeholder, and then he's going to hustle hard to get a ministerial nomination. So of course, a by-election coming up in Ebonyi South, wherever, to fill that slot now that he's going to vacate. But Dave Umahi, he was one of the star names to come out of that governorship space of the Buhari times. So Dave Umahi, do you concur with that? Do you applaud that?
Yeah, by virtue of his antecedents in office, of course, it's one of the. I think if we have to be very, fair to him, and then if we have to be truthful, he should be one of the top five best performing governors of his own, governorship or governors league
class. Yes,
within that class. Yes, it's. I mean, I know Wike and Umahi, and then Zulum and Fashion and then Lagos State Governor. They are not in their class. So in their class, Wike and Umahi, they are top five. I believe, if not top three, the two of them, and you have those two performers in a single administration now, which is a plus. And then this, I would just say, Tinubu's ministerial list, it showcases a profound, paradigm shift in the executive political administration so far of Nigeria's political history, when you're, emphasizing a multifaceted approach now to governance, and by basically incorporating, technocrats, politicians, and community leaders now into his cabinet, which typically exemplifies, I believe, a commitment to excellence, inclusivity, and then effective decision making. It takes behind the scene a lot of things. He was personally involved, in choosing most of these people. It's not something that some ghost group are pushing some names or people he doesn't know. If you look at people like in certain states, like when you look at those folks coming from the Southeast, you see they are dominated by the females, because typically most of their APC, and this is a big shame to all the with due respect to them, all the APC male group in the Southeast. It's a big shame to them. The ladies are taking the baton from them.
In fact, all of them are female. All the Southeasterners are female.
Southeast so far, you can see. So they did a lot of anti-party activities. They were involved in a lot of shenanigans during the election. So, like I said, it's a combination. It's a combination of technocrats, subject matter experts in their areas of corporate existence, and the politicians. The politicians among them, if I pick out Bagudu, who is probably the worst on the list for me, of course his reputation. His reputation precedes him. He was a bagman to Abacha. He has a case. I believe, if I'm not wrong, he's probably on no-fly list of major Western countries,
The,
including
the
US.
Americans are after him. Remember when they recovered just 100 million from him, not quite 7 months ago?
Yeah. So how he managed to pass the screening test or whatever still amuses me up to now. But of course, we are dealing with Nigeria, and it's Nigeria. But if you are talking about his political relevance in Kebbi State, and this is 2027 election already on the way, right? Especially from, if you see the nomination from certain states, you understand what I'm talking about. So, like David Umahi coming on board now, he has solidified his his national prominence so far within APC since he moved from PDP to APC, and now one of the top 5 in the Senate, in Nigeria Senate, is the deputy Senate leader of the Senate, which means a lot. So they are trying to, like I think I've said it here. So they are probably trying to groom him to be the political face of APC in Southeast, because they are trying to do away with all these, treasurers, Ken Namani, Juzokalu, Izunaso, and all those folks, all do for nothing guys for the party. So they're trying to make him probably be one of the faces of APC in Southeast, with the combination of Hope Uzodinma, and then trying to see if they can turn things around. Of course, not turn things around to win elections, but at least cushion the effect of their chances. Not chances of winning anyway, but at least improve a little bit and bring them to the fold. If they can do that, as you can see now, I see if anything is coming to the Southeast, Dave Umahi will be one of those that will be making the decisions. As it is now, of course, we have the Hope Uzodinma, who is the APC's governors forum chairperson, and then in Imo State, you can see who they've gone to pick. Onye Joshua, that lady, I know that lady very well. She's been a member of the house for a long time.
She lost her seat recently to a Labour, under that Labour Party wave.
Yeah, she was one of those who couldn't survive the obedient wave. A lot of them couldn't survive. Just a few of them could. So even as prominent and powerful as Eyinaya Abaribe is, he was gasping for breath when he found out he won the election. It was almost, taken to the political slaughterhouse by a young guy of less than maybe 35 years or 36 years, almost trying to get him out of Senate. So it was a bloodbath, quote unquote, political bloodbath for opposition parties in the Southeast. So if you make it out of that obedient, wave in Southeast, means you have something going good for you.
You have to go and do offering in church.
Exactly. So, and then APC, they are trying to rebrand from top to bottom now. They are having a new chairman.
And let me take you to this space. Some of the names that did not make the cut, they are as surprising as some of the names that did make the cut. Everywhere Tinubu went during that campaigning, right next to him was Abdullahi Ganduje. So his name did not make the cut. It surprises a lot of people, but then what is presently under in Kano State might explain that. But Festus Keyamo, his name is also missing. So there are some names that you thought was and also a lot of speculation that Kwakwanso was going to make that list. He was in and out of Aso Rock so many times we thought he was going to move in. But the names that did not make the cut are especially Ganduje and Keyamo. Does that surprise you? Are you expecting them in the second round?
No, I'm not surprised, and I'm not expecting them in the second round. So let me just explain to you. I'm trying to build something. APC they are trying to rebrand. They are having a new chairman. They are having a new party secretary. Better Edu is moving. It's probably going to be the Women Affairs Minister, or it's going to be the Minister of State for Health. The substantive Minister of Health is going to be Prof. Ali Pate, the one from Harvard. He actually had to turn down a job offer from Gavi. So that party is going to be the substantive Minister of Health, not Edu. Edu is probably going to be the junior minister, or probably the substantive Minister of Women Affairs, basically. So Keyamo, I'm not expecting Keyamo to make the ministerial list, but as Keyamo will be adequately and eminently compensated. That is for sure. He's going to probably be a board chairman of a very prominent agency in Nigeria, probably NIMASA, Niger Delta, because he has had his run as a minister under Buhari, and there are certain things they are trying to do now. They're trying to reward loyalty. They're trying to reward, the reward system is quite different under Tinubu now. But I can assure you that Keyamo will be compensated. Fani Kayode will be compensated, not as a minister, of course. Osun State is not grounded in Osun politics. The person who is probably going to be the choice of Osun is probably going to be the ex-governor, Oyetola. There's every possibility and every more than 90% that is probably going to be the ministerial, choice of Osun State. So when you look at Femi Fani Kayode, we have over or almost 6,000 agencies and boards. Even under Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy alone, we have 7 agencies. Under Ministry of Finance, there are 13 or 15 agencies. Under the NSA, under the so there are so many agents under Ministry of Transportation. There are almost 15 of them or 10. So there are almost 6,000 agencies and parastatals. So there will be, pictorial of appointment for everybody, but not everybody will make the ministerial list. And do not forget, there are some people that are being promoted now, so to say, like Husawa now, Dal Anatu, Alake, Edun, they are being promoted, right? So they have to fill them up with some folks as the time comes. So I'm seeing the possibility of Keyamo being a board chairman, if not Niger Delta, because he was a junior minister at that ministry at the time, because he was seconded before he was seconded to his last portfolio under employment and labor. He was the junior minister under Ministry of Niger Delta then. So there's a possibility he's probably going to be going there as a chairman of that board, or he's going to be one of the board chairman in time to come. Same as Fani Kayode. Fani Kayode will still play a prominent role in the party and in Tinubu'S administration, but not, of course, as a minister. And I'm even seeing the possibility of appointing Fani Kayode into a portfolio that will be behind the scene, but will be very, very good, juicy, because they will try to put him on a leash. But some few months, maybe a year to 2027 election, they will reactivate him back, probably to the media center of the APC to do what he needs to do. But yes, this is what will play out. When you are having this party politics and appointment generally, the inclusion of technocrats, especially in ministerial lineup, it reflects, staunch dedication, to tapping into specialized knowledge and expertise. So what you are seeing now is a blend of all these politicians and the experts. Of course, where Lateef Fagbemi,
when I saw that name, I immediately knew who the Attorney General of the country will be, because he has no expertise in anything other than law.
So we without missing words, we can say that will be the next Attorney General of the Federation. He's very smart and very articulate. He knows what he's doing, unlike the one we had in the past. Our willful nuisance, Malamin. No, we don't have people like that. And Wale Edun, a technocrat. Dele Alake, a technocrat in his own field, right? So if I have to...
Dele Alake is a journalist, isn't he?
A journalist is a technocrat in his field, like I said, right? So
no, I'm just trying to imagine
yes,
the
it's a
portfolios.
journalist.
Yeah, so it's
He's a
going to be
journalist and a
the
media person. So Delalake
Lai
is going to
Mohammed's.
be the Minister of Information.
Mm.
But his own kind of Minister of Information will be quite different from Lai Mohammed. Those should be more of strategy.
Lai Mohammed was quite effective though, but you are saying he's not going to be as frontal as Lai Mohammed was.
No, Lai Mohammed was not frontal. Lai Mohammed was just a bare-faced pathological liar. He wasn't doing any job than lying. This one does not need to lie. It's just about strategy, right? And putting certain structure in place where you don't really have to do much. The structure will effectively, do things for you. For instance, when you have NTA, right? NTA doing the job of more or less the national PR of the presidency before what's that obedient guy in Arise TV, Rufai, before Rufai put his own spin on it, right? NTA would have already done the damage for you, so you don't have much to spin. So when you have the institution under Ministry of Information working as effectively as they should and adequately reaching out to their goals, you don't need much to do as a Minister of Information, just effecting the policy and compliance to the standard of the media and the print regulations. Basically, you have Voice of Nigeria. Is it Voice of Nigeria? VON. Nigeria Orientation Agency, NOA, BON, the institution that guides the TVs and media stations, all of them. I forgot all these people now. So all the parastatals and agency under Ministry of Information working at full capacity optimally to the best of what they're supposed to do. So when they do that, you know that you know how to wield the big stick to all those radio stations who are basically anti-people or basically trying to cause anarchy. So you are not threatening them. You just tell them you have to strictly adhere to.
Enigmatic. Let me play you this clip, and then I'm going to ask you what this person is doing on the list, and then after that, I want to bring other voices in as well. But listen to what he says, and then tell me then how he came onto the list.
Only one person can be a minister from a state. I will not be a minister. I will not. I will not. I'm not a liability.
So there he is, but then it's going to hustle hard to find itself on the list. But stay with Wike. Does it surprise you? And if it doesn't surprise you, because of course I suspect you'll be saying he had to be rewarded, how would you deploy him? And is he still a member of the PDP, by the way? So is this now a government of national unity or something? So the Wike space left field.
Well, Wike's, the list and then the let me say the mindset of Ashwaju is a diverse representation, that resonate deeply with the concept of national unity and cohesion. That's the way I see Wike and the couple of them on the list. So by embracing individuals from diverse backgrounds and regions and even political parties, basically, Ashwaju manifests a tangible commitment to inclusivity and equitable representation across board. He said it that he's going to commission or inaugurate a cabinet of national competence, right? So it was a very powerful message that fosters a profound sense of belonging and loyalty among politicians, and then consolidating the nation's unity as well. Of course, we can't discountenance the fact that Wike earned it, right? So as we've seen, the difference between Tinubu and a couple of politicians, especially somebody like Atiku, is because of his non-treacherous nature to keeping promises. He's not a serial betrayer. it's more or less like a contract. When you fulfill your own part of the end of that contract, then you expect me to reciprocate, in a similar gesture. That is basically what you are seeing here. So, for instance, John Owa Eno, right, the second candidate from Cross River State, you will see Ayade is not on the list. So Ayade tried, it was an agreement, because Owa Eno was completely stripped naked politically in Cross River State. He was primed. He was primed to be the gubernatorial candidate. He was going to win the primaries. But of course, Ayade wanted his successor. He wanted the incumbent governor to be the governor. So Ayade took he had all the House of Rep tickets. He had all the senatorial tickets, including himself, and he had the gubernatorial ticket. Onwayeno had nothing. So he was in court, and he was going to win the case in court if he had gone to even up to Supreme Court. Asiwaju stepped in and told him on this podium, "Let this end, I beg you," and publicly told him to withdraw cases from the court. And that was what he did. And he has always done that in the past. If he tells you, wait, just wait, and let's work together, and let's see the result. If the result pans out fine, you should expect something back. That's what you see. So John Onwa-Eno and Wike is a testament and evidence to the fact that the judicious combination of these community leaders, bodes well for realization of sustainable developments, even among the 6 geopolitical zones of Nigeria, especially now that we are having so much of our fault lines, being basically interwoven almost every day by some selfish individuals or politicians. So Wike on the list, we can debate about Wike's politics. A lot of people do not like him because, of course, I do not expect them to like him, especially from the PDP camp and the obedient, especially the obedient. The PDP, they are more, magnanimous in their own ways of
pragmatic, yes, yeah,
pragmatic and understanding politics. But obedience wouldn't. They were so mad that he wasn't gonna work for Obi. For what? What would have been the result if he had worked for Obi now? No, he's a calculated, serious politician. It's not in the business of politics to assuage your emotion or to placate your cries. No, he's there for serious business. He went into the room with the man he believed had the possibility and the chances of probably clinching the presidential ticket, and he did what he was supposed to do. It's a reward system now. So now is Wike. Then on the pedigree of what he can do, of course, we are all on this platform. We have governors in our state. Can you compare your state governors with Wike? Compare your state. Look at your state now. Anybody on this platform, you are from Oyo State, Ekiti State, Anambra State, Enugu State, or wherever you are. Compare that your governor and Wike, or the previous governors and Wike, and what Wike has been able to achieve. So on the strength of his achievement, we cannot fault him. Give him any ministry, he will deliver. He will do the job. He has the track record. So are you going to say he does not? He shouldn't be on the list, or he doesn't merit being on the list, or he's not going to perform? So you cannot fault, his performance. But you can fault if you have right to fault every other thing. Probably not looking for the party.
Yes. Enigmatic. Rashnamai wants to interject. So have that interjection. Respond to him, Enigmatic, and then I want to go to Kulata, who I'm sure also has thoughts on this list. Good to see you, Rashnamai.
Yeah, I think you might have to come to me because I'll be bailing very soon.
All right.
But anyway, I still have some more minutes before anyway, yeah. I overheard when Enigmatic was making some of his analysis here. For me, it's just, but I understand where it's coming from.
Where am I coming from?
I understand the problem. I know you are pro Tinubu. I know. I need that muscle boy. So anyway, you said something about Wike. I mean, I don't know. It's like when you compare. We used to say in Nigeria, you're comparing apples and oranges. You know, you're comparing River State to other states. I mean, do you know what River State gets? Do you know the economy, the size of the economy of the River State? You can't compare River State to my own state, say like Ondo State, or say like Ogun State, or say like maybe other states like Nasarawa State. I mean, Wike was able to do what he did because he had the economy for him and he had. So I'm just trying to chip in that so that you understand that if you're talking about, yeah, of course, he did something, he did projects, he did flyover, he's continuing building flyover around there. But the point is, you when you compare him to other, I don't think we should be comparing in this time. If he has done it so well, he has done it. But saying that what other states can you call? I mean, governor has ever done like Wike. You cannot compare, say, Abia State with River State because the allocation and whatever the revenue that what's it called? River State gets, it pales that of Abia State. So yeah, that's just the point I just want to put out so that you understand that you cannot compare. You cannot compare how Apple and Balumo, you know. So
okay, well, I take your point, and I graciously appreciate your own level of perspective. But basically, I will stand on that. Like we cannot compare Apple and Balumo as you stated. But look, the state with the least number of local governments in Nigeria is Bayelsa State. Bayelsa, go and look at the list of one of the richest states, right? By FAC allocation and by mineral resources. They are one of the most useless, let me say, they have one of the most shambolic governors, past and present, leaders. They've had a president. Go and look at their FAC allocation. What about Delta State? What about others? Let's even leave Southwest, Southeast now. South. What about other South states that are, receiving the same humongous, FAC allocation on a monthly basis? Are you aware of the fact that they had a lump sum of more than 10 years or 13 years, of FAC allocation almost paid in full through Buhari? Ask all the governor, what did they do with those funds? Wike utilized his own funds and people can see it. So we can, like I said, I'm not running, a political PR for Wike now. But when we have to be, objective. We have to, separate our politics from objectivity and from being, flamboyantly, let me say, untruthful with what's basically staring us in the eyes. Look, Wike is a performer. Whether his enemies or his political,
enigmatic. I see Wike in pretty much through the same lens that I see El Rufai. A lot of controversies wrapped around these two characters. But the one thing that is all irrefutable is their capacity to administer. And if you compare them with their peers, they stand out.
One minute, allowed.
Yeah, go on, Bishop.
Yeah, go on, Bishop.
Okay, I just want to add to what Rashanamai said. I agree with him. And one more thing, I wish I admire Wike more, but Wike would not be able to have the kind of smooth ride he had in Rivers State at the national level. And let me tell you for a fact, there was nothing like appropriation in Rivers State in all of the 8 years of Wike's administration. The state assembly, they were just there in his pocket. Wike determines how much he spends on any project that he likes. He doesn't go for any appropriation. The money comes in, he says it is for this project, and that is it. They don't debate about it. The procurement process is zero, as in zero. So, yeah, he got some things done, but it depends on his own, what he prioritized, not what the people want. Flyover everywhere, even when there are no roads. But at least he delivers something, but there were no appropriations for them. if we can have a national, if you can do that at the national level, which I seriously doubt, and that's where I have a issue with him. Availability of the fund, Rivers State gets as much as 5 times some states. I mean, I'm not using Niger Delta area now. I'm going southeast and southwest and north. So the money was there, but there were no proper appropriation. State assembly were just there at the beck and call of Governor Wike. I don't know how much of that you will be able to do as a minister.
All right, respond to that.
Can I just keep here quickly?
One man.
Let Enigmatic respond. Yeah, hold on. Let Enigmatic respond to that, and then I'll take the ministerial list round in a whirlwind sort of so that everybody can speak on it. But Enigmatic, Wike is not going to be able to administer a ministerial portfolio like a dictator, like he did in River State. And if it can't be dictatorial, then it's blunted. That is what Bishop is suggesting.
Okay, fair enough. But first of all, let me just in Nigeria, the Nigeria's political, let me say, structure, right? We all understand the fact that all the House of Assemblies in all the states, they are appendages of all the executive. We understand that. Even almost at the federal level, we can see the body language of House of Rep and Senate. They always pander to what the executive wants, especially the president. So that is a given already. Do not forget that this is not Wike's first rodeo at the national level. He was a minister before he became governor, right? Before he became governor, he was a local government. He was local government chairman of Obio for 8 years. He was chief of staff. He was SSG before he became governor. Before he became junior minister in Ministry of Education, and then briefly, maybe a year or something like that, as substantive minister of Education. Before
it was under him that they lost the Chibok girls, wasn't it? Under Wike that they lost the Chibok girls.
He did what he was supposed to do, but at the subnational level they dropped the ball, so that wasn't his fault. But that is another story for another day. Basically, what I'm telling you is he's a core politician. He knows where he belongs. He knows how to play the game wherever he goes, right? He knows that when he gets to a presidential cabinet, you are at that point, right? You are at the beck and call, and you are at the liberty of a leader who is going to be your boss. He's no more going to be the president, the state governor in his state or wherever. He understands that game. He understands the politics. But I'm basically saying this, right? Did Wike, can we query him on the strength of his performance, or he does not have the capacity to deliver when he's given the opportunity? He has, at least from what we've seen in River State, he has been able to deliver that. And then I was making a similar scenario that let's exclude some state now, right? Even in some regions where they are basically depleted with financial resources, we see what Umai was able to do. So ingeniously, we couldn't find out how he did it, but he was able to, he was able to change the landscape of Ebonyi State, and by extension, right, the structural edifice of Southeast by virtue of what he did in Ebonyi State. It's not in South. I made examples of Delta State, Bayelsa State. Edo State governor, he's been there for almost 8 years. He's basically just in office, like he's on holidays. So we can query his type of politics, but we can really not, discountenance his performance and capacity to deliver when given the opportunity. Basically.
All right, hold steady, Enigmatic. Let's bring other voices in, and let's bring Kulata in. I'll come to you after Kulata, Rational Mind.
One man, it will not be fair now that you after Enigmatic, Kulata. These are all, we all know how they are stand now. These are all partify or sympathizer of Tinubu. Bring other people like a Kene, other people that is not Tinubu yet. They cap it up with the Kulata and Jalkoko at the end.
Well, Kulata is not Tinubu now. Kulata is
we know.
Kulata is a geek. Kulata is
going to start.
Geek.
Let me tell you. Kulata is going to start.
Geek now.
Let me tell you. Kulata is going to start. No, I don't like this ministerial list, but at the end of the day, there's light on the another tunnel. No. Let's hear other voices.
All right.
I go use you slap for.
Look at that.
Only don't see me finish.
I wanted to interject. I was shut down. I said, no, don't interject. Let somebody die.
It's only I wanted to take it round, because I know if I start to, then nobody will get to speak. So I wanted to take it around quickly. But since you've broken the chain, then let's hear from you first. Then War Peace, and then we go to Kulata.
Okay, because I love Verso. I love Verso. I know, because if I hear Igmatic hear you, that means I just say everything what they do now they good. At least I want to find somewhere find fault. So two of you just give assertion that at the end of the day.
I want to interject because when they don't agree, make I
interject. Anyway, one man. There's nothing new about this list, These are just political compensation. He just compensated these people that work for him. According to Egmatic words, there's nothing special about this list. But let me drop Rufai and Wiki aside. We know those purely political. These other people, I've not seen anything special about them. They have done. If you are talking about, I'm challenging Egmatic on this right now. If you are talking about APC people that have performance, that means Honorable Dennis Idahosa should have been the best for them. That representing Edo, of that Southwest in Edo State, APC. That guy built bridges, not like just political bridges. Bridges between Ondo and Edo State, schools, programs, and all that. They compare him and in Edo State. Ovia.
Yeah, what is it, central or north? Is it south or central?
No. South. The south now. He's the best in APC in Nigeria.
Okay.
He's the best.
Let me explain that Edo State to you if you give me a second, just briefly. So they are considering the APC gubernatorial candidate from south and central, right? So that's the arrangement. So they ceded the ministerial position to the north. So the central and south will battle out for the gubernatorial ticket of Edo State. So they've left it for them. So in the outside, if you place the politics well, it could probably be one of those. That's it.
Okay, yeah. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, we know the people, yeah. But what I was saying, if people want to do something exceptional, these people is not supposed to be the people supposed to see at the beginning. For real, let's be factual. We don't need people here right now. None of them did anything exceptional in their states. These are the people that was in Buhari regime that were copied.
Wike did not do anything exceptional in his state.
I said remove Wike and El-Rufai from the list. I dropped them, those two of them. I dropped them and followed the rest.
Right.
And I just dropped those two and talking about the rest. These are the people that are just coming from Buhari regime that we called field regime. And these are the people that is here now too. So what are we talking about?
So can you mention any one of them that was in Buhari's regime? And are you trying to say Umai did not do anything in Ebonyi State?
Hold on. Now, we'll not start talking what about this. We are talking about the economy. Nigeria have three challenges right now. We have local challenges, we have national challenges, and we have international challenges. So now we need to bring some powerful heads, which in that space of that international and national. These other people can feel the local, like the Kichi cabinet, like you said, head of service or one thing controlling. But we need sharp brains, sharp head now that can come into this space and turn the economy around.
Sorry, how many of the people on the ministerial list do you know?
Thank you very much.
Probably everybody I'm seeing here, I know. The lady that is there, who is she? What has she done? Cross River. That is not just Hold on now. That's why I mentioned Dennis Dawson. Because obviously you don't even know Dennis Dawson, what he did in Edo State.
But
so if what he did,
I don't know now. I won't tell you what he did.
I understand. What she did was just in our own local government. I don't think the next person in Ebonyi State knew what she did. I don't say she doesn't do anything, and she's just APC woman, youth this thing, and she's being compensated.
Go on. I think you should take time sorry for cutting you off, but look, I know when I started my conversation, I took two people out of the list. I said Badaru and Bagudu, right? Can you question? Okay, from the list now. Let's start from the top. Erufai, right? Ohaneye, take that one out. Wike, Umai, Alake, Edu, take Kiari out. Fagbemi. No, one man, come down, come back. I just want to, by the pictures, I want to go by the pictorial stuff.
All right.
So, this one right here, the one go up a little bit, one man, sorry. A little bit. Yes. Pate, right? Look at you'll be amazed to have.
He's a professor, isn't he? Isn't he a professor?
He's a professor in Harvard. And then he turned down an offer from Gavi. Go and look at it, right? Then hold on, let me just tell you. Go and look at Adelabu, right? Check Adelabu profile out. Check Dangiwa profile out. Dangiwa, right? I think his current position is the ED of Federal Mortgage Bank or whatever. And then, like I said, of course, there are room for improvements. But Tinubu will not come to the US to pick Biden or Obama. He's still going to pick Nigerians from across the world.
Yeah. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about.
Walpis, you don't know enough about these people just to sweep.
Well, no. One man. Don't support your protege. Don't do that. I know. We know yesterday. Yesterday, Mohammed was telling you, don't make it. We know when people call it pro. I think among the people that is fighting that this platform is not pro Tinubu. It's just a platform that everybody come and try to view.
Can you be more globalist in your mindset in your conversation?
Yeah, let me tell you something. Let me
Buhari or
no. Matic, let me tell you. Of course. Nigerians still have brains there. You know, we have good professors, we had hardworking people that got the brain. They have good people that can stand as a Minister of Medicine of Health in Nigeria from Ekiti. But 4 states have very good teaching hospitals with good doctors and professors of medicine that can do very well. We have good brains in Nigeria. We are expecting good people with good record, who are deterrents, who are authoritarians. We know them. We know these people in Nigeria. But we keep seeing same names are being in the previous cabinet. That's what I'm saying. If Mr. Keyamo comes to being the minister, makes the minister list tomorrow, am I going to be surprised? Is he going to do anything different? Do anything spectacular?
Sorry, how many of these 28 names are familiar to you?
Most of them are politicians with Tinubu for the past and Buhari for the past. But the fact they didn't have position there, he just said if some people didn't get position during the sabotage, now they are getting position. They campaign with Tinubu.
36-year-old.
No, yes, he was in Rivers campaign. He was working with Tinubu from Rivers. I didn't hear from Edmatic. So no, that's not my issue. Now, we say we teach you live by standard and you make a standard everybody follows. There's a problem in Nigeria. Anything that goes up in Nigeria doesn't come down anymore. Buhari started this minister without portfolio. I don't expect people to go below the bed. And Baja Miller is trying to explain to us why. I think you have to set the standard back, like, yes, this is my regime, we have to do what is right. How can you be appointing minister without portfolio? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Oh, you are appointing people, you are screening.
I agree with that, by the way. I don't like this idea of taking This is the Minister for Health. On what basis are they screening them at the Senate if they are not matching them to?
Yeah. What are you screening them for? Okay, you are elected, you are screened.
Hold on. Let walk
on this list now. On this list now, the let me say maybe the 2 or 3 on this list that may probably have the scenario of taking a bow and leave will be Umai and Kiari, ex-senators, Kiari and Umai, and then BTO, the guy from Ondo State, Olubomi Tunjojo. Those 3 of them, anyone that has that legislative experience, it's more or less like a camaraderie for them. those are the ones that we probably see that will have the situation of take a bow and go. With the exception of those, I'm not seeing anyone here who will be taking a bow and go.
Yeah.
Once again, just a second. Once again, look, we can say politics or no politics, right? There are individuals on this list that I can bet you that even some of us can't stand them. This Adelabu that you are looking at, this guy, this Adelabu right here, go and check out his profile. He's a first-class graduate accounting from OAU, right? He was a partner or an executive director or something like that at PwC, at FH Federal, like 3 different banks before he was at CBN. Look, El-Rufai that you are even seeing professionally. Go and look at him. Like I said, take Badaru and what's his name? And the other guy.
All right.
Out. You can speak to their strengths, not just the cliche of just want to rubbish people, but just for political reasons. We can speak to their strengths at least.
All right. Carry on with your thoughts, and then we go on from you to Kulata.
Yeah, thank you, Waman. Exactly. Thank you too. But what you're saying does not exempt them from what is going on right now. How can a president is West Vast and has people around him? Now, as a president, he has people around him. Submit a list, not all the list now. Submit a list and with a portfolio. And screen them for what? Are you going to screen them for their pedigree or screen them for their past antecedents? I don't understand. What's the need of going to the House, to the Senate to screen them where there's no portfolio? Because at least you are screening them on their portfolio. If what you are giving to them, if they can handle if they can handle it, or if they fit into that position. Okay, now if you bring El-Rufai and put in Minister of Health, then you will say because he has a past antecedent as a minister of Abuja, he can't handle health. You're not supposed to be doing this. This is one of the things Buhari did that we were saying is a dumb man, as dumb as a rock. Mr. President Tinubu should not go on that trajectory at all. Mostly now we need the optics. He needs to change the game and remove that from those dirty Thomas mind. Like, look, politics is over. It is time to fall asleep and let's work together. You have to bring people that will encourage people to come out and join you to work. All this I'm saying is politicians. I'm not against him appointing them, and I'm not surprised he's not bringing portfolio. Then I won't be surprised if the economy is not turned around in 2 years' time, because all this time around we are right now see the list and say we are already making an excuse for them. As they say in Benin, in the road of farm, you know the child that work in the farm. This is what we are saying right now. What are we going to expect from these people? Mostly bringing that portfolio, bringing Mr. without a portfolio. It does not make sense. That's what I really want to say here. I'm not against whatever he appointed. Who he appointed, it's all politics, and he has to compensate them. But and again, Tinubu have to do one thing. He has to at least have a international face, and he has to stay far from corruption. They say if they are roasting bird in the fire, the chicken, the fowl or the cock eye is not good in the head, because they are all bad. You cannot be having scandal on your own. Everybody you are appointed from Bajamila to Bagudu, everybody have scandal. We don't need that. At least make it look a bit decent. Thank you, Wama. Let the other people speak.
All right, brilliant. We go on to Kulata, but Kulata, what piece stands you accused? So we have to bring you in properly because you now stand accused by what piece. So let's
don't mind that Edo guy.
All right, let's bring you in properly under your new banner. All right, so give us the Agbado take there on the Tinubu list.
Actually, it will look it's going to sound like World Peace influenced what I'm about to say, but it did not, because I already shared my initial thoughts with you, one man.
Yes.
This is very underwhelming. This list is very underwhelming. You can spin it however you want. Like, this is supposed to be Tinubu's list. Tinubu's specialty is supposed to be a man that can spot talent. This looks like political favors, in my opinion. It doesn't look like a list of competence. I'm going to bifurcate the list this way. There's some people that we can categorize as technocrats, and there's some people that you can categorize as good administrators, at least by Nigerian standards. And the bulk of them are just generic IOU politicians. That is the biggest block, and that is very disappointing. When we look at people that at least, and one big miss in this list is very insular. There's no outside thought. There's no someone with UK or Yankee thought process, someone just to shift the way they think, someone to bring in new ideas. Because I see this list more like
too Nigerian. Is it too Nigerian?
It's too inbred. It's too Nigerian. There's no, there's no Okonjo coming from somewhere. There's no addition. There's no international flair. There's no. It's not flavorful. It's very dull. It's like fufu. It's like you're eating fufu and ila with not a lot of stew, no meat. So that is kind of what I'm seeing here. I mean, when you take them one by one, yeah, they're the obvious guys that are technocrats. Edun is one. Adelabu, of course, the deputy CBN, first class, the way you graduate, a geek. You have there's a lady in, I think, is it a Delta lady or something? She knows a little. She knows some stuff. The guy from Benue is a core engineer. The Joseph Utsev, I'm gonna mispronounce his name. And when I also look at it, like in terms of who can you call technocrats? Maybe one. No, okay, Dele Alake, you can call Dele Alake because the journalist, you can see he's a technocrat. But that's pretty much it. And then the next list is good administrators, and that's where you see, okay, El Rufai. You see, what's his name? Umayi. You see, who else is there? Like an ex-governor, an Wiki, kind of.
Badaru, yeah.
Badaru, I don't know about Badaru, but isn't Bagudu too there or something?
Oh, Bagudu, not Badaru. Bagudu.
The Badaru is there, but is Bagudu there? Bagudu is the Abacha money guy. Is he there?
He is there.
Bagudu is there. Can you imagine?
Madaru is a Fulefu Promas. Just forget that one.
Yeah, so you have all that. Then you now have all these people. When I look at them, especially the woman from Anambra, she sells baby products, baby, and it's like a market person that went into politics. And you see, Latif Fagbemi is a technocrat. I forgot. Sorry, apologies. Is a technocrat. So you see all these names that you could look at their profile.
Ali Pate is a technocrat too.
There's Professor, that guy that Bill Gates recommended. That's Bill Gates' candidate. That professor, that Northerner from Harvard, that's a Bill Gates nominee. That he made it. That one too is a technocrat. And
Wale Edun is a technocrat.
I've already mentioned Wale Edun as a technocrat. Wale Edun, of course, is a technocrat. So I mean,
Dangiwa is a technocrat.
Who be Dangiwa? Tani Babe. Sorry, Dangiwa from Katsina. I don't know about that one. If you go and check your profile, is this someone? You can. The thing is, you just check this profile. You see that they ran for Senate, they did not win this, or they ran for this, did not win that, or it's something along those lines. That's when I now saw that woman from Anambra. She sells baby products.
Federal Mortgage Bank, whatever.
Okay, then we can call Dangiwa a technocrat. But don't you?
It's not anything. She no be anything.
So Okotete at least had some small. It's not the technocrat. She has some small portfolio. There's another woman. No, I messed up. The Imo State woman, Doris Uzoka. She was a medical doctor turned banker. That is this guy, Imo governor's candidate. But at least she knows some stuff. She rose in Zenith Bank. So as imagine, it's not that Okotete. Sorry. But then then you now take out the wikis, Dave Umaris, you take out those governors that we can say quote unquote perform. Then the rest, pathetic, like terrible.
Who stands out for you on the list? Who stands out? Who's the shining name? Which name shines through?
The name, I mean, the name that shines through, we're expecting it anyway. Edu shines through. Adelabu shines through. I mean, I don't want to sound like it's a Yoruba that I'm just picking Yoruba names. But Tinubu wasted opportunity because in the southeast, APC is shit, pardon my French, in the southeast. You could have used the opportunity to just bring brilliant people in the southeast. Very brilliant people that have nothing to do with politics. You just wasted that to be doing political favors for...
Do you think the Southeast is sufficiently represented on this list? And this is an incomplete list, by the way, but do you think they are sufficiently represented, the Southeast?
As far as this incomplete is concerned, they're well represented. You have Abia, you have Anambra, you have Imo, you have Ebonyi. What other Southeast states? You have Enugu. It's represented now. What else? I mean, what else? There's maybe one more coming. But it's a wasted opportunity. Why do you all APC politicians that in Southeast nobody will vote for? Why just waste that? You can have brought people that are not politicians from the Southeast or some states in the South, like South, like Delta or something. You can have used the opportunity to bring areas where you're weak. Forget about the politics in those areas where you're weak. You'll never win in those areas. So why don't you bring technocrats? And you can see that when you look at this, apart from maybe Edun is exposed, he has foreign exposure, but he's been in Nigeria for too long. Do we see like 2-3 names that are bringing some revolutionary thought, I mean, Abroadian, just a flavor, different idea, diversity, diverse ideas. All these people, they're gonna the way I describe it is the way they're gonna segment themselves. And then the big group is like Agunton group. It's just directionless.
Kulata. So are you saying Nigerians are not capable of critical thinking, but people abroad are the only one that...
No. We need a mix. We need a mix. We need different,
But some of these people already have exposure too.
My popsy used to use one English word about this kind of situation. I really cannot remember the word. The word is to describe like inbreeding, like someone that went to university, did primary, went to ISI, went to UI, did first degree in UI, did masters in UI, did PhD in UI. So all your exposure is just UI. Not like, all right, you went to Aberdeen for something just to bring some different flavor of thinking into the mix. We don't have that, is lacking in this list. And there are opportunities where you could inject that in this list that got wasted on politics. Because what is Uju going to deliver? Uju or Aneye? What is she going to deliver? What is Stella Okotete? What is she going to do to deliver or help Tinubu politically? I mean, let's be frank. This is disappointing. This is supposed to be Tinubu. This is supposed to be his specialty, his talent. This is bullshit. But
which star name were you expecting to see that you've not seen?
I don't even need a particular star name. I want to see a profile. I want to see a profile that maybe worked in McKinsey. Like 1 or 2. Worked in McKinsey, worked in Bain, or someone like that's bringing like substance.
International flavor,
yeah, international flavor, or maybe work in BlackRock or something.
You will see my name, Kulata. You go see my name. Don't worry.
I'm not liking this list, though. I'm not gonna lie. I've been frowning since I saw it this morning. Like, what the hell is
this? I'm excited by the list. I'm excited by I'm excited by El Rufai. I'm excited by Wike. I'm excited.
Those are expected now.
I'm excited by Fagbemi. But these are the people that are going to govern you. So what more do you want now?
You will look on me.
You want to see Michael Jackson on the list? What are you looking
for? No. I mean, you get what I'm saying. See, look. Okay, I'm going to have to compare with Obasanjo. Obasanjo, or I don't know if it's Obasanjo or Atiku, they brought in some international firepower into their cabinet. I am not saying international firepower in this list. And I think we deserve it because we're not going to be in denial. Those rock stars, they helped. They helped. Okonjo brought some ideas into the mix. That's the bow tie guy. What's his name? That Yoruba bow tie guy. Brought some additional. Even Obi, as terrible as she is now, she had some substance to add, Madam Due Process. But these guys are just politicians. Even the ones that are supposedly technocrats, they stay too much in politics. No, I'm not. I hope the remaining 28 minus 42, what's that math again? I hope the remaining
about 12 or so left. 13.
12 or 14 left. I hope they're rock stars, though, because this list, though, me, I know bad on this list at all. I can't even pretend. I know bad.
Kulata, like 22. Kulata, 22 list, 22, 25.
Kulata, you just said it all. Like what I was that I missed. I wanted to use these people that are in this list right now. They have been in power. They have been in corridor of power for too long, and we don't need such people. Just like you said that.
Look at the profile. Commissioner of one thing. Commissioner of bread and butter. This one ran for House of Rep. Kiniko.
Yeah.
What are they coming to do?
Bring some people that is new, that is not attached to politics.
Kulata, I want to thank you very much. You are speaking the mind of my mind this night. I don't know
all right. And with that, he cannot take the floor. So he cannot take the floor, but it looks as though I concur is what you're about to say. But I was excited, but you guys are dampening my mood. What are you making of Tinubu's 28?
Kulata has said everything. In short, I've given kudos. Being an APC member coming here to say the truth is not easy. So
I'm not an APC member.
I don't know. But you see, I understand the point of enigmatic. Enigmatic is going the point of political, because in terms of politics, I would say that Tinubu has balanced his political career in 2027. That is what the only thing I see here. 2027 is sure for him to win in the next cycle of election with this list now. But in terms of national performance, this list, I don't know where it's going, but I just pray that they perform. It's not my prayer that they will not perform. My prayer is that they will perform. So what Kulata has said, I'll just summarize everything. We need our country. The situation of our country now doesn't need politics at all. It doesn't need any type of politics. It needs a serious-minded, both in appointment and carrying out the duties of the day-to-day duties of our national activities. So I'm not seeing it. All these ones, even Umahi, whatever you want to compare him, Umahi is still a politician. Umahi and the Wike is just only road construction, and this is not the type of thing our nation need now. We need our economy to bounce back. These two guys, you cannot say that economically they are sound, despite the fact that they deliver in terms of infrastructure. So, but in terms of economy, I didn't see their remark. So, and what our nation need now is people that will join hands together and reverse our economy, put it in a better position. The country is going down. For this politics of a thing needs to end. And if I go by Tinubu campaign promise, I will say I'm disappointed, because he made the promise. He said I will hit the ground running, right, starting from day one. So if after close to 60 days, this list, if this is what you have for almost, he would have announced it the first day of his office. Now this is not something that you need to wait for 60 days to announce. This list, as in this list now, at least many people expect this kind of list as a politician. But waiting for too long, we thought that maybe something different might come in. But at the end of the day, still bring out the list that a lot of Nigerians are expecting. So why waiting? You would have announced it for about, in short, second day of your office, you should have announced this list. Even Beteru you are praising, Beteru, we know his role in your campaign. So giving him a ministerial position is not something that is very, it's not something that I'm not expecting. He played a very big role in your campaign. I know the woman very well. She's the woman leader of APC. I know the type of role that she played in Tinubu campaign. So giving her ministerial list is not a surprising thing to me. That that the other woman is hired to a waiting. I know her role in Tinubu campaign. So being in the ministerial list is not what I'm expecting it. A lot of them, I know the role they played in the campaign. So it's just like they're paying them back maybe the promise they made to them. They're just trying to compensate them. So it's not a new thing. This thing is what he would have done if this is what he have for a very long time. So staying for a very long time to this time still give us what we are expecting. It's not new to me. So that is what I want to say.
So is it an Agbado list? It's an Agbado list.
That is it now. It's still are you saying that nobody, even right from the day one, I know that Wike will be in this list. I know that Wike will be in this list.
Does it deserve to be on the list? It's not just that but does it deserve to be on the list, Wike?
Wike, for me, maybe he deserves to be there. Because Wike deserves to be there, not in terms of the role he played and everything that he did in the campaign. He needs to be there. You understand? But I pity the other governors that work with him because I see him as a selfish man. He used other ones to get his position. In short, everything that this man said about him, what is his name? The man in Kogi State.
Dino.
Everything he just appeared now. Everything he said about him is true. He's pretending that you don't need all these ministerial lists, you don't need the vice president, but at the back he's robbing for it. He's going after it, calling in the night.
Can you hear me?
So, yeah.
When I lost respect for that guy, I mean, I've never been a fan of him really, but then when I really lost respect for him was after that their primaries, at that very primaries when it was like anybody that win the election, I will support him. But when Atiku play out, they show out the northern style. Look at how he backtrack, and then he had to become what he is, and how he worked against his party. Initially,
if this is the only reason he killed PDP, I'm very disappointed in him. If this is the only reason he killed PDP. I mean, he
did. What I'm saying is, initially I had no problem with it because I felt bad for the way they played him. But on a second thought, when I start looking at the whole thing too, I look at it like, nah, this guy. Because when you are disloyal, it shows that you are that kind of person. You always be a disloyal person. Now he's with Tinubu, right? Let something just happen, or something just happen, and then we're going to see people like that are very disloyal, that are disloyal to their own party, and you wonder where their allegiance is. So as long as something is their own belly is involved, their stomach is involved, or whatever it is they are seeking is involved, they will switch sides. After a critical looking at that, what he did against the party. This is a guy. I mean, that very their primary. He was saying it. But maybe he knew that he was going to win that. He was going to win their primaries. Anybody that did anything here today, I promise I will support the president. So you see that guy, people like that.
Even the way he called APC cancer and called PDP malaria. Today he's now a member of the cancer. The thing is I'm just saying it. But even if you couldn't have go far in condemning using those words that he used when he was campaigning against APC.
One man, did you not play? Was it you that played it here, or did I see that where he was lamenting that I would APC to free Akbar, that kind of thing? I mean, where you go cancer.
Only one person can be a minister from a state. I will not be a minister. I will not.
So this guy, I don't know his own politics. I don't know the type of. But if this is the reason why he killed PDP, I'm very disappointed at him. Because if he had stayed put and worked for PDP, he would have even get a better position. But anyway, good luck to him. I don't know, but for me, if they can give me somebody that can give us power in this country,
Tiku PDP now.
Can I make a comment, man?
I think we'll kill PDP, sure, but they would have still, as their party, the way he said he loved PDP, and he's now, everything he's doing now is anti-PDP, and so it doesn't make sense now. He would have stay put and build PDP, no matter what happened. We see even see just even APC has a lot of problem today, but people are not seeing it. But you know, APC has a very big problem. But people are not seeing it. Just the way they are managing it.
All right, Prince, have that interjection, and then from that interjection, we go on to rational mind. Prince, good to see you.
Yeah, you too, man. Hello, everyone. Wike did not kill PDP because of our ministerial position. He wanted to be the president, actually. So he would have settled for a VP. But let's not minimize what happened. It wasn't for ministerial position. And by the way, just like we know, somebody said it earlier, he worked for it. He worked hard for it, directly or indirectly. So whatever he gets, he deserves it. But one thing also, I'm always like super taken aback when people are surprised by the way politicians act. It's you people that disappoint yourselves, not the politicians. I'm not sure what exactly you guys are expecting anyways. I'm not sure what you guys are expecting. I mean, we expect them to do their best, but to have your own perception what is to happen, it doesn't turn out the way it should be. I mean, you guys don't play the games. I mean, not to insult anyone that's a politician on this platform, but you guys don't play the game if you're not a politician. They play the game, they are in the fight, and they know how things work. So it is what it is. I guess I take Enigmatic's position on this analysis. I don't know most of those people, but I'm glad that lady Musawa, she made it. I think she's brilliant. I mean, Kolata wants somebody from that's out of Nigeria. I think she's one of those people. I think she's brilliant. And Tinubu, the people.
She's pretty and she speaks with a good accent.
She's not smart,
right? I don't know. What are you saying that you concluded that she's smart? I don't know. I'm honestly asking.
The farmer needs a wife. Is it I should use babe factor to capture you?
I'm wondering. She speaks Queen's English and then she's pretty. So she's foreign educated. But what has she proven?
But you mentioned that. Also, you don't know her profile. You don't know what her profile says.
I checked her profile, but I've not seen what she's done for you to make that remark.
No, I was just making a remark that she's out of the country. You wanted somebody from out of the country, at least one or two.
To bring in foreign thinking. She's a politician at this point.
So what I actually would have liked for you to have compared all those so-called smart people that Obasanjo employed in a ministerial position, what they did that benefited Nigeria. I mean, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, they did a lot. The GDP of the country expanded a lot under Obasanjo.
GDP based on oil or what else?
GDP not just based on oil, on liberalization of the economy. It's not just on oil, mostly on liberalization of the economy. It worked. They brought in fresh ideas. And we need fresh ideas.
Most of those folks you are talking about, they came in the second half of OBJ's administration when he won his second term. Are you aware of that? All these folks
I'm not aware of. I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, they came during the second term. In the first term, list during the first term.
That's a good part right there. Yeah.
Yeah, we keep speaking about this list back and forth. I believe everybody we are standing with maybe you can Google the list of the previous administrations. Look, once again, this is the first term of this guy, and there's a reason. I believe there will still be a reshuffling of the cabinet at a time, right? We are still waiting for at least 25 lists. But like I said again, go back to even OBJ that brought Okonjo, Soludo, and all of them. Go and look at when he brought them into the administration, not the first term. Go and look
is that why we should have Uju that sells baby products?
No, that's not justified. But look, what I think, I buy your point about the place that he doesn't really need votes, which is the Southeast, that regardless of what you do, they're still gonna knock you down regardless. They don't like you, they don't like your party. But of course, I think for him to get top-notch technocrats from that place. It still has to do with politics. Well, Kulata, there's no way you skin this, right? You still have to do it through politics. Because when Okonjo-Iweala and Soludo, all of them, when they were coming back to Nigeria, right, they came through PDP, like more or less like a PDP platform or whatever. And that's why you see them being Okonjo-Iweala now being pro PDP, Labour Party, because they are part of PDP, so to say. So when you say in Anambra State, I want a powerful technocrat from Anambra State, give me someone from Anambra State, and you notice that whoever it is in Anambra State, right? You cannot really link, because it has to go through the political process, and the political process he aligns probably with Peter Obi, who does not even cut anything with your agenda, who is not going to bring anything on board that actually syncs with your own progressive idea and stuff like that. So there's no way you skin it, Kulata. Eh? You still have to
enigmatic
politics.
Are you trying to tell me Tony Elumelu or one of those guys cannot recommend an egghead to Tinubu without political consideration, and he'll be able to take them, especially from that space, the southeast and some southern space, because politically Tinubu has no play in those places. So why just waste it to give politicians that will not move the needle for him? I mean,
that's something you have to. We have to wait to see, or yet to be determined. But
another thing to make this stark. Hold on. To make this a stark reality for you, look at that list and tell me which one of them will end up as the WTO the WTO secretary or World Bank one-to-one thing. Just look at that list. Apart from that minister, apart from that health guy, that definitely Harvard and all that stuff. Edun is Edun. But apart from that, look at that list. Picture one of them leading in the future a worldwide organization. I do not see it. I'm not a soothsayer, but there's no vibe. That vibe is not there.
You appear to be a soothsayer. You don't know. We don't know.
Kulata, who do you think will be the Minister of Finance here?
Let's even think like this, Kulata.
I think Wale Edun will be the Minister of Finance.
Edun is light years ahead. Eh?
Let's think like this for a second, right? Okay. Let's think about Atiku now and Obi. Let's think about Atiku and Obi for a second. What type of Nigerians would you be expecting them to bring on board? Because are we not going to see Ndikato? Are we not going to see Okonkwo? Are we not going to see the Director General from Ekiti State? Even if you are talking about Nigeria from diaspora, hold on. If you are talking about Nigeria from diaspora now, the way you just mentioned, right? The current secretary to the government of Enugu State, I think it came from the UK or wherever. Then let's go back to history again.
It's not Enugu.
No, it's Enugu
State. Sorry to cut you. You said something that I think they didn't see there. During Obasanjo's first tenure, Adamu Siroma was the first finance minister in 1999, if you remember. It wasn't Okonjo-Iweala. What Obasanjo did was to first of all stabilize. And then you will note that during his first tenure, he was always traveling. I'm sure he was trying to build relationship, but he was also trying to get people. And who was the major technocrat that came in? It was just Ngozi now.
In the first time,
it's not just Ngozi.
I think it will be additional as well.
There are many other technocrats. Sorry, guys.
Like you said, right?
One thing I don't like is Tinubu.
Sorry to say. WTO.
Patrick, listen. One thing I don't like, we should not delude ourselves. What do we know, or what do we praise Tinubu for? Talent hunting. Talent hunting. If it was Buhari that came up with this list, who gives a shit? I mean, sorry.
Now tell me, Tell me,
One second.
take out that woman that you say is a baby, whatever.
Sell it.
Tonta, baby, tonta dolly.
Uju,
Uju
yes.
tonta dolly. Uju
Then
tonta
I will not
dolly.
be able to make
Pampers
very
and
strong
nappies.
comment.
Pampers and nappies.
Yeah.
I will not be able to make strong comment until I see the portfolio assigned to them. Then point to me apart from that woman. Which of
We
them
don't
do you
have baby portfolio now, so
which
what's
of
what
them?
are
But
you talking about?
okay,
Which of them do you
no,
think is
we're trying to be funny here.
talent? Which of them
But
do you think will not do the work that is assigned to do among them?
Guys, let's not try and rationalize this.
No,
This
you
is
are just saying
disappointing.
somebody from
no
abroad.
rationalize.
The fact that
Well,
the
let me
person
wrap
is
up quickly.
abroad now,
So
Hold on, Patrick. Hold on, Patrick. Let Prince come in. Prince, come in.
sorry, Daddy.
okay, my definition of well, I guess one of my definition of a leader is someone that I can accept their mistakes. So I'm more than happy and comfortable to see Tinubu do things and make mistakes. But beyond that, actually, I think we all know also he's quick to firing people. I think it will reshuffle. That's like just like somebody said, or fire who needs to be fired. He's not going to just stick with some people that
Prince Daddy.
No,
Can I
no,
interject you?
let Prince land, rational mind, and then you take the floor after he lands. Yeah. Prince, carry on.
Yeah. So yeah, I respect his decision making. It's not God or a God, and but however, if he makes mistakes, I trust him to uh change his course, to rechannel his course to do what is right for the country and by the people. So so far again, I mean I take all criticism about this the list of people on there right now, but quite frankly I don't know what to make of it. We've seen some pretty good names on there and I understand 12 more is to come. And that is fine. But but so far so good as far as I can say. Is doing his best, and that's a great point that Enigmatic made about Bassinger's second term. No matter how you guys want to put it, politics has to be played. It's all about politics. Okay, maybe in his second term, maybe different. But I do understand Colata's point about well, those like the southeast or where is not strong politically. Why not use technocrats? But again, somebody responded that hey, it's all about politics. Somebody has to make a recommendation. So let's not look at the whole thing in a vacuum or in silo. It's everything works together. I trust Tinubu to make the right decisions. If he made a wrong step, I expect him also to correct his steps. Thanks, Mark.
All right, thank you. So you're up next, Rational Mind. So now tell us now why El Rufai, with all of the killings in Kaduna State, and that comment he made about religion, and then so do your thing, that thing you do. Rational Mind, let's hear from you.
You see what you just said. Do my thing. So you just want to box me into one corner so that I will not really be able to express my thought on other things that I really wanted to say. I mean, I'm not here to come and be talking about everybody. Is not my problem, even though it's one of the problems that Nigeria has.
All right, to the list, impressed or not?
Yeah. So you see, first of all, I just want to say something about what some people like Prince Daddy and Enigmatic were saying here, but especially to Prince Daddy, when he said something like, I mean, I prefer for him to make mistakes, dude. Let's. I don't know where. We just heard somebody who just came back from Nigeria. Was it the other? So a few days ago, yesterday I was hearing him on the platform here. Nigeria is in a very, very precarious situation right now. Nigeria is, I mean, it's at the verge of maybe total collapse now. If I'm not mistaken, people are hard pressed in that country, and you want him to start experimenting at this time? This is the guy who said during his campaign, "We'll hit the ground running from the first day." It took him how many months? Over 2 months now. He has not even called. He has not even. I mean, to tell you that this guy wasn't prepared. He just won because this is the same person they were selling to us during the election time. Oh, he's prepared. Look at what he did in Lagos. He has all the technocrats. He knows what he's doing. And look at the kind of list that we just saw, that we just released. We know there are still more to come, but look at the first batch of the list that we just saw. Nothing exciting about it. You see, you talk about Abiola won back in 1993. It's because people knew Abiola, the kind of person he was, that he was a businessman, an international businessman, and his the stock just rose, just skyrocketed at that time because people have that confidence. What was the confidence we saw in this guy? Besides all the baggages around him. And now we are here talking about his list that is so bland that it doesn't even make any, I mean, it doesn't make sense to some of us. I don't say all of us, some of us. And so some of us are, I mean, besides Wale Edun, besides him, I don't really, even Wale Edun himself, what did he do? Apart from bringing the, was it the Commissioner of Finance or whatever during the Tinubu'S era? So, I mean, these are just still people, the same hands that we've seen.
What about Lateef Fagbemi?
I don't know anything about Lateef Fagbemi. You asked me about that. I don't know anything.
What about Dele Alake?
Oh God, I know Dele Alake, but I just want to talk about this kind of people. So
Dele Alake is a politician now, no matter what.
They're all politicians. I mean, the point we're trying to say is this: Nigeria is in a very sorry state right now. This guy should have got his crap together when he said he's going to hit the ground running from day one. I mean, look how he took him, and then look at what he did. Wow. You have to wait and see how this list really, what impact is going to have.
Did he not hit, rational mind, did he not hit the ground hard enough with our subsidy is gone? That wasn't a hard hit.
Thank you. He hit the ground.
That wasn't a hard hit.
What has been the reaction?
And then it's been running now. It's been running. Yes, yeah.
How is running the country? Do you know how much the dollar changed for today? Over $900, over 900 naira to $1. What are we talking about? This guy came in when dollar was like, I mean, in the what's it called? In the black market, it was like 6 cents or something. I mean, 6 something. Look at how he just plunged the whole thing down. So, and I'm thinking about all of this. So for me, you see, we just have to wait and see, because I don't see anything so bland. The materialist is so bland that I don't even see anything so exciting about it that will really excite the market.
Well, man, I just hope you are going to allow me to speak on this list as well.
What's that?
You go talk.
I just hope you are going to allow me to speak on this list as well.
Yeah, no, everybody will speak on it. Yes, of course.
Okay, okay, no problem. Let me just keep quiet. Somebody is provoking me now.
So, I don't know how.
Rational mind is the antichrist of the platform. He provokes everybody. Carry on.
Well,
I'm only joking, by the way. I'm joking. Carry on.
Yeah. My point is that I mean, and this whole thing about having to send a ministerial list to, you see, Nigeria is still a country that I just don't understand how we run. That is why we get what we get. How can you send ministerial? Okay, on what basis are these guys going to be interviewed in the National Assembly before they give them approvals? Okay, yes, you pass, you can go on. I mean, if somebody is sent here by Biden or other countries that I know, when they send them, they already know they attach the portfolio to which they were going to be acting. Somebody is sent for to be an Homeland Secretary. They know that is acting in that capacity as a Homeland Secretary, and the committee in that House or in the Senate will grill that person based on his record. I mean, just to tell you the robust kind of National Assembly. You see, how do you expect to build a country, a nation, a functional country like the way that country is run? When we have just anyhow things going on. Even look at the electoral law that was enacted. So many conflicting subsection and all of that, conflicting with the other section. People understand how it is. We know what is meant by what is not meant by the 25. How do we run a country like this? Now we're saying that you're seeing a list. On what basis would these people be interviewed? Just like you and I were going for an interview, and the company say, "Well, hiring anybody, just come." And they don't tell you what basis are they going to interview you? What are they going to make reference to? As in, okay, you're applying for a managerial position. You want to be a director of the how do I say, marketing, and then they're asking you, what's your marketing experience like? Have you done and all of that? And then they didn't advertise it. So what basis? So that's to tell you that when these people eventually approve these guys to go, it means they just like take a bow and go. That's what they do, like they usually in the National Assembly. Take a bow and go. On one basis. And then when they get in there, they just give a very lackluster kind of performance, and then we start wondering why our country is not running effectively. So you see, for me, I just don't know how we run a country. And this guy, I mean, we heard what his name is, chief of staff, saying that, oh, the most flimsy kind of excuse I've ever had, saying that, oh, you know, it is his prerogative to determine where he's going to put them, or maybe okay, you, Wale, you're going to be Minister of Finance.
Yeah, but can you not see the rationale though? That it gives him maneuverability, it gives him the flexibility to have a change of heart, and then to realign his thoughts. Yes. You have to give the president the best opportunity to get it right, and that is what he's saying. Yeah.
You don't want a nation. You see, that's the problem. Woman, you see, when I come on platforms like yours and other platforms like this, I just try to like protect my mental ability, my ability to think straight, because sometimes we just allow the most ridiculous kind of excuses for our leaders. I just give you an example. You were going for an interview. You must apply for a position, right? And whoever is the interviewer rather, will interview you based on whatever they're asking, the job title or whatever position they're asking.
Rational mind. That's not the case here. You understand? The National Assembly Committee is like a screening committee, just like the DSS. Are you following? Okay. Let me just explain. Just like DSS. DSS is not going to determine whether.
Wait for me. I mean, politics. I know what
government is not going to.
Don't
land.
Okay.
Let me land the interjection. So DSS is not going to say this person is fit to be this kind of minister. Is this person, in terms of background and sensitivity wise, okay to be minister? DSS will pass that person. So National Assembly will have their own criteria too. Whether it's fit for the job is not their, for a particular role is not their criteria. Is this person fit to be a minister of the Federal Republic? That's their own criteria. It is the president that determines, okay, I want to use Wale Edun. In the first 3 years, I want to use Wale Edun as Minister for Finance. In the last 1 year, just like Obasanjo did, he used Okonjo as a Minister for Foreign Affairs. He doesn't have to send her back to National Assembly for screening. She's already screened. So in the middle of the game, the guy can do anything with it. It's his own. It's not National Assembly that will say, this person is good for this role. If National Assembly is the one saying this person is good, then the National Assembly is assuming an executive power. So, okay, this person that is good to become Minister of Finance, this person that is good to become Minister of Petroleum, that means they are assuming executive power. You understand what I'm saying? So, are they okay to be minister? Yes, that's all.
Hold on. You see, when we come, no, there's nothing great about the point you just raised. This is the most, the usual ridiculous. Well, I'm not, Patrick, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just saying what you just shared.
You know, say me, I know,
we need to start thinking right, because the way we think in Nigeria.
All right, carry on, rest of my mind.
Understand? You see, sometimes some of us who are abroad, who will ordinarily say, okay, I live abroad, and how things are done abroad. We live in a society.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, rational mind.
Things works with them. Come on platforms like this. On platforms like this. I will be some platform. I don't know my Wi-Fi here. I mean one of my.
No, you're good where you are now. Stay where you are now. Yeah. Stay where you are now. Yeah, carry on. Yeah. Yes, where you are now is good. Carry on.
So some of us will come international. Some of us will come here on international platforms like this, and we make some of the most ridiculous kind of excuses for this clueless leaders who doesn't even know how to run a small enterprise of their own. Not because they just have some influence or they have some money or they've been in governance, they've been able to steal or hijack the state to themselves, and they just lock themselves into governance, and then we think they are the best thing to run our country. You, as an executive, they will bring the files of everybody to you. Wale Edun, this is what he has done. This is where he has been. This is where these are the areas he has achieved. You as an executive, you know, just like, let me give you an example in a running in a functioning enterprise or company, we have the HR. The HR will have your file. Now, in this instance, he will be the HR because he will make, ultimately, you might have to make the decision whether they're going to hire this person or not. So whoever in that department where he's going to be working, some of the group of people there will be assigned to interview this person. And now, which is National Assembly here. Now, upon what basis he is the HR now, he's the one hiring. He will say, this is this person, this is this position we have open for this position. This person, this is what is going to be working on. So you people in this department, who are the heads of that department, interview this person, which is the National Assembly. Okay, they will interview this person based on what the HR has sent to them. This is the position we are advertising advertising for, that this person applied for. And National Assembly will grill this person. You want to become Minister of Finance. Where have you worked? What are your achievements? Well, because this National Assembly are the people who are also in charge of Nigeria as well, not just the president, because they will have to make laws that will also affect the Nigerian economy and other aspects of Nigeria. They will interview this guy. They will ask him, what have you achieved? Oh, Woman, are you still there?
No, I'm listening. Bring it home, though, and then we hear from Madam.
Yes, Rashnaman, save us this analysis. It is not the same. It has some element of it, but it's not the same. You know that.
No, don't give me that. Don't give me that thing. Don't tell me that it's not the same. What are you talking about? You see, woman. At least let me just say my rant, because I know Nigerians that are listening. You get what you get in that country. Woman, I am a trained civil servant in this country. I was trained as a civil servant, not in Nigeria, but here. I see how
civil service get training.
Yeah, you get trained. Even in Nigeria, get trained. Yeah. The reason why we have the crap we have called that country called Nigeria is because we do not follow what is known as due process. We don't follow when we say due process, due process. We just do things anyhow in the country. That's why we get anyhow things in the country.
I'm sorry, Rational Mind.
Hold on, Prince. Let Rational Mind land, and then we'll go on to Ajan Lekoko. I want to get to people as quickly as I can. Sorry
sure.
about that. Yeah.
Well, I should have talked about each of this person, but I just don't want to be concerned about it, because in the first instance, the whole thing is flawed in the first instance. For the fact that he sent this, I know he's not the one who started it. Even I know Bubu too. He said we were thinking at that time that Keyamo was going to be the Minister of Attorney General. He's the Attorney General of the Federation at that time. People were thinking he said we went to National Assembly, Bugain like as if he's going to be the Attorney General of the Federation. At the end of the day, we see where they placed it. So the point I'm trying to make here is this: Tinubu'S is his prerogative right, we know, but he should have done his own due diligence as to who is going to employ for what position, and send it to National Assembly that this person, this is the area is going to function. Interview him, grill him on this, and send it back to me, send a recognition if you approve it. That is how he's supposed to do. But I don't blame him. Maybe that's what he meant on ground. That's what Bubu himself did, and maybe other previous president did again, because we don't have anything, we don't have it spelled out in the whatever guidelines or whatever law that they have in National Assembly, that if you must bring anybody from ministerial position, you must spell out clearly his position so that we can grill, all the subcommittees can grill him based on that. So in the first instance, that is flawed. And what do you expect to get from this? Time will tell. We shall see. We all come back here. We shall see how Tinubu performs with us.
All right. Stay with us, Rational Mind, or come back if you can, if you dip out. I would like to hear your thoughts on this next storyline after I've taken the ministerial list round. DSS arrests former Buhari Aviation Minister Hadi Sirika, who used Ethiopian airline to scam Nigeria of 139 billion naira. Former Minister of Aviation under Buhari's government, Hadi Sirika, who used Ethiopian airline to scam Nigeria of XYZ, has reportedly been arrested by the Department of State Services. So I think it was actually World Peace that was saying that he wanted to see more arrests. So it looks as though those more arrests are taking place. But before we go into that, let's wrap up the ministerial list, and let's see what Ajan Lekoko makes of it, perhaps similar to you. Ajan Lekoko, The government has begun now because now the team is assembled. But are you impressed, Ajale Koko?
Thank you, woman. And greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Woman, I've been listening to everybody. And I'm surprised that Kulata particularly is raising an opposition to this list. I don't know what they expect. I don't know what people expect from Tinubu. We should understand that Tinubu is a politician to the core. And politicians have have a way of doing things. Particularly any one of them that is elected to position of authority. The moment they assume office, they are thinking of the next election. So what Tinubu has done here is to put in place structure, political that can guarantee him second term. Although there are some of them that are not strong politicians like Wike and Umahi in their state. But what he has done is to compensate his fellow politician, his fellow political associate, so that they can continue to be loyal to him. If he loses them, if he doesn't compensate them now, he will put himself in a political jeopardy. And these are the people that he is going to use in promoting him at the moment, in spreading the gospel of his administration across the country, and while preparing for second term. So I am not surprised. I don't expect him to do anything otherwise or have.
But in terms of the composition of the list, the individuals, is there anyone amongst them that you are especially enamored by, or are they just same of the same, nothing spectacular?
One man, let me ask you a question before I answer that question you just asked me. How many technocrats do we have there in this list?
I can spot at least 4.
Can you name them? Those that are not politically affiliated, those that are, like from outside, that we haven't heard of their name before, that are not.
Well, they all have to have some sort of political leaning, but the ones that have not held, the ones that have not held political portfolios. So Fagbemi has not held a political portfolio. I'm not sure that Wale Egunu held something on that Tinubu in Lagos State. This Pate guy, he excites me. Dele Alake, I'm not sure if it's a carryover from Tinubu's administration. And then this Harvard young girl, she's full of promise. So a promising bunch.
I don't know the Harvard young girl you mentioned, but all those other names you mentioned, they are politicians. Alake, Edon, who again? Who did you mention?
Fagbemi, and then this, is it Pate or something?
I you don't know the PC woman leader.
But is there anything wrong in being politicians, for Christ's sake?
She's an APC woman leader.
No,
she's the one that contributed in everything about women in this campaign.
A politician. Okay, so what's wrong with being a politician?
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is,
What's wrong with being a politician?
politicians, they I am not saying there's anything wrong in being a politician. I am trying to make a point. And the point I'm making is that Tinubu, as a politician, is a politician to the core. All he has done since 90s, after leaving Mobile, is politics. Nothing but politics. He cannot abandon his political friends that have worked hard for him to be where he is today. He cannot abandon all these politicians that he has been coming with for the past 30 years. It is not possible. So for us to think that it's going to bring technocrats to dominate or have a sizable portion of this constituted ministerial list, I think we are asking for too much. It's not like Obasanjo, who was not a politician and never a politician. So the two men, Obasanjo and there are two different personalities coming from two different backgrounds and two different constituencies.
Ajale Koko, sorry to interject, but are you forgetting that Tinubu's claim to fame is the talent hunter?
Forget about that talent hunter. That's a campaign that you people...
It's also a governance thing. Lagos.
No, forget about all of that. That is what all
we
of...
cannot forget about that. His proteges still live on. Fashola and all Ambode, they were unknown people that he headhunted.
Yeah, where is Fashola on the list, by the way? What's going on?
One man, can I even say something real quick? You see, another thing I just thought, I was thinking about this before now. You see, one of the, they say in the Constitution, one of the provisions that the Constitution made for, if beside other position is the Attorney General. What is the because look at all what is going on in law enforcement agents now, the DSS and the crap and the other so many cases that they have that are not being prosecuted as such. I mean, because when you talk about, I think one man you read the pedigree. I mean, you read the curriculum vitae of somebody a minute ago. He said maybe he was a lawyer, and was it that something like that? So I was thinking, who's going to be his attorney general? Because I besides anybody that should be able to come first with him, the very first day he was sworn in. I was expecting him to come in directly with somebody who is an attorney general, because that attorney general, because for the Constitution to make provision for that as such, is to tell you how powerful, how important that position is. Because if people are looking at the trend, there's a trend going on in Nigeria now in the law enforcement agencies now. A lot of chaotic things going on. So who is the person to lead that aspect, that law enforcement agent, the law and other part of it? So
I think Keyamo or Fagbemi would be.
Fagbemi, I don't think it'll be Keyamo. Yeah.
But Keyamo, because we don't have a Delta State rep in that list yet. I don't think so.
We have.
Who is from Delta State there?
That lady, what's her name again? There's a lady there from Delta State. She was commissioner of something.
Yeah, it still has about 12 names coming, so let's hold on. But I don't see anything. I don't see anything wrong with this.
Attorney General should be one of the first things. So I would expect it to be part of this list that is submitting. So and if there's nobody among this list that is going to be
Fagbemi, rational mind. Fagbemi is the Attorney General.
How do you know now? He don't feel ability. He don't attach a position on like, how do you know if it is? How do you know?
Okay, let's bet. Let's bet $100.
That's a blast from the past, isn't it? When there was a time we were just a betting shop, yeah.
Yeah. So for me, I mean, I don't know if it's fact with me like I say, but I know one man read the what's it called, resume of somebody a while ago. I think that person could be, but I don't know, since he doesn't attach any name, I mean, any position to any of them. It's very hard for us to tell who's going to be there, because I expect him to have that attorney general among this first list. At least he must be there. That's all I have to say on that.
All right, back to Ajale Koko. But I'm looking forward to somebody that is at least enthused by this list. Apart from Enigmatic, who we know was pretty Enigmatic and Fatai, we know what they think when it comes to Tinubu. But I want a neutral voice to be enthused. But certainly not Ajale Koko. Back to you, Ajale Koko.
Well, so what I was saying is that people should not expect Tinubu to do better or come out with a better list than what he has done. He cannot abandon his political base. And that is what he has demonstrated here. And for me, will I describe him as, will I describe this this list as nonsensical or disappointing? I said no, it is not. He has done the best he can do. That is the best he can do. It's a politician.
Ajale Koko now. Why will you say the best?
Now, let me land. The way he can govern Lagos State, a very small state, is not the way he will govern Nigeria. Lagos State is very small. Every state of the federation is very small. So the governor can do whatever he likes. Nobody going to question him because everybody looking up to him. But the federation, so many interests is at play. Political interests, religious interests, socio-economic, and many interests at play. And you have to carry everybody along.
Ajale Koko, talk about the balance, the gender balance and the ethnic balancing. Did he get it right with this 28? Those two sticky points.
I've not really looked at the list very well, but I can hear you saying all the women.
There are 7 women out of the 28. 7. Yeah. So 25% of them are women.
Yeah, that is commendable to have. I think this is the first time that we have 25% women in among the ministerial nominee. So, and as I was hearing you saying earlier, that most women are from the East, or how many of them from the East?
Yes, apart from Umahi, every other name from the East is a woman. I think there are about 3 or 4 from the East.
Are from the East. So, well, to me, I think that is commendable. If he doesn't pick the men, he have the reason for not picking the men from that side of the country. And Igbange was telling us that maybe because those men from that part of the country in his party work against him, and he sees them as not reliable. And he's picking women. Those women, maybe they are very reliable. They work, to convince him that yes, they are a reliable partner with him. So, for me, as I described earlier, this guy is a politician.
Ajale Koko, even the guy from Enugu, the guy work very well for him. The guy Lily work very well for him.
Okay.
The only guy from Enugu.
Okay.
So
his Nigerian state carries a lot of interest. It's not Lagos State. So Kulata that is looking for talent or all these lies that you people have been lying, oh, it's a talent hunter, it's a this, forget about it. To run Nigerian state, it's complex.
Talent
Huh? What?
Talent. They said he's a talent hunter. He knows how to spot for the right people.
Guys, don't poo-poo the reputation. His special advisors were full of talent. That one doesn't have constitutional mandate.
Hello, please.
Yeah.
Baba Ajale Koko, can I drop in something quick?
Yeah, fine. Go ahead.
You see, it's quite funny when we easily forget the past and we just relate on the future, on the present. Nobody really knew Fashola before he stepped down
God
the
bless
likes
you.
of
Continue first
Pedro,
one, yeah. Yeah.
before he stepped down the likes of Obanikoro, the likes of this man in there's this
He
even
didn't discover. No, no,
is
no. He didn't discover Abanikoro. Abanikoro
no,
has
I
been.
said he
Step down
stepped
people
down.
like that.
He stepped
People
down.
like Tokumba Fikuyomi. People like
Tokumba Fukuyomi, good for he stepped those people down.
Okay.
Nobody knew
everybody
Sanwo-Olu.
thought Fashola was a rubbish.
Nobody knew Sanwo-Olu. So far, so good. People have, people believe Sanwo-Olu is doing well. So if he has consistently delivered on those materials, I
So
think
why
we
is
should give him the benefit of doubt.
no, but why is he not repeating it at the presidential level? Why is he not repeating? Why is he not?
No,
Where's the talent?
No, what I'm saying is this: when those people came out, nobody knew them. People were saying, "What is this man doing?"
Nobody knew they were talents.
Nobody knew they were talents.
Yeah, but,
And
we know this bunch now. So where's the Fashola
You don't
spotting
know
in
them
this?
under Tinubu. You don't know them under Tinubu.
Owani is coming. Is coming.
No, woman, let's say it the way it is. Nobody knew. Fashola was just someone working in Alausa. Nobody knew it would have been an exceptional person against the political structure of Lagos. He brought him, he brought Ambode, and so far so good. He has done like 3 shots of that, and people like, okay, this guy does well. So the same way we believe Jesus is coming, and we've not even had that. I know some religious people is going to go mad there, but let me just put it like this: if he has consistently delivered on those people we never knew, I think we should at least allow him. He should have won our confidence on that. Babajale Koko, you can disprove what I'm saying if I'm saying absolute rubbish. Thank you.
Well, what I can deduce from what you said is like this guy. How do I say it? Is he has exhausted his hunting. Ability. He has exhausted his hunting ability. So he has
Woman come finish am again.
ọ̀tá ti tán nínú ìbọn bàbá kò sí nǹkan tó lè hunt for
anybody. Worry.
Look, this guy, like I told you earlier, is that all his best, all that he knows are the people, reliable people that he have around him, are the people he has put in this cabinet. Edun is, if not the best among his team, is one of the best. If what do you call that publicity guy?
Dele
Alake, one of his best, if not the best. So he has put his best around him, and he doesn't have any other best outside this. So people should not expect magic, except that he have some new names to bring in the second list, supplementary list. Names that we never had before, maybe from outside the country, just like Obasanjo did by bringing Agaga. What is the name of that minister? What is yes, Agaga, and that woman in WHO and some other people. Maybe he have some other ones that is going to bring in a supplementary list. So he might have some new names they want to bring in. So, but let us see this list as the best that he can give us, the best that has been around him. Most of them, the best they have been around him for so long that he trusted. So, he's a politician. What he has done is
Ajale Koko,
Yes.
Nadale Koko, you are saying compensating, but there's not a lot of political settled scoring that we can see. If you remove El Rufai, Wike, and then who else? Those are just the only two that you can really say they are political compensations.
All of them, virtually all of them are political compensation. The fact that you are talking about, is it not the legal man of their party? The Alake has been with him for how many years? It's a political compensation. All of them, Edun, is a political compensation. So, who is not political compensation?
Sorry, sir. Alake is one of the best in that industry.
Forget about the industry.
Wait now. Sorry. If you look at that broadcasting information industry platform in Nigeria, when you talk about people like Tony, John Momo, when you talk, that's the class where you put Alake. So if you want to,
I'm not saying that Alake is not good, though. No.
Yeah, it's one of. I'm not saying it's not good. They all respect him, even them Ruben. They can't read when they speak against anybody. The word the way they talk about him, he's the best in that class.
You can't say he's the best. It's one of the best.
It's one of the best.
Yes.
But so you pick 2 or 3, you pick him.
Yes. So Edu is one of the best too in his own field. So we cannot say he has not picked good people or talented people that can deliver. We cannot say that.
They say he has not picked them from Harvard. That's the problem we have. They say he has not picked them from Harvard.
No,
that's the problem Kulata is having.
I know, Mike.
They don't speak English. They don't speak English like this. They don't speak English like this.
Kulata, offer yourself. Let them know that you're available.
It's not Harvard. We need people with we need someone with like a McKinsey, a Deloitte, a Bain, so outside thinker. Not all these inbred people. We need I'm not saying dominate the space. There's opportunity. Your politics is not going to work in the Southeast anyway. That's what's paining me. That's wasted opportunity. You don't need to pull. What is Uju? What vote is Uju going to get them or Inkiru? What is he going to get?
You need somebody like enigmatic Kulata. That's what you need.
If an enigmatic name is Emeka or Chibuzo enigmatic, we can bring him from America.
We have our enigmatic now. So what are you talking about? Let me come out enigmatic. Then we all.
I can understand politics in the north, right?
You know what is supposed to say, Kulata? It wants people that are speaking Fone in the cabinet. It was
no Fone now.
You're actually not getting the point. The point that I was trying to tell you earlier. If you look at, because like I said, right, everything, the underlying effect of everything is still politics. Even when you look at the US,
it's politics. I know.
Yeah, but look at the US over here too, right? When you see the technocrats, right, in most of the administrations, you will see most of those guys, they are lobbies before they give them appointments here and there.
But do you agree with me? There's some wasted politics here.
Of course, but in the Southeast, as you
wasted, which one now?
If I
the South, all those people she picked in the Southeast, they're lightweight.
Let me tell you,
Kulata is right, but this is where
Kulata.
Right,
sorry, Kulata.
This is where you get it wrong.
The enigmatic story. Do you know that he used it properly? He used that slot to make his affirmative point. That's what I also expect.
The affirmative action. Representation. That's why all of them are women in the South.
Yeah. I'm actually trying to speak to that, and he cannot forget about maybe he's not expecting numbers or no numbers, right, from the Southeast. One thing that you should know about Southeast and politics generally is that at the end of the day, the underbelly effect of this still has to go through that politics. Number one. Number two, these technocrats that you're actually looking for in the Southeast, right? When you scrape them, you will see where they align.
Yeah, they're obedient. They're obedient. We know that. But if they give them the bone, they will take it.
They will take it. But look, okay. For instance, look at what's this man? Olisa Agbakuba. Let's assume he wants to use Olisa Agbakuba, for instance. So when you trace all these technocrats, they probably even contributed to against his campaign. against his own election. And then, like I said again, right? Southeast, he knows nothing happened. Take it or leave it. He's never gonna get any patronage from them. So
Yes.
they just fill in their
Hey, but we can as well just get quality people.
Quality people.
Hello,
please. At the detriment
You're not
getting the politics. If you get the best from that place, right, from the southeast, and then they outshine the north central, the north.
Who cares? All of us will be happy for it now. Nigeria will be better off.
When politics now, so now about which they talk. You bring all those technocrats, and at the end of the day, you scrap their politics.
You see now, all these special advisors, all of them are technocrats. All. But that's why I was loading. That's why I was loading them with Yoruba.
But that's different because he has at that point that does not need some constitutional.
I know there's no mandated constitutional whatever.
Nobody's gonna cry foul like as.
But here's where I'm concerned. We can't afford to get it wrong. We can't even afford the margin of error is so small.
I said something the last time we had conversation about the essays. I said the essays up at a point in some ministries. Don't be surprised that the essays will probably be doing the job of the ministers. And do not forget Bala, what's her name? Adiza. If you check her portfolio, she's essay on policy and whatever coordination, right? So it means there will be a KPI for each of these ministers. They will have like a warehouse.
You give Wike KPI and Wike will say
there's a department that has just been created now in the presidency. That would be like more or less like a supervising.
KPMG. They are oversighting that.
God bless you, one man. So that's how they will fire most of these ministers, because it's better for him to say, okay, I gave you the job, but you were unable to perform. You got fired. Then at that point, you can go back to that state and get whoever you wanted.
But you guys said you guys on one hand said you picked them for politics, so you now dismiss them. Wouldn't that be bad negative politics on the other hand?
No, if you are not performing now, your performance review is poor.
I don't agree. This is a crappy list.
That means he has lost his 2017 bidding. Come on, these guys will not spin this.
People will understand. Okay, look, the department now, like seven African countries are using that department to wield out to strengthen their policies and stuff like that. So basically, what the department is doing is, look, you have your job as ministers. These are the expectations. This is what we're expecting from you in maybe 3 months, in 4 months. It's not like as usual where you'll be in office you'll be in office as minister for 8 years, no supervision, nobody is checking what you're doing. No, you are reporting to a certain department in the presidency that will be answerable directly, right, to the president and chief of staff directly, and then it will be audited by KPMG. KPMG has been contracted as the consulting firm to do that. So they will just like a normal, corporate body in the US over here, where on the maybe quarterly they review your work, they do your power and everything, and then you get promotion or probably you get some raise, bonus and stuff like that. They are introducing it into the public sphere now. So it is one thing to say, okay, you are a minister, but you are not doing what you are supposed to do by minister. It's not Tinubu that will be scoring you. There is a department that will be scoring you. And when it gets to auditing and you are scoring low, of course, at that point, it's just like you get fired on a normal job.
Enigmatic. All that one is Oyibo. Yeah, are you going to give Wike KPI? Let me see if they don't sing. If his band doesn't sing KPI away.
Kulata, I told you these people will bust into a corner after you start saying there's light at the end of the tunnel. That's what they are busting into right now.
You are right. What you people are right. You know why? You can't say let's give them and let's try them and then we will fire them. That means you have lost 200. You have lost like 400 million years. 200 million Nigeria times 2 years. 400 million years. My own issue is this: these people are going to perform. That's the point. What are they going to give them that they will not be able to do? They have done well in their states as governors, a large number of them. You are not going to give them a ministry. They will do well. Erufai will do well. Umahi will do well. Who are the politicians there? Adebayo Adelabu will do well.
Patrick, let me answer you this question. You keep saying they will do well in their position. Did they submit their name with their portfolio to the House of Senate?
No, even without
No. Answer Answer as a gentleman.
Hold on, Patrick. You see this this idea that they did not submit with the portfolio is a misnomer. Because these people have been you know what a minister is? It's essentially an administrator. And what an administrator does is like an orchestra master. So he doesn't have to necessarily be a special. If you take away specialist portfolios like law or medicine, they don't have to especially be specialists in that particular portfolio, but to have a broad spectrum of administrative capacity. If you look at El-Rufai or Dave Umahi or Wike, these people have administered health services at the highest level. They've administered judicial services, educational services. So what experience do they not have in all of those specialisms that cannot be brought to bear? So those are transferable skills. It's about transferable skills, isn't it?
One man, even Wike was formerly a minister. El-Rufai was formerly a minister. So what are we talking about?
We're talking about a lot. We are talking about a lot. You cannot just carry El-Rufai now and make it. Wait now. You cannot carry.
Going to do well.
Hold on. We know they will do well, but as capable as Tinubu and people around him, I'm not blaming Tinubu alone now. You cannot go in the direction of Buhari that will say that he's dumber than rock. He started the direction of submitting name without portfolio. You cannot submit these capable people to.
How many of the state governors?
Hold on. It's not about many of the state governors. Not about many of the state governors.
We are already know it's a Nigerian thing. All of a sudden,
it's not a Nigerian thing. It's not a Nigerian thing. It's not a Nigerian thing. Hold on now. Hold on. Abia started this thing during Buhari regime. So use people, some people name with pedigree to screen other people. Then they throw that people at the back of the bus or under the bus. You cannot do that. We need to have hold on now, please. We need a direction. Hold on, Agmati, please. We need a direction. And that direction we must get so that we can know where we are heading to. Greta is raising some points here. This is not, like I said, this is not time for politics. We are looking for a solution to move the country forward. By doing this,
what are you talking about?
Hold on. What I'm talking about, one man. He cannot submit lists to the Senate like the cycles we've been watching.
Hold on. Name one portfolio that outside of law or medicine. Name one portfolio that they.
No.
Hold on. Can you hold on? Let me put you the question. Name one portfolio that Dave Umahi cannot administer outside even law and medicine. But name one portfolio that Dave Umahi cannot administer.
Okay, I will name it. I will name like 10 portfolio that he cannot administer. But in fact, he was a governor. Everything was already made for him to use at his disposal, and he appoint commissioners for those positions. So you cannot just go. Hold on now. Let me answer. Let me get it. Let me answer you so you get it.
Answer. Then we get back to Ajanle.
Yeah, we have.
Interject if you guys don't mind.
Okay. Hold on, please.
Don't let him escape that question. Let him answer.
I'm not escaping. I'm not a politician like you. That. Hold on.
10.
Okay, hold on. David Mahi cannot hold Minister of International, External, what is it called? External Affairs, the one Oyema is holding. It's not capable of it. It's not capable of Minister of Health. Hold on now. It's not, hold on. Why are you interjecting now? If you know it all, no, you're not asking any question. You're just talking as a politician. You should be coming down, Patrick. We're not doing
Oh,
politics
okay.
here now.
Okay.
Let me talk.
Okay. Warpis, land the point and then let's get back to
Just attacking me.
No, it's not attacking you. It's pushing at your narrative.
A second. Let me tell you myself. On this, in this list, I can handle more than 10 of the ministries successfully.
Okay, I agree with you, but these people are not you, and they're not us. These are some people
medicine or stuff like that, because you have permanent secretaries, you have directors in the ministries, you have technocrats in the ministry who are working with you. As a minister, all you have to do is you are working with a certain policy and the idea of the president. And then once you put the pen to the paper, you are already working with people who are established in the ministry. All you need to do is set the pace, and you know what to do.
Sorry, Matic. When you even went to university, you choose your course and you went for it. You didn't go to the university and went there and randomly without no course. You have to have your department. Hold on, Patrick.
Patrick, hold on.
Hold on now.
Can you hold on yourself? Hold on yourself as well. Round it off in a couple more sentences. I don't think you quite get it, but
yeah, we're not going to get it because we are trying to push anything they push down our throat, you know. But most of these people that is there, is obvious to us, cannot handle most of the position they're going to put them. Though we don't know the position they're going to put them, which is another funny thing, which is the cycles to us. They're bringing people who don't know where they're going to be, but it's okay. We should not be convinced for them that they will do right. Do right by what? Or do right that Alhaji Rufai are going to do right in power. We say Fafa Salah in power, we gave him power. What did he do? He messed up. Woefully. Now we are coming back that trajectory again now. We should put how you call it a round square in a round hole, how you call it. And let's have a little peace. Not start doing politics back and front.
Let me just say this. You know, subject matter experts, they are not necessarily often instances administrators. You know, when you go to a hospital in this country, the administrator of that hospital is usually like an accountant, a lawyer, somebody like that, some HR specialist, often instances not really a medical doctor. Because administration is different from subject matter.
I agree with you, one man. I agree with you. When it comes to administration, you put that's why they had other positions, head of service. There are so many a cabinet people can handle. But I just said, and I make reference, I put me wrong. Fashola was holding power. What did he do?
Let's not open that space because
okay.
Well, please. Your question and your fear is valid, but let's look at it this way. Every single person being mentioned on that ministerial list is going to serve at the pleasure of the Mr. President. The president has a mandate, and that mandate is what those people listed on that list are going to carry out. So they are not working independently, and they are not going to work outside the scope of the mandate of the president that appointed them. So whether they perform from where they're coming from, or they have no pedigree, they have no choice than to carry out that mandate. So the fear of, well, they may not perform is not going to be the question anymore. It's about, you give account to me. Did you perform? Did you carry out the assignment I gave to you? Unlike Buhari that sat back and watched his minister not performing around this.
All right, I think we lost Dewale. Did we lose Dewale? Or
he's standing on his mandate.
On our mandate, Bola, your mandate.
And for Kulata that said he wanted a new face, an international face, let me tell you something. Whether that person is coming from Cambridge or Harvard, it has no matter. Nigeria has its own peculiarity. So there's nothing wrong in using when how do they say it in Yoruba? You use what you have to take care of what you need. So you use something that you have. You don't need to bring somebody who has been someone like Kulata has been abroad 30, 20 years ago, coming to deal with the different political terrain in Nigeria that will be subjected to chemical treatment. No, you need someone who's going to take care of situation and who knows everyone in Nigeria politically. So that's why I push back on Kulata's submission and down.
All right. Oh, all right, back to you, Ajanle Koko, and then from you we'll go on to Patrick. We've lost Bishop somehow, but yeah, back to you, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, one man is, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not disappointed in this team. It cannot do better than this. This set of people are the best it can offer us. Some of them, or maybe a lot of them, were technocrats before joining politics. The Adelabu from Oyo State was a deputy CBN governor before he joined politics. Edu, we know his capacity and the field that he belongs. There are so many of them that were, technocrats like Tinubu before they joined politics. So I believe that most of these people, he knows their capacity, he knows where they're coming from, he knows that they can deliver for him. And on the basis of that, I believe that is why he chose them, he nominated them. So this is the best he can offer us. We just have to wait and see how they are going to perform. If after some months, when they have been confirmed by the Senate, and they are not acting well, or their performance is not as expected, then we can start to criticize them. But at the moment, as far as I am concerned, this is the best they can give us. We have to take it until when they started working and they couldn't deliver well as expected, then we can start criticizing him. Tinubu, so far as I am concerned, I don't think he has done well for that country. He has brought pains, hardship, the direction taking the country is not good at all. The Naira is dying every day.
No, let's not go into that space because the ministerialist,
yeah, it's a ministerial. It's a conclusion. I'm rounding up.
Yeah.
What man can criticize?
No. Ajanle Koko tells us that every day. So
Ajanle Koko doesn't like them taking free stuff away from people. Ajanle Koko is the Father Christmas of Nigeria.
Charity master of the federation. Thank you.
What did Abayomi call you yesterday? A confirmed socialist. Yeah. You are Mohammed. Carry on.
So far, what he has given us in that country for 60 days he has been in power is nothing but disaster. More people have been pushed into hardship. More people have been put into poverty, hardship all over the place. So let's wait and see what this team will bring to us. But it cannot offer us, but it can give us better than what he has given us so far. Thank you, woman. Let me get the ground for others.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. Always excellently put by Ajanle Koko. That's why he was missed so much when he went away. So, Patrick, I'm somewhat surprised that at the flat response to this ministerial list, even somebody like Enigmatic, he wasn't gushing in his enthusiasm, which was my expectation. But I am somewhat excited by it, because when I see names like Yemsen Wike, and when I see names like El Rufai and Alake and Edu and Fagbemi, then I get excited. But do you share that excitement, or are you just seeing it as just a damn squib like Kulata described? Patrick, let's hear from you.
One man, I am very, very excited about this. Someone who is very hopeful in Nigeria. I'm hopeful about everything that's going on in Nigeria, and I'm not just hopeful, I'm positively hopeful. this man has done the best that he's expected to do. To me, in his own situation, in the condition situation that he has found himself. He has to try to maintain the balance of being a leader and trying to maintain the political balance as well. But I want to pick on the situation, as in the issues that are raised by those who think something is wrong with this list, or this beyond what we expected. I will start with my brother Kulata. The argument that there's no somebody from outside, it's a floating argument. It's not. It's something that can easily be blown away. It's not valid to me as far as I'm concerned. That you don't have a list that in the future you can produce a WTO DG. How many WTO DG portfolio do you have in the world? Only one. And do you know how many ministers we have all over the world? So the fact that none of them could eventually become a WTO DG, does not really count. Do they make such position for just Nigerians? So that's to me that's not an argument at all. This man has brought in people.
Well, why is it not an argument? Why do
It's
we
not an
have India?
argument.
Why do we have Indians becoming the top CEOs of tech
Okay, how
companies?
many
Is it by
Indians have become
accident?
WTO?
Is it no? I'm using a different example. When you can groom solid people, or when you have a list of solid people, or when the reputation of the person you're talking about is an impeccable reputation of grooming leaders, grooming this, then it now brings out
This is what I'm
some
saying. This is what I'm
mediocre list of
No,
political
to
favors.
you, they are mediocres because they didn't come from Harvard, and because
No,
they cannot eventually.
no.
That's the
You're
argument
missing.
they are
I
making.
grouped them into three. I said three categories. I said technocrats, I said good administrators, then the rest political favors. And I attacked the political favor groups.
Okay, let me pick them one by one. The technocrats among them, I'll buy. That means we're on the same page with that. Now, but the administrator, the people we call political favor, people
The
like
good
Wike.
administrator one is
Okay,
different. I said good
somebody like Wike, will
administrator.
he be a
El
good
Rufai
administrator?
and co.
One, Wike and Erufai and Umahi, a good
Yeah.
administrator. So now, what is left that is like a political favor? The
The
Bantu,
Nkiru, that girl from Delta State,
that woman. To me,
that guy from Jigawa State. The rest, they're just meh.
No.
Meh.
Kulata, for you to be able to speak to Jigawa State man, the way you are speaking now, you are just like some of my friends that met me when I got to the US and thought all of us were monkeys, we were not educated people. That's the point. You have not been to Jigawa State.
It's not about Jigawa State, it's about the guy's profile.
His profile is not his performance. Now let me give you a good example.
What did he do? What did he do?
Now wait. Now look at Fashola. You say Fashola, oh, he's not going to be his profile. He was just a lawyer now that is practicing in a firm that is set up by guys now. He was a lawyer.
Yeah, but he was also the chief of staff.
No, eventually, at that point, will you say, oh, you appointed this man as chief of staff? He's just a lawyer outside.
Okay,
Why we
Patrick, let's not kid ourselves. When we were analyzing the special advisors, all of us were gushing. When we were talking about that girl with the Dutch name, that Igbo guy that comes from KPMG, that tax guy that comes from KPMG. You see that these guys are knowledgeable. You look at that girl on her rise, deep expertise, all that. I was gushing. Okay, let me speak for myself. I was gushing about them.
I was as well. I was excited by that.
But for these guys, I saw the list. I was like, what the hell is this?
You remember?
You're not gushing about Wale Edun.
No, woman.
But what they're doing is kind of like expected. So there's nothing to gush about. It's expected.
Woman. You know my argument. If you remember, argument about that was that the guys from KPMG or these guys from he was the deputy governor, and I told you that they don't teach them how to be good administrators in the banking. Even in KPMG, they are not teaching you. If you are in KPMG or you are in Deloitte, I've worked in Big Four. They just teach us how to do the accounts. If you are in if you are the consulting end of it,
Patrick, they don't just teach how to do the accounts.
Wait now,
please.
I'm just coming up so that people don't think that when you just go work in places like KPMG, then you suddenly become a genius. They are not.
KPMG is actually the worst out of the Big Four.
One man, they are not even better. They are not even if you meet them as your friends. I'm one of them. I'm not better than most of you on this platform. So what's the problem? Then it's true now. I've worked in Big Four. I'm not even better than half of the people in this platform. More than 70% of the people on this platform are better than me. So now say, oh, he has worked in Big Four. I didn't work at APMG, but I don't want to mention it. Oh, you can be a minister. Because I can't be a minister, so I'm speaking with you now. Enigmatic can be a minister, maybe. But me, I feel I'm not at that point yet. So the fact that they worked in KPMG, they worked in, look at, okay, let me give you Aganga. Aganga was somebody who works in Goldman Sachs now. What does he have? Doctor of Theology. Go
So
and check
Patrick,
Aganga's
if you are
profile.
given the Ministry of Finance, you say you cannot manage it.
To me, I can work as a technocrat under a minister in that ministry, not as Minister of Finance. I'm telling you.
Why? Don't you have all it takes in terms of educational
I do. I'm a
qualification and
CPA.
everything?
I've worked in banking. I've worked in Big Four. I've worked in insolvency. I've worked in. But what I'm saying is this: there's still more to that.
What
If
is
somebody like me say there's still more to it, you understand what I'm saying? So it's not as
No,
if
we don't. I think you're just trying to defend a position a stand you take.
Patrick has answered himself. He has shot himself on his foot. If you, as a banker, if they appoint you as Minister of Finance, you cannot handle it, and you must succeed.
I can work under a minister.
I know. And sincerely, I appreciate your answer. You came out and said the truth. Now, why are you pushing people that don't even have the technical know-how on positions that don't even have idea of, and you said they will be a good administrator?
Those guys have been governors.
So governors, for them being a governor does not make them a good banker or make them a good engineer or make
a good banker, to be an administrator. Let me tell you why I'm saying so.
that part. You are a politician. You are a politician. I'm correct.
No. What please? If you put me in Ministry of Finance, I can work on every technical project in that ministry as a subject matter expert and as a technocrat. You put me in forex, you put me in treasury, you put me in revenue, you put me in project costing, you put any technical area there, I can work there. I've led teams before, but the largest team I've led was just a team of 50 people. I've not led more than a team of 50 people. So you now make me a minister. That's huge for me. In terms of, but in technical sense, I can be effective. So if eventually I get an appointment to become maybe chief of staff to a governor, and then I become a governor, then I've increased my span of management, of leadership, from 50 to thousands, which is big for me. You understand? I've never led up to 1,000. I don't know how many people have led up to 1,000 people here. No, I've led more than 50. I've led about 100. But I've not led up 1,000 people. And I'm sure
Kulata has managed more than 1,000 people.
Okay.
He used to be the CEO of XYZ.
Oh, okay.
As the XYZ, no, as the XYZ.
The CEO of XYZ.
One man. God will save you.
Let me ask you a question.
And they've led diversified team.
Patrick, can I say something? I just want to answer your question, maybe your rhetorical question.
Yeah, I'm not
as a teacher. I've led more than. Okay, but I just want to address this. As a teacher, I've led more than 1,000 people.
Students, you mean?
Rashama, I have a very genuine question for you. What have you not done? What have you not done in this life?
Good question, Kulata. Good question. Kulata, good question. Only is a Fulani man, only is a Ondo man, only is a Lajem man, only is from Mishan, only is from, I don't know where Rashama is from. I only is a teacher, only is the accountant, only is the military man. I don't know where it's from. Good question, Kulata.
Oh, down. We have Rational Mind down now. What have you not done?
Rational Mind is you should write a book. You should write a book. Rational Mind.
If you add that one, then I would say I've led student union team. Then I've led 20,000 people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a jack of all trades, master of none, as they say.
So Rational Mind, ask me the questions.
Say that again. What did you say, please?
Ask me the questions.
Because it was just inserting that he has managed over
Okay.
1,000 people, but it was just
So,
students.
but
But carry on with your thoughts on the
now with that's
list.
with that's
And
with
then
Kulata.
we go to Prince Daddy after. Yeah.
That's with Kulata. Now with rational mind, because I said somebody is getting me angry. Now rational mind is saying this list is so rubbish. It's so the way they speak, they talk about Nigerian being rubbish. It's like somebody that is leaking oil. Yoruba man say "Bienton la oyin." It's so sweet in their mouth to say. What is wrong with that list that has now brought Nigeria to that status of rubbish? You understand? As far as I'm concerned, the argument Kulata is rational mind says is making is they didn't even attack portfolio. Can you imagine? And the point is that it doesn't have to. The system does not compel him to do that.
So on what basis? Or what? Hold on. On what basis? Hold on. Now, on what basis? Hold on. Or any sort. On what basis now will the National Assembly or whoever is going to grill this mistake? On what basis were they going to be interviewing them?
Now, the national my argument is this: the National Assembly is
Take a bow
going
and
to
go, right? Take a bow and go.
No.
Take a bow and
Okay,
go.
since you already know, why are you asking me now?
So what's the point?
The answer. You ask me.
So what's the point?
So don't suggest the answer. You are saying don't give me option. It's not a multiple choice question that you are giving me. You are saying on what basis? I'm saying on the basis of legislature. They are looking at, is this person fit to be administrator? If they are the one that is saying, is this person fit to be economic minister for finance? Is this person fit to be minister for education? They might as well begin to restructure them by themselves and say, president said this person should be minister of education, but we think he should be minister of finance. That in that case, they are doing executive function. You understand? So the job they are meant to do is look at the team, see that these people, they are fit to be ministers. Then in National Assembly, the senator representing the state that minister will be representing is the National Assembly. That's part of their job, because when they set a committee to look at those portfolio, the senator representing the states, the House of Rep members representing the state will now look at him, look at his reputation in the state. Those are the kind of things that those people are going to use to screen them. That's what they do.
Well, am I allowed to ask Patrick a question, please?
Ask me.
I'm more confused now than ever. So, Oga Patrick,
you already have your mindset before now.
Oh no, Oga Patrick, sorry. No, sorry, I'm very sorry. So, please, can you tell me in that list right now, on your own understanding, which of those people does not have the administrating capacity to be there?
No, the National Assembly will have information.
No. Leave National Assembly out of it.
No, wait. As I'm speaking with you now, I'm in a very, very interesting place.
I have not finished my question. I want you to just answer me so I can.
Let me give you. I don't have the information to be able
to
know.
Okay. You don't. Okay. Hold on.
National Assembly will have the information.
Hold on. Now, according to you, you said they're going to check their past antecedent, being a governor or whatever. I guarantee you.
There are senators in that team.
Hold on now. I can guarantee you, both the 120 National Assembly member and this 26 list they brought, they all have the capacity to be an administrator because they all came from somewhere they'd be having a position before. And if they should go by that, they don't need to send their names to the National Assembly to screen. Because you say you don't need portfolio. No, hold on. That's what you're telling me now. Because you don't need portfolio for them. So what does that going to look? Okay, are you the governor before? So if you're not a governor before, that guy is disqualified automatically. That's what you're saying now. Like that lady from East, that's a baby, say baby close. So if you're not qualified, you're not once a governor, so you are disqualified. That how they're going to screen them?
Can I get back? A bag?
Yeah. Oh, you don't have a bed, but you can take a tray.
Sorry, Jerry, I'm hearing.
All right. What are you buying? Ijakuje as usual. All right. Patrick said.
I'm back with you.
All right. What were you buying? Let me guess.
I'm trying to buy. I'm actually in a liquor store. I don't want to take it out in the open like that. I'm trying to buy some drinks for myself. I'm trying to celebrate.
What's your poison? Are you a brandy man? Is it? Are you what's your poison? What?
No, I'm just taking beer. Just half.
Beer? Oh no. I don't drink
You
beer
get fat.
anymore.
You
I don't.
get fat too much.
Yeah, you
Too much
get
sugar
fat.
and beer.
Not very often. I've not drank beer in the last 6 months, so I'm just taking.
I've not drank beer in the last 3 years.
Yeah, so maybe in another 6 months I'll take. So that's it. But what I'm trying to say is that
This is how
what is
I've never drank for a long time, and then yesterday you just had a beer, and you say you not drank for how many years?
You know that I've still not opened World Peace's whiskey from Christmas. You know, so that's just yeah.
Why haven't you opened it? Somebody sent you something.
Because I want an occasion to justify it, because it went to such a great expense to send it.
Okay,
so I want something to
maybe when I come to London, I'll see you. I'll open it.
Yeah. You know, I might be meeting with Nigerian media over the weekend. Then maybe I'll open it then.
Uh-huh.
If it comes to the UK.
When one of the guys comes, I'll open it.
When I come to Manchester, I don't know.
So what I'm saying is that, you know, for example, your senator is going to be there, and your senator knows your accident in your area. He knows everything, so you can be able to now say, no, this is not going to be a good representation for us. So those are the kind of things that they are going to use. Not that they will be the one say, oh, this one can be Minister of Health, this one can be this. No, that's the job of the president to do. And
is that your answer? That your answer? Is that your answer to me?
Let me tell you another thing. The fact that they didn't submit their portfolio does not reduce their capacity or increase their capacity. If, for example, a Fashola is there, or maybe an Okonjo is there, the fact that they didn't attach a portfolio to Okonjo does not mean that it will reduce his capacity to be a minister or to perform now. So what are we talking about?
Well, let me add this before you move on. Sorry. Right now, there are two scenarios or two situations. If a ministry is lacking administration services, and they have good head of service and all that, they can carry out the job, but they are lacking direction, then you need an administrator who is authoritarian, to push that agenda through. But when a ministry is lacking, let's say, brain 8 years brain brain drain. You're lacking engineers. You're lacking a lot of efficiency in that department. You don't need an authoritarian. You need somebody that have the technical know-how to go fix that position, and that's why you have to give them portfolio, so people will see if that person can perform that position. Example, let me use power. If you are bringing an engineer, an electrical engineer that knows the situation Nigerian power is passing through, he knows the engineers to employ, technicians and the rest to employ to make sure this unit works. But you go and bring an authoritarian administrator, he does not know the technical know-how. You can be or you can be, and it will not function.
All right. Respond to it, and then from there we go on to Prince. You've changed your hair. I thought you were rocking blonde once upon a time, Patrick.
No. My son said I should just color it, take it black.
Okay, carry on.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this: if you put a technical person in that role, it does not necessarily mean that he's going to hire the best of his people. He's going to hire his classmates. He's going to hire people that went to UI, hire people that went to UI with him, or his friends that eventually went to IFE, or the people he work with along the line. So it does not mean that he's going to just create the talent from somewhere. You understand? So what you need is someone who has jobs, who knows the job to be done. I'll give you a good example. You know, the president already has what he wants to do in agriculture, for example. He wants to set up like industrial zones in different regions. Then he wants to clear the land and make sure that we farm maybe 2/3 of our arable lands are being employed. So a minister of agriculture, who could be any person, we know this what I want to achieve. Who are the people that I need to achieve it? I need somebody in agronomy. I need somebody in animal production. Then he can start going around. Go to universities like University of Agric Abeokuta, University of Agric Makurdi. Go to UI. Start talking to people. Start talking to the PS in the Ministry of Agriculture. These are projects.
put together a project team to drive that. That's the essence now. To help, it's not the one coming to say, I have my vision for this ministry. No, the minister is the president have said, this is what I want to do in agriculture. This is what I want to do in security. So the guy is just going to be able to say, okay, let's set up 3 projects to be able to achieve this. And then we need to start this project team. Where do we go to? Then we have our universities now. We have our ministries. We have people around. That's how they make it happen. It's not that they will bring somebody from outside and the person will now be looking. He doesn't even know the road to Ilaro. And they say they want to farm Ilaro. They now bring the guy from Harvard. He's speaking English. He's looking at the map, looking for Ilaro. That's nonsense now. It's not, I'm happy that we are saying bye-bye to that. If you want to rule Nigeria, leave your diaspora. Go and stay in Nigeria and experience the same thing that people are experiencing and then provide your leadership. You love Nigeria enough to stay there. You want to now rule Nigeria. So those people that are there working, they are mumu, they don't know how to govern. It's you that is abroad that can govern better than them. I beg, that one is gone. Let's not.
All right. Let's hear from Prince and then Dewale, and then I want to move on to a Dangote storyline, but and to Hadi Sirika as well, who I think is in handcuffs as we speak. But Prince, let's hear from you. Prince Daddy. All right, let's hear from Dewale. I don't think Prince is quite with us. Prince. Dewale. Am I here? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, let's hear from Simba then. We hear from Simba and then we move on. I think people might be raiding fridges and doing whatnot. Yeah, Simba.
Yeah, good morning, woman. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Simba. The ministerial list.
Yes, I've been listening to our arguments maybe in the last 1 hour because I was sleeping before I could join. And well, with the summary, I cannot say whatever questions or argument that we have been having is not new. We've been having this thing for years. And what I want to say is this. Being a technocrat or being a politician or whatever, to me, doesn't really matter. I can give you examples. Okonjo-Iweala, at least when she was appointed by Obasanjo, we saw her as a technocrat. We can say maybe during Obasanjo regime, she performed maybe averagely well. Then the same Okonjo-Iweala came in during Jonathan, and we cannot say the same thing of the same person. And has it changed? Has it lost her skill? I think everything still depends on who is the president. She did well because Obasanjo gave her everything that she needed to perform, and she performed well during Obasanjo regime. And one thing we have to remember is that as a minister, it's what your master asks you to do that you do. And if you don't have the resources, there's nothing you can do. An example is what happened to Fashola during Buhari's regime. If you are a minister, you don't even have the budget to work, you don't have the finances, and you don't even have the president that will give you the mandate or support you in whatever you want to do. There's nothing you can do. People will, at the end of the day, judge you as a failure. So, and that is what I can say about that. So, being a technocrat, to me, even the so-called guy that the Minister of Agriculture during Jonathan, the man in African Development Bank now. As far as I'm concerned, apart from all these things that he said he's doing in fertilizer, what else can we attribute to that guy? Because of everything, even with everything that he has as a technocrat. So everything still boiled down, still hand on the table of the president. If you have a good president who knows what he's doing, and if there is available resources, especially money, because even yesterday we were talking about the budget of Nigeria. The whole budget of Nigeria is not up to half of the budget of health for Saudi Arabia, who has 35 million people. It's not up to half of their health budget alone, the whole budget of Nigeria. So what are we talking about? So the one thing we have to realize is that that country, we might have natural resources, but as at now, because Babajare Koko will go on and be telling us the time of Jakande when we have maybe 60 million population, and probably we are even earning more then than now, and be saying that they are doing free edge, they are doing this. Can we talk about that? Can we now relate that time to now? It's impossible. So so there are a lot of things that can make somebody to perform. It's not everything that you say he has to come from Harvard or come from the University of Washington or whatever. No, to me, there's a lot of things that can actually affect some people. Then looking at the list, to me, you have to be a president first before we can now say, okay, we want to do certain things. If you don't, if we all understand the politics that is going on in Nigeria, and if you want to say you want to actually push all the politicians away and you want to go and bring somebody who has not even the person that cannot even tolerate the country, maybe probably has run away for 20, 30 years and he has been enjoying in US or UK or whatever, and you say, okay, those are the ones that you go and bring, and no, you are going to be a failure. As a politician, as you are trying to also maybe rejig the economy and help the people, you also have in mind your re-election. Because to me, 4 years is not even enough to say you want to have an effective change in the country. So you have to take care of that. And all these people that we are talking about, just because they are we see them as politicians, are they not? Can we not call them technocrats? They don't even have education. Is that what you are saying? Umar is an engineer. Kwakwaso he has a PhD in engineering. So many of them, they are technocrats in their way. So I don't know what you even mean by technocrat. So if somebody has joined politics, that means he has lost his brain. Does that what you is it? So to me, all these things that we are saying, we say it every 4 years. It's not new. Even the next 4 years, we are going to repeat the same thing. Because let me tell you one man, we always like to criticize whatever decision any of our politicians takes in Nigeria. Even if we have Obi there, the people that are supporting Obi on this platform and the people that are not supporting him now, we also have reason to criticize. And one thing I have to tell all of us is that if you want to criticize, let us criticize constructively, not just for saying that whatever everybody does, you just have to see it in a negative way, and we just have to continue like that. It's not, we are not helping our nation. So that is what I want to say now.
Simba, can I interject?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Yeah, like you said, if you want to criticize, we should criticize constructively. So, and I'm trying to be very civil here. So, what is there anything wrong if Tinubu submit the list to the National Assembly and add the portfolio to it, as you just described Kwankwaso just now? Is there anything wrong give Kwankwaso Minister of might and power? Is there anything wrong about that? You add the portfolio to it.
You know, when I started, I said this is not the first time I've been hearing people ask.
I addressed that briefly, but we've done that portfolio round. But address that briefly and then we'll move on. Yeah.
You know, that's what I'm saying. That's the way I want to answer him, that this question has been asked so many times, not even only on this platform. It has been every time we have list of ministers. Those are the questions that people used to ask. Why can't they attach with portfolio? Why can't they attach portfolio? Let me give you an example. One man, at least I think I've made mention of it on this platform before. I was a level 17 officer before I started working in Nigeria, and when I was a level 16, a level 16 officer in Nigeria civil service, a deputy director. So when I was about to move to level 17, was a director level. We're having an interview. I'm a medical doctor, but most of the questions that they asked us during that interview, promotion interview, they were not medical questions, they're administrative questions. Because at that stage, I'm not going to act as a doctor. I'm going to act as an administrator. So they want to know my administrative skill that I've garnered during the course of my service in the civil service. And that is what I needed at that stage. As a minister, you are not, it is not your, yeah, you still need some level of your technical skills. But what you need more is administrative, because you have those people who are technical in that ministry that you are working, that you have to work with. The only thing that you need to put them to work is your administrative skill to achieve whatever you want to achieve. So all these things that you are saying that it has to be. I remember one back in Nigeria. Just wait, who was a power minister? Was it under Jonathan? But Unaji, what did he achieve? Even in that, and I think he was an engineer that time. He's an engineer, so he did not achieve much because he did not have the tools to work with. If you are a minister and they say, okay, you want to achieve this and this and this, everything is just in the budget. You don't have the financial backup. You cannot go and bring money from your house and say this is what you want to do. So there are so many things that can make Homa you as a minister. So that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yes, you were interviewed as administrator in the medical field, right?
Not in medical, general administration. General administration.
I know. No, they are
not asking
promoting
me medical questions.
Hold on. No, I know. They are also promoting to director to be a director in the medical field, right? Maybe in the hospital, Ministry of Health or so, right? In the medical aspect, right?
Not medical aspect. You can by the time you are getting to level 17, you can. That is the level of a permanent.
The point that what Peace is putting across to you is that the industry space that you were being made an administrator in is still your specialist field. So your medical qualifications still came into play.
No, that's what I'm saying. Just try and listen to me. In fact, let me remember one. Let me give you an answer. What a question they asked me. They asked me
was it Ministry of Water Resources?
No, it was an open question. You understand what I'm saying?
No. The department. What was
it's not department. Related? They want to promote everybody like a group of people.
Yeah. What ministry was it? What ministry was it?
I was a deputy director. And I wanted to be promoted to the director level, which is level 17.
Within which ministry?
All the ministries, the group, all of us were from different ministry, not only my own ministry, which is Ministry of us. All people from other ministry, Agri, Ministry of Works, Ministry of Communication, and all those things. They gather all of us, and you were asked the same questions. That's what I'm telling you. The same question, that is what they ask us, administrative questions. Because you can be moved people, they move people from one ministry to the other. It's only some ministry, as you mentioned, one man like, let's say, law, medicine, that you cannot be moving people around. Because let me tell you, in civil service, they even do, they have people that we call the call administrators. And those ones, they can move them from to any ministry. It's only some ministry that need technical skills, like let's say medicine, law, and those are the ones that they cannot change.
Simba.
Hello, somebody want to say yes?
I think I just listen to you, and I just even can't even understand what you're talking about sometimes. In this instance, I don't even understand what you're talking about. You're trying to talk about people who are asked to become ministers. They'll be assigned a portfolio in a ministry. And then, don't get me wrong, I'm not blaming Tinubu, but I blame him at the same time. I know that's what he meant on ground. That's how every other president has been doing, or maybe let me say, as far as I can remember. Bubu, that's what he did.
It has never happened it has never happened in this country where they were attached portfolio to ministerial list.
Who said so? Who said so? Who said so?
Oh, mention one president has done that.
From Ambassador since 1999, from Ambassador to Jonathan, all minister comes to portfolio. They'll screen them.
It's not true. It's not true.
Really?
Tell us. It's not true.
Really? What Kojola came the first time? Which portfolio came with?
No. They did not attach any portfolio. Go and check. They just screen them, and then after screen, they attach portfolio to them.
So the one
None of our president has done that before.
Wow, but that's what I'm saying. That's one of the flaws that exist in that our you see, when we do anything anyhow, like I said earlier, that's why we get things anyhow.
Okay. Does
so
anyone know why? Does anyone know why they don't attach for the portfolio when they are sending this name?
I mean, I gotta go.
Why?
Some
Why?
of the reasons some people are I gotta go. You've heard some people give some kind of flimsy, some ridiculous kind of excuses here. Like even the chief of staff himself, the reason they gave when he was asked, according to what one man read to us, if you discover that this guy is good in this ministry, let me move him up. So if you had already assigned him in the ministry a portfolio, then you realize that this person I sent to foreign affairs ministry, it will be good in finance. Okay, let me take him. That will maybe makes no sense.
The defense that one gave doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't make sense.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine?
It doesn't make sense. What am I hearing? As if they just turn us to stupid people. They can just tell us anything. Just take it.
Yeah,
I'm laughing.
You see, we just do anything anyhow in that country. You wonder why we see anything anyhow in that country. I was expecting him to make a change of his own. Like, okay, I'm not going to go that route, whatever, even if there's those provision for that in the National Assembly Act or whatever act that governs appointment. I would do it. I will attach portfolio. That's to say, I know I'm a talent, like the Ecuadorians always himself also portray himself. I'm a talent hunter. I know
Ecuadorians, you've not you difficult Ecuadorians. All right, carry on.
So he's a talent spotter, a hunter, where the crazy. Okay, send them to the people that will interview them, grill them on this thing. Let us find out if they even know what they're going to do in that position. Not this usual take a bow and go. We know you don't worry. You are the in-law to this. Take a bow. Former governor Umahi, just take a bow. You're a member of the Senate. Just take a bow and go. I mean, how do you run a nation? You see, woman. You see, sometimes I'm just so tired. I mean, here, let me give you an example of myself. Today, I went through some kind of I did some kind of examination online today.
So you went through an out-of-body experience. Did you go to an out-of-body experience?
My kind of training, it requires constant kind of training. And this is something that you would like in Nigerian context, like what in they are begging. Once you're in that position, just do it. And they have to grill me. They have to interview me kind of in the exam. Like, what am I like? I've gone through this before. Why do you have to? In fact, I have one that is even more superior to it. So because they have to follow due process. It's a necessary thing they have to do. That's how the society works here for them. They want to know if you're still competent. I've had this certification. They still want to find out if this certification you still know what you're doing. So the point is, you see, if we don't do something right in that country, we'll continue seeing this kind of mediocrity that we see in the society there. I mean, how do you send people to National Assembly and you ask them to take a bow? What basis are you?
Rational mind. 1 minute. Okay, now they don't attach portfolio to those lists. When they are screened, on what basis would they ask them questions? Each one of them.
Take a bow. That's what I'm saying. Take a bow and go.
Good question. Good question. On what basis are they screening them on? On what they screen them on? What are they going to screen them on? Okay, on their name? Or because they are past governor, they're going to screen them on? Or what? I don't understand it.
It's a fraud. Just forget the fraud system, man. The fraudulent system. Leave them alone.
All right. Round off your thoughts, Simba, and then I want to hear from Q, who joins us for the first time, and then we'll go on to a different topic. Back to you, Simba. Round off your thoughts, and then we hear from Q.
Okay, well, in summary, I think what I can say is that as a minister, I don't think you can come with your own idea. I stand to be corrected. They can't come with your own idea and say, okay, this is your plan that you have for the ministry. I think everything still depends on what the president.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
I think we lost Simba. No, all right. Let's hear from Q. Are you back? Oh, all right, let's hear from Q. Q joins us for the first time. So Q, unmute and bring yourself into the conversation. Is this your first time here? And what are you making of the conversation so far? Q, good to meet you.
One man, it's more than a year. How are you?
Oh God, yeah. So it's you. Wow, it has been more than a year. What happened?
Come on.
Okay, one man. I rest my case.
Okay, no. Simba can end up with he can just sum up. Then I'll come back. What do you think?
No, you can start now. I think I've rounded up my own.
Yeah, thank you, Simba. So how have you been? It's been a while. Have you been traveling?
Yeah, from one state to another, and also out of the country and back and all that. How have you been?
I've been good. We've not even heard from you even before the primaries.
No. You heard from me before the primaries. Come on, remember.
But we heard from you before before the primaries. But a lot has happened since you last came on board. But now we've landed on this ministerial list. Are you inspired or are you disappointed?
Wow, that's a good question. But it's totally in his hands as the president to decide those who are going to be part of the Federal Executive Council. Some people during the campaigns, as Ajan Lekoko said earlier, some people attributed the ability to spot talent as one of his main strengths, right? So it's not easy actually. He has stepped into a bigger and larger pool, and each selection comes with huge consequences. So he has to do two things at the same time. He has to decide who he's going to work with, and at the same time, with another eye on 2027. So it's political, and at the same time, it's something that he has to weigh the consequences of his choice. It's not an easy one, but I think politically, if you look at it, I don't think you blame him, politically speaking. And going by what people have been saying earlier about how things are going to pan out, in other words, the performance of those he has selected, I can't say, apart from maybe Wike and El Rufai, and also I like it to a large extent. I can't say much about the rest. Yeah, also Partey actually. Well, but Partey served a while ago in the country, and there's so much about him. People are talking about how knowledgeable he is, how good he is, and all that. But what was his performance when he served in the country a while ago? He once served in the country actually, but I can't remember actually how sterling his performance was. Actually, I can't. Well, he has a good resume, but I can't say much actually. But those that I think they'll be able to live up to expectations to an extent. Erufai, I think he's going to be outstanding once again, and Wike is going to be good as well, I think. So also I like him. I think Alike will be good as well.
What about Dave Umahi, who was one of the standout governors under the Buhari space? A lot of people rate him highly.
Yeah, he performed, but his performance. If you compare his performance to other governors, not necessarily to other governors in the Southeast, but if you take that as a whole, from his appointment and how he was able to administer the state in terms of you cannot accuse him of accountability if you do that, or transparency. If you do that, then you have to apply the same thing to someone like Wike, who I think will also have a few questions to answer when it comes to that. But I just don't think I don't know, but honestly, I just don't think he's going to be. It largely depends. Well, he was able to construct a large airport. He was able to construct a university of medicine and also a huge shopping mall. But how will that translate into people's lives in Ebonyi State? That's the question. The thing about Wike, why Wike is exceptional is because there's virtually no sector that this guy did not touch. virtually there's no sector that he didn't touch in Port Harcourt. So I don't think well, we shall see actually, but it's he was able to do a couple of things, as I said.
Going back to El Rufai,
Yeah.
a lot of people are saying that. In fact, I will be surprised if he doesn't get it. A lot of people have already assigned the Ministry of Power to him because they feel, and I agree, that ministry needs a real bruiser, a real bulldog to go in there and just kick a few heads in. So do you see that? Because that seems to be the only, apart from that or petroleum, that seems to be the only ministry that can really keep him interested and keep him alive. Because what else can you give him other than that sort of space? So do you see that, and do you think it's a good fit?
Oh yeah, he will actually be good. That will be more like as we say, square peg in a square hole or round peg in a round hole. He will be able to do that. But you see, it's a quite complex sector. The power sector in Nigeria, it's a complex sector. And while I think he's going to do well, I also think it's going to be extremely difficult for him, unlike anything he has done in the past, unlike any other thing, because the power sector, all you need to do is to ask a few people who are there what it entails. I know a couple of things there actually, but I think it's one of the most, it's just a terrible place actually. It's a really, really terrible place. The Ministry of Power is a very, very bad, it's going to be extremely difficult for anyone to fix that, because the thing is, immediately after it was unbundled, they decided to just, slice the whole power sector into zones. They sold them out to people that aren't conversant with the sector, and they've done virtually nothing when it comes to, I think, the private sector. For instance, there's a sector that I heard about in Lagos, an independent power sector called IPP or something like that. There's one smart Yoruba guy who is running it. It's called Viaten Energy. So I had a discussion with a couple of people who are there, and the thing is, it's not as if it's not possible, but it's just rotten. Honestly, it's just rotten, and it will take him more than 4 years to fix that sector. More than 4 years. That is why immediately after it was unbundled, hundreds of billions, the CBN had to allocate hundreds of billions to those who bought discos again after selling that sector. So it's not going to be an easy task for him. It's not going to be an easy task.
But that's especially why you need somebody like El Rufai, because he has the requisite stubbornness.
Yeah, he does. But see, the thing is this, one man, is not just providing electricity. He's not just providing, he's not just providing it. I mean, in other words, having access to it. But how affordable is it going to be? That's another thing. How affordable is it going to be? Another thing I want you to think about is that, with the removal of subsidy, which honestly speaking, that was not the right move. They have completely messed up the country. That was a single move that and people are trying to defend what, in all honesty, is just you can't defend that. It's just not possible. People say things like, well, we can. The reasons are even laughable. The reasons they dish out most of the time, it's just something that you ask yourself, do these people really know what they're talking about? You see people calling themselves economic analysts, or people, what do you call that funny word, technocrat, appearing on national platforms from one television station to another, justifying things that just don't make sense. How would you do that? How? Why? Why would you? The reasons are just, it just does not make sense. Honestly, it doesn't. In any way you look at it. And then, most of the businesses in Nigeria, they run on petrol. Initially was diesel generators, but now we have small, little generators that people use in salons.
I bet that passed my neighbor.
In salons, in bakeries, some people use them in their one apartment houses and all that. After selling NEPA for like more than 9-10 years now, people are still finding it very difficult to access. In other places,
Sorry, did you say subsidy, removal of subsidy doesn't make sense?
Absolutely, Kulata.
What's the alternative?
I think it's not what's the reason for removing it? That's the first thing I'm asking. Like, what is the reason? What are the reasons?
Because we can no longer afford it. That's the reason for removing it.
Yeah, that's what they've been talking about. They can no longer afford it. Okay, if you know you can no longer afford it, as a political party that took over from a succeeding party, it's because it's APC to APC. Why all these years? No, hold on, please, hold on. Just allow me to answer, because you said it is no longer something that the country can afford. Okay, fine. You collected billions of dollars in loans. Why didn't you fix the refinery? If indeed you're interested in removing subsidy, why didn't you fix the refinery before doing that?
So, do you want Nigeria to keep borrowing till magically they fix
okay,
the
why
refinery?
did you borrow? Excuse me. Why did you borrow?
Wait, even if they fix the refinery, do you think the refinery will be sold at a discount? The only thing we're saving is shipping costs.
No. See, let me tell you this. Before the elections, the last time I appeared on this platform, one man asked me a question about the primaries, how the primaries are going to turn out. And I told him something. I said the winner is already there. It's going to be an interesting one, and the winner is already there. And he asked me who in particular, and I told him Tinubu is going to win the elections. I didn't even say the primaries. I said the elections. Now, the reason why I said this is because of a lot of things that he has done in the past. When you put all together, no one did 50% of what he has done in the past. Politically speaking, no one has done that. And so you just have to give it to him. It was just clear. But immediately after winning the election, something happened. People from the World Bank and these international institutions, before the elections, in fact, before the elections, a lot of them made them say that in one or two of their campaigns. We are going to remove the subsidy. Someone said, well, I will sell the refineries immediately. Another one said the first day and all that. But then just look at what happened. He again went during his campaigns in Abeokuta. In Yoruba, he said it clearly. I'm going to bring down the price of fuel. The reason why this is...
Of course, he cannot bring down the price of fuel. How can he do that?
No, I'm coming.
He did say that, though.
He said that, but of course, tongue in cheek. How can he do it? He doesn't have such power.
No. Yes, he doesn't have the power. Let's assume he doesn't. As the president, if he doesn't have the power to reduce, he has the power. How then? But he had the power to remove it, and immediately the price increased. People are
because removal is we're paying something. Hold on a second. We're paying for something. We have to borrow to pay for something we can't afford, and we're reaching like 200 Nigerians that are just stealing the thing.
Okay. Thank you for that. But another thing I want you to look at here is very simple and straightforward. They borrowed billions and billions of dollars to do what with in the past 8 years? That's my question. Why didn't? And if you say
but they're also, it's also codified. Hold on, it's also codified in the law. Because they signed the PIB bill.
That is another. No, excuse me, Mr.
It's not an excuse. No, it's a law. Is the law? Wait, is the law an excuse to you?
No, hold
on. Is that how you explain what the law is?
This question. You see, earlier I said people appear on national platforms giving very laughable excuses to remove.
What is laughable about you can't afford something?
Hold on, Kulata.
I'm going to respond to you. Allow me. I'm going to respond to you, Mr. Kulata.
Yeah, carry on. Don't call him Mister, though.
No. I'm not a Mister. I just call him Kulata. I'm just judging you. Don't worry about it.
Kulata, listen to me. No, listen to me. This is something very simple and straightforward. No one will listen to you and will say you are not knowledgeable. No one will listen to you and will say you don't know what it means when it comes to policy. You know that. Fine. But when you are applying or when you're coming up with a policy, without thinking about those you're going to apply the policy on, it makes no sense. Put that aside. How many people are using, like the billions and billions of dollars they took? What did they do with it? They said, well, we had to use that in order to construct railways. We had to do that. We had to do that in order to fix our roads. Okay, fine. We had to do that, in fact, for COVID. Another excuse that they gave. And now you're talking to me about the law. Who is the law meant for? The law is meant for humans, and humans are meant. They can amend that if they want to. The problem people are having is that they get themselves detached completely from the society. They bring together a group of people calling themselves economic analysts, and apart from that, then they think that when they come up with this with these policies, it's just going to be more like a turnkey project.
Okay. Can I ask you a question then?
And then it's going to work.
How will you, If you were in that shoes, how would you solve for that problem?
Believe
That
you me,
you know that
listen
their
to me.
vested interest. Let me just explain the premise. The vested interest that are eating, of course, they're chopping out of it, Nigerian parlance, they're chopping out of that subsidy money. The longer you wait to plan something, the more they gang up against you to make sure you'll not be successful.
Okay, can I answer
Is
that
that same vested interest that is making sure there will
can I answer
never
that?
be a
You
working refinery in the
you
country?
see, here's the thing. You spoke about the law, and I said the law, the people in the Senate who made it, they can amend it if they have the interest of the people at heart. So you see, that is not even an excuse. That can be amended. It's not even a problem. Now you're talking to me about a group of people. Are we saying that we don't even have a country that can stand on its own and say, no, we don't agree with this?
Unfortunately, we don't.
Arrested?
We don't.
Okay, then. So that means the people who are poor, the people who are powerless, they should go ahead and suffer because of few people that the country cannot arrest and prosecute. Look, these things just don't. Look, let me tell you this. You know the largest employer of labor in the country? Do you know the largest employer of labor?
The government has to be.
No, it's not the government. It's not the government. The largest employer of labor in Nigeria is the transport sector. I'm putting it to you today. There's no local government that you will go to that you don't have, at least, apart from the major cities like Lagos, Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, and Enugu. There's no local government out of 774 that you go to that you don't find people who are riding, maybe driving a car, 5-10 cars as taxis or transport, and then you have tricycles, what we call keke and pep. Hundreds of them. These people, that is the fastest and safest way for anyone to get himself self-employed. That's the reason why so many people.
Well, you're not answering my question about if you can no longer afford something. You're just complaining about what's done in the past. We're talking about a forward-looking approach.
What I'm telling you here is that the reason why we cannot afford it is because people are busy giving excuses the way you're giving it to me now. First, you spoke about.
If I don't give excuses, will that create affordability?
No. Kulata, hold on. My point here is very simple. Why will you receive loan and go and control and go and solve problems that are not as important as the petrol sector itself? There's nothing as important in Nigeria as the transport sector. And in any case, the World Bank and the IMF that keep coming up with different things to Nigerians, that is the reason why, honestly speaking, of all the candidates who appeared before the elections, about 18 or 19 of them, 4 of them are the top contenders: Tinubu, Atiku, Obi, and Kwankwaso. Out of the 4 of them, as I said earlier, the one among them who is clear-cut supposed to win that election and he has won is Tinubu. And if you look at the things, because I had to ask a couple of questions. You know, look at his upbringing. Look at the way he did when he was there as a governor, a couple of things here and there. You can't. There is no way you tell me. But I knew it. I knew he was going to remove the subsidy days before that. I knew it. In fact, let me be honest with you. I wrote an article 2 weeks before he was sworn in respect to removal of subsidy. The title is Tread with Caution. And you know what? They knew it. In fact, almost all the newspaper organizations in Nigeria had information about that. And they withheld that information. I knew he was going to remove that because the people of World Bank and the IMF, that is the reason why honestly speaking, I hope at the end of the day, Tinubu will disappoint me and he will come out as one of the best presidents ever because we need that. But I just cannot see how. I just cannot see the miracle that he will be able to perform that will transform this country. Because the transport sector, the energy sector, you cannot leave it in the hands of few people that are even a bunch of liars. Someone telling you he's fixing a refinery that will start functioning in July.
That's where I was going to, because you said they borrowed. Let me land. You said they've been borrowing money to do other things. You know they've been borrowing. You know how much? I read how much they've spent on turnaround maintenance for our refineries. I think it was something mind-boggling, something over $10 billion in the past decade or 8 years or something. Crazy amount of money. You know, people are still employed in those refineries doing nothing.
Kulata, wait, do you know that if there's one person, honestly speaking, apart from Buhari, who can do that, is Tinubu himself. Tinubu.
To fix the refinery.
Look at anybody in his eyes and tell them, I won this election. He can look at anybody in his eyes and tell him, yes, you helped me, but I did more for myself.
So but there's an economic problem. That's what you need to acknowledge. The economy. Don't brush it over by saying people are suffering. We need to acknowledge an economic problem. 90% of our revenues are used to service our debt. If we continue subsidy, we'll continue
Excuse me.
gaining more debt.
Another thing again that is just something that this is really sad. It's sad when I hear this kind of things. Honestly speaking, I'm being honest with you. It's very
I'm saying it intentionally so you can address it.
Okay. Now you're talking about this, but my point here is this: we cannot afford it. The law, he cannot hold the people accountable. You are clearly telling me that we don't have a country.
We don't, but why are we pretending like we do? Do we have a country that is stealing crude?
Hold on, gentlemen. We do have a country, but hold on, Q. Okay, so let's make you Tinubu for a day, for a moment.
Yes.
So you've come into Aso Rock and they've opened the books to you. You've seen the level of debt, and then what do you then do in terms of the subsidy? Do you pile on more debt, or do you do this short, sharp shock thing, and then the people have to make a lifestyle adaptation to the new economic reality?
Okay. No. One man. The most important thing, and in my opinion, I have to make that clear. In my opinion, I think the most important thing for him to do is to ensure that he fix that sector first, not by removing subsidy, but by taking on anyone on his way as an obstacle without any fear whatsoever. And I'm telling you this because they've just, you see, the problem here is that you are clearly seeing we are delving into Buhari 2.0. It's sad. It is very sad. Because here's the thing. They will lie to him. They will manipulate him. They will cycle him, and before you know it, he will keep telling you, yes, I know what is going on, I know what is happening, but he doesn't. He has no idea. And that is very scary. That is something that those who are close to him or those who know him should do all they can to ensure that doesn't happen.
What's going on?
Do you get my point? So at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that he should take on anyone without fear, regardless. And he has been banking on, and people have been thinking about.
Okay, in practical terms, how long will it take to turn around the Nigerian refinery in timeline?
What did the former minister said? The former minister said first or second quarter of this year we're supposed to be pumping out oil from the refinery. So
that's why I said in practical terms, not political speech time.
No, but I'm coming. You see, as a president, the crown on his head gives him the power. In fact, ideally, what he was supposed to do was to bring in, because of a lot of things that happened under the previous administration, he should forget about that it's his political party, is this or that, but it will endear him to a lot of Nigerians because he himself is a politician.
Sorry, I want to even ask a question. Who was the last minister of petroleum?
Timepre Silva. He has a lot of questions to answer.
It was not even popular. I can't even remember.
I'm coming. No, but you know, people are making a big mistake here. He was not popular or he was popular. That is not the case. He was the one who was there. I watched the video. He addressed the media and he made it clear to them. He said they have signed this. They've paid over $1 billion for them to fix the refinery. So ideally, what he's supposed to do is to follow up on that. That is one. There are a couple of ministries that he needs to put his hands into with a sword, without fear. The Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs is another one. I mean, there are a lot of things that he must do, but more importantly, the energy sector. I'm telling you this: if he should allow the energy, already that is what is sad. The energy sector clearly and gradually, it's almost done. It's going to fall into the hands of the private sector, and that will be the wow.
Calm down before you go too far. If they fix the refinery, let's assume they fix the refinery.
It shouldn't be in the hands of any private sector, Kulata.
Wait, let me just land. Let's say, I mean, however you want, they fix the refinery is run by NNPC. Yeah. How much will they be selling the petrol? Is it that same subsidized price or unsubsidized price?
That is not a problem. The best thing that they can
do. We have to address it because
it's something that I had a discussion with a couple of people. I had a discussion.
Wait. Let me land because I want to get to the point that if we fix refinery now, how much should the government of NNPC be selling the petrol? Because if it's still subsidized, it's still stolen to other borders.
Okay, please allow me to give you an answer. That's a very good question, and here's my answer. I had a conversation with a few people, and in fact, one of them works with the World Bank, and this is what I told them. And believe me, no, you know what? Honestly speaking, right? One of them. Anyway, let me tell you what happened. We had a conversation, and this is what I told them. I made it. The conversation was about, you know, you know, at the end of the day, you still have to sell off the refineries. You still have to allow private sector to manage the refineries. And wait. I mean, what is all this? What is the obsession with the private sector? As if the private sector is our lifeline. What is all this? In order to fix the price, what he's supposed to do is, after fixing the refinery, create a committee that will involve members of NLC and TUC, with members of.
But sorry, because you have been talking and I've not been able to pick any points from what you have been saying since.
Okay, please tell me.
If you say that we are fixated on private sector,
yeah,
can you mention one business that government has done very well?
All any business that you can think of in Nigeria was done excellent by the government, not until people decide to enthrone, I repeat it, enthrone the private sector.
At what point? At what point? Just tell me, because all this refinery that you are talking about.
Listen to me. I know
the last one was the Kaduna. Let me finish. Because
one voice, yeah.
Let me finish, because I know your passion. I know what you are saying, but you know, you are just talking. You don't complete your sentences. You don't master your point before you jump into another one, because people are listening to you, but we cannot actually see reason with you. I'm very sorry.
Hold on, Simba. What Q is saying is quite clear. What Q is saying is that rather than remove that fuel subsidy, because what he is saying is that the fuel subsidy is actually the engine that drives the economy, especially at the lower middle to lower classes, where they're dependent on that single product to drive their lives. So rather than remove the subsidy, it should have taken a sword to that corruption space and made an example of these people that feel that they are bigger than the country, bring them to their knees, and then let the people be able to subsist in an economy that is just barely able to sustain them. So it was quite clear in what he was saying. But Q, let me take you to this space, still within the same parameters. It was one stone, two birds that Tinubu threw, and the stone hit the fuel subsidy, but it also hit the arbitrage in the foreign exchange space. So was it wrong to float the naira by your reckoning? Q?
Floating the naira to a large extent, we can say he did the right thing. Look, this guy Tinubu clearly, he wants to do exceptionally well. He wants to perform. There's no doubt about that. But as I said earlier, honestly speaking, if those who truly love him, those who truly are loyal to him, not sycophants, people that will not tell him, no, sir, that is wrong or that is right. I'm talking about those who are truly loyal to him, not sycophants. We'll look at him in the eyes and say, sir, that is not right. I don't think that is in the best interest of the country. Or, sir, let's move ahead. That's the right decision. Then he's going to be Buhari 2.0. He's going to be managed. He's going to be controlled. They will tell him what to do and what not to do. He means well. The reason why he had to do that was because of the arbitrage. That was very, very important. That was very important. And that is why it is sad, after removing MFLA, he decided to replace him with another director who was there when MFLA did all that he did with the bank, when he messed up the bank. Ideally, they should be thorough. And as he said, when he was
hold on, but he cannot replace Emefiele. What he's doing right now, that's about the only thing he can do.
No. Excuse me. It's not about replacing him.
Hold on. Let me land my point. He will need the National Assembly to be able to fully remove Emefiele. So whatever he's doing, because he cannot go and bring anybody outside to sit on that seat of Emefiele as acting. So it's only somebody within the CBN that he can use in that regard.
Okay.
So that's how it is.
But here's the thing. As he said, as he said when he was inaugurated, there ought to be a house clearing within the CBN. As for you to say is within the law or not, removing the CBN governor, that is debatable, because when Lamido Sanusi was removed by Goodluck Jonathan, there was a lot of debate about that. So many people said he did the right thing, and some people as well said no, he did the wrong thing. But what I'm saying here is this: he's still the president. He is the CNC. He has the final say on so many things, and that is why he has the power to appoint the CBN governor. He has that power. And what is sad, his chief of staff was the head of House of Representatives. When a few people in the House wanted to investigate Emefiele, and that thing was scuttled. And that's why when Emefiele was arrested, Bajami Amila became the chief of staff. I kept wondering, how is that possible? Is there anything that's going to come out of that? And now they're telling us that.
What are you making of the charge? One day gone and 23 cartridges.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I wanted to say. And they came up with something that is so, that's a disgrace. So that's to say this guy did nothing after all that, after all such stupid.
Yeah, that's gross incompetence with DSS.
Of course, that clearly showed that they didn't even know what they were doing. They didn't. And I'm 100% sure if you get thorough forensic analysts to get into the CBN, I mean, it will be too much for you to pack. There will be too much for you to pack what Emefiele did, because it was so glaring. People who used to work at other places, they got a job at CBN, and before you know it, they transformed. I mean, their lives get transformed within minutes. How is that possible? So, I mean, so much, a lot of things happened at the CBN. So, honestly speaking, I think he did the right thing with the dollar thing, but then they need to see what they can do in order to ensure that it just does not get out of hand.
All right. One more question to Q, and then okay, actually, you go first. Rational Mind.
The question I want to ask him is, because when you ask him the question about the fuel subsidy removal, what is his point? And the way he went and he talked about it. Now, you also ask him about this issue of the Naira, removal of the arbitrage, call it. And then he's saying this, it's a good thing. How do you think it's a good thing? Do you realize why Nigerians are crying right now?
No.
Why the fuel, that is petrol. Hold on, let me land. The petrol issue, why it's on the rise. From the newspaper I read some few days ago, they said these oil marketers, they could not access forex, so they have to go and buy a higher premium from the black market. So if you are saying that what they did by removing the fuel subsidy was wrong, and now you're saying that the arbitrage, I mean, unifying this the dollar and the forex is a good thing. I mean, because that's where the problem is. It could have, the only thing I agree with you is it could have thought this. I mean, think this. Hold on, it should have think this through very well. But I don't see how the way you're talking about it seems you're conflicting yourself in this matter, because that's how I see it. Go on.
Okay, the basis for the main thing for the removal of for him to ensure that the dollar is at par, but at the CBN rate, and then what is obtainable at the parallel market. If without removing subsidy, you can do that. That they go hand in hand. If there was subsidy, that would have been controlled to a large extent, because the largest allocation of dollars from that country goes to oil. So it's something that he had to do. It's one after the other. But my point, the reason why that is why I'm saying that, you see, the energy sector is as important to any country when it comes to development, just as air or water is important to human being. That you cannot beat it. That is why it is well. I mean, when you look at it, you see, on a graph, the country that uses electricity, there's a relationship between electricity use and development. There is. You cannot allow the energy sector, particularly in a third world nation like Nigeria, in the hands of a private sector. That will be disastrous. And then they say, oh, free market forces. I mean, these things are just things that, look, when you go back and you dig deep into economic history, you realize that at the turn of the last century, there is no Western country that did not apply subsidy. Not what people are telling you on what people are saying on national platforms that they apply subsidy only to the productive sector. These are all fat lies. There's no Western country in the world that did not provide subsidy to all its sectors, regardless. In fact, one of the bases for Ford becoming so common and then for everyone to buy and all that was because of that. It was so cheap for everyone. I am not saying this. It is in the records. At the turn of the century, there's no Western country that did. In fact, if you go to the history of what happened after the Second World War, you see all these things. It got hijacked by people who believe in such policies that allow a few people to control. And that is why those who truly have the interests of their people at heart, when you present them with this kind of things like, okay, well, let's allow market forces to do this, or let's allow capitalism to do that or do this. Look, capitalism is not as if it's not good. It has the power to unleash.
All right.
So I just flatly disagree with your concept of government running businesses. Government has zero business in running business. That's why we're where we are.
I agree with that.
Zero business in running business.
I'll be surprised if you didn't, Kulata. I'll be surprised if you didn't.
Q, can I say something? You know, I agree with Kulata that government has no, especially in a country like that, government has no business in running business. Do you know why? Because the incentive to make a profit is not paramount. Whatever happens, everybody gets paid and then they go home. But in a private enterprise, you have to turn that profit in order to get paid.
Okay,
So
yes. Allow me, please. Thank you. Here's the thing, one man. As a third world nation that has its eyes and wants to develop rapidly, wants to take its people, who more than 50%, close to 80%, in fact, more than that, are poor. When I say poor, I mean very poor. Honestly, you need to walk on the streets of Nigeria to see what people are going through. You need to walk on the streets of that country. But that is not what, in fact, what I will focus on. That is something that you can ask anybody and they will tell you, because of the effect of what this has done. And it will continue to do. There are four important sectors in every economy, particularly a third world nation, that if you allow it to go into private hands, then you are doomed. This, I believe, I argued it with so many people. Some agreed with me, some didn't, but we shall see. However, I was glad when I presented it to a professor who happened to be Chinese, actually, and I asked her a few questions after that. Honestly speaking, she said yes, yes, yes. And here are the things I'm going to let you know. First is security. You don't allow private sector to control your security of any serious nation. You don't allow that to happen. Second is health. You don't allow the health sector in the hands of private sector because you need a healthy workforce. And if you allow it to the vagaries of what people call private sector, I mean, honestly, no. Third, education. Fourth, energy sector. Because as I said earlier, if you want to become a major country to be reckoned with in the world today, in the 21st century, you must ensure that you have control of the energy sector. Because it's as important, as I said earlier on, to development, just as water or air is important to human survival. And believe you me, I argued this with some people, as I said earlier on, because look, anyway, that is just what I want to say, Mr. One Man. You can allow the private sector, for instance, to get into other sectors. You can be in charge of electronics companies. You can be in charge of the furniture, lumber industry. You can be in charge of the textile industry. You can go ahead and be in charge of all of it.
Q. Private sector doesn't necessarily mean foreign investors. I can somewhat sympathize, maybe not agree, but if you say that you should not let foreign investors into certain key sensitive industry spaces. But really, I cannot think of, there is nothing that, even here in the UK, the rail service, it was moribund, it was always late. The trains were always breaking down. The moment they privatized it, it was running like a Swiss clockwork. The government has no business in business. It's just a golden rule.
Okay. One man. You know, that is what, again, some analysts do say when they appear on television stations. Government has no business in business. But then they fail to tell people that, in fact, government breaks the basic major law of capitalism as we know it. If they don't have business in business, why do they go on and on and on saving companies that are about to fail or companies that fail? Why do they keep injecting billions and billions into companies that are about to fail? Why do they do that? Listen, I did not say
they
this.
do it. They do it for
I did
the
not say this.
strategic interest. Wait, Q, hold on, Q, just calm down. They do it for the strategic interest of the country. It doesn't mean they are best in running business. It means sometimes things don't go right in businesses, and you have to look for the better. I mean, you have to look for the what's it called to save your economy. So they interject. I mean, I said they interject. They interfere once in a while.
Okay. Thank you.
But it should not be the rule.
But since the private sector can fail, they are made of human beings. So why wouldn't you cut some slack as well for government, knowing that they are human beings too, and that can also happen with them?
Because the government is inefficient. Because the government is inefficient.
No. About inefficiency. If we have seen inefficiency, look, one man is in London. I'm meant to understand. He's in England. There's a company called Thames Water. Recently, what happened with Thames Water? They are providing water, as based on what I read, over 15 million people in the UK. And what is happening? They are talking about nationalizing it once more. Those who worked with Margaret Thatcher are talking, no, we shouldn't go back to that. We shouldn't go. Look, there are some things that you just cannot allow. Believe you me, these things are not rocket. As Kulata always says, it's not rocket science. Yes, this also is not rocket science. Let's allow. Look, look. There's no. If the government is not strong and hard, the private sector will work hard to sabotage it. I'm telling you this. The private sector will even work hard to sabotage the government, and then they will use that as an excuse to say the government is inefficient.
Q, you want to create a cesspool of corruption.
Again, that's what you're saying again.
Yes, because that is exactly what will happen if the government is running business. We've seen it before. We don't want to see it again.
If it is corruption, we're talking about. When the 2008 financial crisis happened, a lot of things happened in respect. In fact, even the terms what I just gave you example here, because there are lots of complaints from those.
Yeah, I'd like you to go back to that 2008 financial crisis.
Okay. Who was prosecuted for what happened? Who was prosecuted?
Nobody really was.
That is so. Why are people, when you say this? Ideally, we should have.
It's a risk. They took risky investments.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you this. I am not saying capitalism is completely bad. No. But what I'm saying is capitalism must be controlled fully.
Of course, I agree. There's nothing. We should not have pure capitalism.
And what I'm saying, what I wish Nigeria will go for is a complete mixed economy.
Yeah, but we're mixed.
No. But wait. With what I see Tinubu about to do now, he's like saying, America, I have your food ready. The West, not only America, the West, I have your food ready. Come. I want us to go the way of China. Let me not lie to you. And people are saying China is capitalist. No, China is not a capitalist. China is a mixed economy that is largely tilted towards socialism. To an extent, you even say communism. Because they set out rules. In fact, the thing is this. We just cannot go the way America, or the West as a whole, want us to go. We have so many people who are poor. The government must intervene, but the government must be very strict and vigilant.
Don't you think that we need an economy that rewards productivity and punishes people that are not productive?
Wait, what do you mean by that? Sorry, if I may ask.
What I mean by that is an economy that encourages people, an economy that encourages people to work and frowns at laziness.
Laziness?
Yes.
Laziness?
Yes.
Kulata, majority of poor people in Nigeria are not poor because they are lazy. They are not poor because they are lazy. I'm telling you this. Majority of people in Nigeria are rich not because they are hardworking, because they are corrupt.
They're corrupt, yeah, I know, but
because they are thieves.
But also, I mean, we can bifurcate. Wait, we can wait.
Do you think
Wait,
Dangote is who he is today because he's the
wait, we can bifurcate. What's the land mass of Netherlands?
My goodness. Any another one?
Wait, now wait. What's the land mass of Netherlands? The agricultural output from that country. I'm not sure the land mass of Netherlands. I don't know how big it's bigger than Oyo State, for example, or bigger than Borno State, or even Ukraine now that because of war, the whole Africa now cannot eat wheat. So we can say we are hardworking when our throughput and our productivity is low. And the way to encourage it is to put the fire in the belly of people. You change your behavior. You know that you will not eat. See, when you come to the West, nobody's going to tell you to go and start working because you will suffer
when you go to the
if you
West,
don't work because there's bills to pay, there's real life to live, there's no coasting.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. You see, Kulata, here's the thing. People work in Nigeria. It's not that they don't work. The people who make money in Nigeria, it's not as if they work harder than those who don't even have a job.
Some of them are thieves, some of them are smart. It depends.
No, it has nothing to do with you. I mean, I don't understand what you mean. Some of them are thieves, some of them are smart.
Yeah, some are smart business people that do the right thing. Some are just rent seekers that steal government money.
It's not that I disagree with you completely because I saw so many opportunities with my eyes. I saw a guy who came from the east, Enugu State, and he was introduced to a man in the northeast. And I'm telling you this, he's making so much money moving livestock. He's making a lot of money. It's not that I was told. No, I know these people. The point I'm trying to make here is this, please. When people tell you that Nigerians are lazy, Nigerians should be hardworking, people should go and till the soil. In fact, some people even come up with some things that just, here's the thing. You told people to go and farm.
Why is that a wrong idea, by the way, to tell them to go and till the soil? Because
they've done it. A lot of them are doing it.
That's why we're comparing.
Are they doing it cleverly?
No, but let us be honest and let's be fair. As much as we condemn the administration, let's also be fair. To an extent, the last administration was able to do a bit in agriculture. There was an increase in the cultivation of rice, for instance. Nigeria, based on statistics, consumes close to 8 million tons of rice in a year. That's what is estimated.
And how much do we produce?
Kebbi, no, I'm coming. I'm giving you an example. Kebbi State alone produced close to 5 million tons. Are you telling me they're lazy? So what I'm saying.
Wait. Don't just stop there. That's why we are giving you some comparison. We said the agricultural output of a country as small as Netherlands is massive.
No.
We can pull. Wait, hold on. We can pull a lot. And just if you agree, say yes. You can pull a lot of Netherlands from Nigeria. Our land is fertile. The output coming out of Nigeria is piece poor compared to Netherlands. Okay. So when we say you can say no, Nigerians are not lazy because we practice subsistence farming and maybe people are tilling the land, but the output is small.
Tell us what is responsible for that poor output.
If we have an economic model that doesn't get us out of that subsistence farming, then how are we supposed to move forward?
Then you want to blame the people? You are blaming the people.
I'm not blaming Ajali Gugu. Don't come again.
Why are you going to blame?
No, you're trying to blame.
I can deal with one socialist at a time, not two.
Okay.
I'm a communist. I'm not a socialist. I'm a communist. I'm a communist, though.
All right, Q. Let me ask you one final question, and then we move the conversation to another topic. So, like you said, it's been a while since you joined us, and a lot has happened. Yes. You were cautiously optimistic about Tinubu the last time we spoke. So, is that optimism still there? And are you still hopeful for the future under his administration?
honestly speaking, with the kind of people around him, I am not. I have to be honest with you, and I'll be disappointed. I hope he will disappoint me. I hope he will disappoint me, because we badly need a complete. We badly need transformation. We need that. But the way things are going, people are telling you to apply some policies that are that change these things, right? When they tell you that these are the things we need to do, these are the things you have to do. You have to sell. In fact, they're even saying sell off your national asset. One committee came up that Tinubu Economic Advisory Team or so. You have to sell your national asset. Their eyes are on the national refinery, on the refinery. I know. Their eyes.
Yes, yes. Is that about
we should sell those refineries as soon as possible.
No, here's the thing. I don't think
refineries that have not worked for 20, 30 years.
Yes, fix them. India has 1.4 million. There are refineries around the world that are run by the government. You need that. Here, Dangote is telling you.
How many refineries do they have in Saudi Arabia?
Excuse me. Do you know who owns the oil company?
They have less than 5.
But who owns it? The government owns it. It is run by the government.
Even Russia has less than 20.
Yes. But what I'm saying is that I don't agree with anyone who says you should allow your energy sector in the hands of private sector. The energy sector should be controlled. If you want to develop rapidly and take your people out, I'm telling you this, your energy sector, when I say energy sector, I'm talking about two things. I'm talking about the electricity and I'm talking about the crude, the oil that is involved in transportation. You cannot allow that in the hands of the private sector. If you do that, all they will think about is just
Till, don't worry yourself. All these globalists, Kulata and one man, they will not agree with you.
Mr. Kulata, I'm telling you this. I know people who work with Independent Petroleum Marketers Association. You will be shocked if you know of the amount of money they made between May 29th and this date. I'm telling you this. I know people.
I'm not shocked.
And here's the thing. That is why I said, please, people who are close to Tinubu, people who are loyal to him, not sycophants, they should ensure that this man is told to his own eyes. They tell him to his own eyes, sir, we don't think that is in the best interest of this country. Oh no, sir, we can go ahead and do this. It is in our best interest. And I'm going to say this again. All these people that keep talking about, let's bring people from the top 4, the Deloitte, the PwCs, the KPMGs, and look, see, some things, right, are better left unsaid, and then we see how things will unfold. But I'm telling you,
human beings that work in the big 4, so that
yes, human beings work, but there are some of the most corrupt organizations in the world are the big 4. Look at what is happening currently with PwC in Australia. Look at what Deloitte did not longer. Look, listen, let me tell you this.
I don't want to talk about that space. Let's just forget that.
Because you work with some of them, or what?
Let's just move on.
You have to read between the lines.
You are talking to wrong person. Kulata is the wrong person. He's a globalist.
Yeah, please. What I'm only saying, my own humble opinion. But my opinion is very simple. You cannot allow these few things, believe you me, sincerely, in the hands of the private sector. As you know, some economists in the past have said it, and it's true. The motive of the private sector is just to make profit, nothing more, nothing less.
Okay, Q. The government can hold strategic reserves. It's for national security, for economic security. Every responsible government should have a strategic reserve of petroleum product. That's as far as you go. Let the market trade, and then if things are getting too worse, the government can relax taxes on these prices. But government should not. I mean, especially an incompetent. It's a different thing if we have a different government model. Let's say we have some autocratic model that they beat people to shape in Nigeria, and they can beat people to shape and say, okay, you have to run an efficient. But when we've seen our country being incapable of running anything, ran Nitel to the ground, ran this down to the ground, ran everything to the ground, and we're now encouraging more running to the ground. What are we doing?
Okay, Kulata. Because Mr. A couldn't do it, that does not mean Mr. B cannot also do it.
Because we are Mr. A, we are Nigerians, you and I are Nigerians, and we know we cannot do it.
No, I'll give you an example. here. Erufai as a governor, and I will argue this with any other person. I doubt if in the last, since 1999, any governor has performed as well as he did in Kaduna, as well as he did. Honestly speaking,
Jagaban.
Yes, he did. But if you're talking about transformation, no, I'm coming. Seriously speaking, I want you to get someone who knows that state very well and ask them what really happened, and ask them what he really did. And I disagree with him on a couple of things, particularly.
Sorry, one second, Q. To Niger, check the private chart. Carry on, Q.
So what I'm saying is, Mr. Kulata was speaking about in the strategic reserves here, strategic reserves there. You were in America, maybe, or maybe you were in another part of the world during the last global health crisis, and we saw what happened. Immediately people started going out and all that increase in petroleum everywhere. PMS, people were buying it and all that. Why were they buying it? They came up with different flimsy excuses like Russia, Ukraine, this and that, and these are all lies. These are all lies.
Why they are buying petrol?
No, why petrol was expensive in the States?
You know, every summer petrol gets expensive in the state because more people. Let me just explain. You see now, right now, crude oil is already going up because every summer people drive around in all these Western countries. They go out, they do this, and naturally, the OPEC countries, they jack up the price. So every summer is predictable. Petrol prices go up, and for COVID, when we're locked up, by the time people started going out again, it went up again.
Okay. So here's what I want to let you know. You said in the summer people traveled, in the summer people did this.
Yes, now it's a pattern.
Excuse me. Sorry. It rose way more than 2-3 previous summers before that.
Of course, yeah. Market manipulation will happen. That's, those are.
You admitted that. Thank you.
Of course, that's normal. That's normal.
Thank you. You admitted that. So you see how corrupt the private sector is. You see how corrupt.
Yeah, it's to make money. It's not corrupt. They have to make money within the parameters of the law. They have to make money.
It went to the extent.
Sorry, Kulata.
Biden had to come in to tell people to tell
one man. Is one man there?
Yes, I'm here.
Is there a party that you are doing for Q? Because you allow Q to just change the topic and it's going on and on. Is it because
you know why? It's because we've not heard from him for so long, and the last time he came, the audience, they enjoyed him so much. So I just wanted them to have
let's allow
and he has an antagonist because he's a socialist. I'm not.
Yes, this is one of Ajale Koko's stable.
Let me tell you this, Kulata.
Both of them should go to Cuba.
Kulata,
yes.
I believe people.
Even Cuba gave up eventually.
See, listen to what you're saying. It gave up because of all that happened between America and Cuba itself. But the point I'm trying to make here is that Simba, please don't worry. I'll be leaving very soon. The point I'm trying to make here, Kulata, is that the corruption in the private sector, they don't even give a hoot about what is going on with the public. But the government will not do that. The government will look into the interests of the public. I said Biden had to come out and tell the oil companies to bring down their prices. Where do you do that? You allow, since you said you allow free market, no demand, supply, all, then allow them to do what? Allow them to cash on. And guess what? America is a net exporter of oil. Yet, they were buying it at a price that was way more 2-3 previous summer. As you said, every summer it goes up. You know, Kulata, the thing is this. I'm telling you, and that's even America, a developed country, not to talk about our country, where we know that the structure needs someone that is very strong and like someone who has honestly, you need to have the interest of your people at heart. And you know,
but this interest of the people can be misguided when the opportunity cost. You can only spend money on petrol, then every other thing goes to the toilet.
Economics. We speak about opportunity cost. We speak about scarcity and a couple of other things. But when
scarcity, behavioral changes, and so on and so forth.
Yes, you put all these things together. I am still telling you, Mr. Kulata, there's no how if you truly want your country to develop, there's no how you will allow those sectors I listed earlier in the hands of the private sector. Allow the private sector to go into other sectors that regardless, and in fact, if you're talking about allowing them, is it easy to set up a refinery? No, Dangote was saved. He had to be saved by the federal government. They had to save him with almost 3 billion.
Q, this your model that you are preaching. Can you tell us where it has worked?
In China, he's currently working in China.
You cannot compare China. You cannot compare the kind of government. You can't run.
Why?
So you still be crying. The people you be crying. You say rule of law. They don't follow rule of law. They don't do this. They don't do that.
You don't want him to
See, let me
compare
tell you
China.
this. Let me
You
tell you
ask
this.
him where he works.
Our problem as a
China is homogeneous now. I mean, Nigeria, like if you want to rule like Nigeria, Igbo will say this, Yoruba will say that, Fulani and Hausa will say it's not going to work.
There's nothing that.
Is it not the same Adane Koko that is defending Emefiele here?
Excuse me.
That is talking like this.
Who is defending Emefiele?
You know.
Who is defending Emefiele? Emefiele.
So honestly, I think Tinubu, what he needs to do is to ensure that he does not. Those who love him, those who are very close to him, they should try and ensure that there's not any kind of aid or any kind of any person that will just walk up to him and tell him to do things that they don't take into consideration the consequences of that policy in people's lives. Because honestly, the removal of subsidy, I mean, and you know, some people will even tell you, those who are supporting Tinubu will tell you, you know, but Jesus said the poor will always be among us. But Jesus, indeed, Jesus said
yeah,
that.
Kulasa has said that here
Jesus
before.
never said that.
Oh,
really? But Jesus never said that your leaders will come up with policies that will make you poor, to an extent enslave you. Jesus never said that.
What do you mean the leaders come with the policy that they will enslave? I mean, you're going extreme.
Yes, no, I'm not going extreme. I'm not as extreme a socialist as
Tinubu have started wrongly, and that is why we see our economy is not moving in the right direction.
Let me tell you this: Tinubu. He's a politician who came in right. You cannot just say, you know, he came in right. He just came in right. You know, everything was just right for him. And I believe, honestly speaking, naturally, whatever it is, ideally they shouldn't have been, if not because, you know, of what you call loyalty in politics, and there is no. Ideally, looking at what he has done politically speaking, I think naturally he deserves his picture to be among the among presidents in this country.
In summary, I think there are two policies that he wrote that he has changed. I think he reverted his 8,000 naira, whatever I want to do as palliative. The tuition fee. No, just hold on. Hold on. The tuition fee, he reversed it. So hopefully, if you want him to reverse the subsidy, I will continue that regime. I will continue the way we are continuing. So be it. So let us have another, because it's everything. I'm getting tired of this conversation. I'm very sorry.
If you're going, I'm also going. Don't go. But I would like to say this finally. No amount of palliative will solve the problem. No amount. That is why you cannot remove the removal of subsidy. Just is
okay.
Not,
so Q, you want subsidy to come back? That's it.
Not only to come back, to see what he can do immediately to ensure that refineries are fixed, petrol is sold.
Okay, let me tell you what should be done for refineries to work. Don't promise me you will not scream. And just promise me you will not scream if I say it.
I've not been screaming.
Okay. NNPC should disinvest, should sell off shares to the point that they're not the majority shareholder. They should own 49%. They should have 51% run by private sector. So the decision refineries will work in that case. The same way we have LLNG work, that model where what's the name of that British company owns whatever consortium on 51%. And that one works like clockwork. Always delivering money, everything, boom, boom, boom. That's what we need for NNPC.
He mentioned Saudi Arabia, Aramco. Aramco, if you know what the meaning of Aramco means, Arabian American company. So it's not only Saudi Arabia that owns Aramco.
Saudi now, and also is on the market now, sir. So
it's even in
Simba. Saudi Arabia owns Aramco up to a little over 95%. It's fully
listed it. They've listed it though.
That is something that people keep saying. They will sell it. They will do this. They will do that.
No, they've listed it on the market now.
Well. That is what people are talking about. Look at the level of development in the. Look at what they look. Here is the thing.
But Saudi is autocratic.
Saudi Arabia, if you dare do what they are doing in Nigeria, they will kill you.
There's nothing like that.
They will kill you. How this Emefiele cannot survive in Saudi Arabia to the extent that mockery of ourselves and saying, if half of what even what he did in Nigeria, he will be dead by now. So what are you talking about?
Well. The thing I told
So
you
there are certain things that you cannot talk about autocracy and the kind of government. If you want that kind of government in Nigeria, it will work. It will work, but you should not scream.
Mr. Simba, it is not about being autocratic. It is about being lawful, following the law and order. It is about prosecuting those who are wrong.
All right, you. So now that Tunaja is here, it opens the window for me to take my leave and hand over the session to Tunaja. But before I do that, of course, I acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. It looks as though people didn't bring their wallets to the party today, but a man who never leaves home without his wallet, Ayo, of course. So that's Ayo doing as he always does. Alexander Gomez, he inserted before he went to bed. Ayo celebrates the return of Enigmatic on Day, and of course Prince Daddy, a regular in that space as well. So thank you to all those. I'll keep them coming. So Thomas is not available, unfortunately, but fortunately, Tunaja has decided to step into the bridge. So unfortunately, we cannot play Thomas's theme song, but we have Tunaja's theme song. So we'll use this song to usher myself out and usher Tunaja into the space. So anytime that Tunaja moderates now, his theme song.
One man, let us listen to that Asari Dokubo song. That one that he said, na turn by turn. Na Tinubu turn with this. One man. Can anybody hear me?
No, I was leaving for Tunaja, but he's not even picking it up. Tunaja, are you not there? Tunaja?
He's not there.
He is there, Tunaja, but
No, I'm here, and my mic was a bit turned off. Sorry
look
about
at
that.
that. You've only
One man, play that.
All right. By special request from the mighty Ajanle Koko, but it's long ago.
Oh God.
Hey, don't get put that thing. Under the sun, we go for that like you go. Under the sun, we go for that like you go. Under the sun, we go for that like you go. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. The rain is giving us blessings. Yes, sir. Hey!
Imuta baba to go we can pray. I'm on my way, me. When me. I'm on my way, me. Imuta baba to go with my boy pray. When me. I'm on my way, me. When me. I'm on my way, me. Imuta baba to go we can pray. I'm on my way, me. With me. I'm on my way, me. Imuta baba to go with my pray. I'm on my way, me. With me. I'm on my way, me. Eyes on. Yeah. He's on. Yeah. It's on Kimemia. Yeah. Jasper. Yeah. Jasper. Yeah. Jasper. Yeah. Jasper. Yeah. Yende. Yeah. Yende. Yeah. Yende. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, we thank God for keeping us alive. Whatever the enemies are planning, they will fail. Whatever the enemies are planning, what will happen? Fail. We are here. I think you are seeing me. Yes, sir. I am not a ghost. I just come from Saudi Arabia. Wow. We are here. We thank God. We work for President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, and he will succeed. Yes. Anybody who is planning for him to fail, the person had already. Yes. We are not competing with anybody. As you see us, we have never competed with anybody. Who is making noise there? Arrest them. Which arrest them? Which arrest them? Which arrest them? But when I don't bring that man back, they be arrest them. I just pardon him. I don't tell him to come become arrest. Yeah. So, thank you very much. Every one of you, you have tried. Things are coming. We are. Na turn by turn, oh. Na jagaban turn, oh. Turn by turn. I beg you, wait for your turn. Come on. Turn by turn, oh. Na jagaban turn, oh. Turn by turn, oh. I beg you, wait for your turn. We say now turn by turn, oh. Na jagaban turn, oh. Turn by turn, oh. I beg you wait for your turn. I beg you wait for your turn, oh. Turn by turn, oh. Na jagaban turn, oh. Turn by turn, oh. I beg you wait for your turn. If you do anyhow, You say anyhow. You do anyhow. You say anyhow. You do anyhow. You say anyhow. You go collect woto. Turn by turn. Agagaban turn. Turn by turn. I beg you wait for your turn. Turn by turn. Agagaban turn.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, Niger, now people feel sing well, though.
Yeah, it turns out that they can sing, all these sad people, and it's a disgraceful episode. Personally, I don't
What
know,
is
man.
disgraceful there? What do you mean? Because his policy does not align with your own. Is that why?
No,
you
not necessarily. Not necessarily. No, that's not it at all. I think if this was present in the North now, we will not see it as a benign organization. You see what I mean? And also, you know, these type of non-state actors coming together, like, it's a dangerous thing for any nation. They can be usurped and used to cause chaos in the country. I do understand the song is singing in terms of, you know, you can understand the sentiment behind the idea that is Tinubu's turn. When they say Tinubu turn, what they basically mean is the Southwest turn. That's basically what they are saying. And because I've heard, I think someone like Keyamo say something like that before, when they say, oh, Abiola, this is not going to be another Abiola, stuff like that. So you can see maybe this is a kind of insurance policy that they are putting in place. But it's a dangerous thing. You can't have people like this flying around in the country. They can get out of control. Other people can usurp them to cause chaos in the country easily. I don't know why they can't use their military. They can't use their police. You keep recruiting the people on the street, on the side all the time. If you cannot even control your military and your police, what kind of government are you running? I don't understand these people sometimes, why they need all these funny actors to just be operating on the sideline. So I don't subscribe to that kind of behavior. North, south, east, west, this thing. And I think we in the south, east, and even west, they do put up this type of militia forces. But in the north, you don't see it. I don't know why you don't see that. And the north, most of them, that's where most of the death is coming from. So you don't see them organizing like these to put up forces.
No,
and
no. I think you are getting it wrong. This group of people does not carry up arms against the state. They carry the state is even using them, you know, to protect and ensure that security is intact for the country. Like the Tombolo guys that being used in the Niger Delta area to protect our oil pipeline and our infrastructure there. They look at, since they hire him for that job, our output on crude oil has increased tremendously. And this guy that you are not in support of him and his group, I'll be helping the military, fighting alongside the military against the what do you call it?
Insurgents and bandits and all of them.
So It's unfortunate that Nigerian state show no capacity to the strength of its military to secure the land, but at least they've been supportive in giving us security.
But don't you think that if you cannot control your military, what makes you think you can control this group? Sooner or later, they could turn on you and they could turn on the state. When outside forces, this is how Boko Haram in the way can get started. When outside forces tap into them, they have more resources, they have more support, they have more willpower, the capacity to control these groups. What if they run out of control? This is the I've seen in Haiti, the president was killed. He lost his life in his property through mercenaries. Like this type of situation that you have, people running around the country, private armies all over the place. The country is in tatters now because of that. And I feel like if you cannot control your military, then I don't think you should even dare think that you can control people that are even less disciplined than the military. That is the danger.
I think for now, since that they are being used for the good of the country, it is time for the government, particularly this Tinubu administration, to start massive recruitment into the military and the police, so that they can easily phrase out these people.
You can even absorb them into the military, create special squads in the military.
That's another way out. I agree with you on that. But so far so good. I think they are helping. We cannot throw them away. They are not carrying arms against the state, so they are still helpful in one way or the other. We might not like what do you call him, Asari Dokubo, due to some of his rhetoric sometimes against politics and stuff like that, or will be. But for the job he's doing, I think it's quite commendable, and the government can, the government should start looking for a better solution while they are making use of them.
I hope so. I hope they are looking for a better solution, because consequences. Thank you anyway regarding that. Does anyone know any
but I enjoy the song. That's why I personally want to play it. And so it's like we have another Wicked. When Wicked was campaigning against this thing, he have his band, special band he was carrying around to finish article. But I enjoyed that song, and let me say thank you to one man for playing it again. It's a nice song.
I'm not going to stop to remind everybody that that Ijaw language you're speaking there is one of the oldest language in Africa, and I will keep reminding everybody that, because it turns out
but you're from that part of the country now, isn't it?
I'm from the south. Yeah, I'm from the south. See, some of the songs that they are. To be fair, I'm from almost every area really in the south. Some of the sounds that they were making, they were sounding Yoruba.
From Yoruba land, are you connected?
You'll be surprised. I don't like to disclose, but you'll be surprised. You will be surprised.
Nigeria is another rational mind.
I grew up in the south, like in the PH, but I can't even speak the language at all. I can't even hear anything they say. Not one word. I can hear more.
Did they have a language? Did they have a language in Port Harcourt? Did they have a language in Port Harcourt?
Oh yeah, they have different language. Or Krika.
And that's what I'm saying. That they don't have a language. That's what I'm saying. That they have a language. If they have multiple language, which one are you going to choose?
Oh, you can choose to speak the ones that are close to you.
It's not. It's like you'll be confused. It's only language is when you get to a place and it's what you only learn what they speak generally. It's not in the place where even when you get there, most of that they speaking the language. Everybody speaks pidgin.
Oh, they speak it though.
So
they speak Okrika. They speak Okrika. They speak Ijaw language all the time. It's just I just never picked it up.
When I was in Edo, at least I worked for 5 years in Edo State. I was confused. I was working in Nekoma, an Area Specialist Teaching Hospital. And then even the people themselves, they don't speak their language. Most of the Edo people, they speak pidgin, because the Edo people, they have so many languages. The Owan people are different from the Ishan. They are different from the Afeham. They are different from even the real Benin people. They are different from people from Edo North. So, so there's a lot of confusion. So if you're in that kind of environment, it's very difficult to say you want to learn a language.
I guess to an extent there's some truth there, but people that I grew up around, many of them learned the language, but we just didn't. I didn't learn it anyway. I was in Lagos for a shorter period of time, but I picked up some of the language there, even if I spoke English most of the time. So I mean, who knows how these things work anyway? Point is that I just thought I should highlight that because some people like to don't know that because for me my mind was blown when I found out that area, the language there. Do you know that the Igbo language and the Yoruba language they are of the same family? I didn't know that. That one too surprised me because
where are you getting all this your story from?
you go and check YouTube. This is the Wikipedia. If you check the Niger Congo language, there's the tree branch. There is the Kodofan language at the top. The next one is Ijaw. Then when you go down, before you see the Volta language, and when you see the Volta language, it's tied to Igbo and Yoruba. They are all the same this family. Although almost all of them are still under the Ijaw language, which is weird. I didn't see that one coming, and nobody says that in Nigeria. That the Ijaw language is one of the oldest languages in Africa.
Wikipedia is not something that you rely on. Anybody can put anything on Wikipedia. Do Nigeria, forget about Wikipedia.
It's linguistic stuff. I'm not the expert. I didn't write it.
And that's what I'm saying. Wikipedia in literary this thing, even if you are citing Wikipedia on anything that you are writing, people will not respond with it. It's not a reliable information that you get on Wikipedia. You can choose to believe it, but Wikipedia is not a reliable source of information.
To Niger. Good evening. I want to make a couple of points before I leave, unless somebody have a question for me.
Okay.
On the debate that was going on between Q and Kulata.
Oh, Kulata, okay.
Yeah, they were talking about, I think that Q is the one who made a point that the rich in Nigeria do not work harder than the poor. So I thought that he was going to expand a little bit on that because that's very important. Because that word.
Sorry to pop in. Tunaja, please make sure that Pansat doesn't attack anyone. Sorry.
No, don't worry now. Pansat will be polite. He knows how we roll.
Anyway, so the point I wanted to make on that, I'll make it very quickly because I do have to go to dinner in a little bit. So I wanted to make sure that our people do understand that that word work has been corrupted by the colloquial meaning of the word. Because if you talk about it colloquially like that, then it means that the work has a very important component to it, which is displacement, right? So the work done by a force is defined to be the product of component of the force and the direction of the displacement. And of course, the magnitude of that displacement. So simply put, work is F times D. So a lot of our people run around doing things.
Wait, Pastor, wait. Are you a lecturer?
No, I'm not a lecturer.
Don't worry, this
is important.
He sometimes talks like an academic.
No, he's a freelance. He's a freelance. He talks about it. He knows it.
All these things I've not heard in a long time.
He claims to know everything. He claims to know everything.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to put myself on camera because I'm talking about this point here.
I've not heard what he said like 30 years.
It's a very important thing to know that running around doing something, if you don't displace anything, you haven't done any work. You basically wasting your time, which is what a lot of the poor do in any place, in any country, but especially in Nigeria. So you can be jealous of the rich. Being wealthy, being greedy even to a degree is good. It's a good thing. But you want to make sure you're displacing something in the direction that you want to go. That's what the rich do. So a lot of people, unless they're corrupt, they deserve their wealth, right? So that's one key point I wanted to make. And then the other one I want to make is the one surrounding Asare Dokubo, right? It's interesting what the Northerners are letting go now. We see that mistake is finally broken. Their aura has always been in having these
Maybe
exclusivity to use of violence, basically. So if you're gonna shift it over to where that charisma, that glamour, that romance, fascination with their dagger in those days, but now they're carrying it for AK-47s. So if they let that go and shift it to the south to somebody like this hooligan, this Asare Dokubo, right? Now remember, they're not a monolith there, even in the River State. You have Tompolo, he has adversaries. So the game that Tinubu is playing there is a very dangerous game. But I'm watching it and it's fascinating because that's actually how easy it is to break these northerners with their violence that they've been using to dominate the South. Tinubu unwittingly has removed that veneer. So we can now see that they actually have nothing, because that's the only thing they had, is to populate the military, the police, and their ability to do violence. So those are the 2 points I want to make that I thought interesting. But of course, the debate between Q and Kulata was very interesting. Q dominated it. I would say, I think I made a comment in the comment section that if we had law and order, if the branches of government are adversarial but equal branches following the rule of law, where if somebody, the executive, does something, you could bring them into a committee, question them, and if somebody broke the law, they're punished. The judiciary will be there to make sure that punishment is exerted and is assured. Now, any of these competing models, which is communism, socialism, whatever, and of course the American model of hybrid capitalism, any of them could rescue our country. So it's not just academic thing. The problem is that there's no rule of law. No matter what model you choose, there's no rule of law. You know, corruption. I mean, there's nothing. So those are 2 points. So unless somebody have a question,
let me ask something. Regarding systems, I take your point that we don't have the luxury of just picking and choosing other systems. We should just mold our system to suit our needs. However, don't you think that like a socialist system and a communist system that doesn't have a kind of class system based on wealth might actually be a kind of leveler that enables people to, feel more affinity, a kind of connection to their leaders than the current ones where the leaders are just living on a stratospheric difference in their classes. So don't you think the capitalist and the socialist and communist systems often levels the playing field from the point of view of classes?
No, because what is the competition all about is the mode of production, the means of production, who's controlling that? That's really what it boils down to. So all the fight that we're having, of course, we have foreign and domestic enemies there. A lot of the people you really think, from the president all the way down, they're puppets to the real people controlling the mode, means of production, setting the price.
When you say means of production, what do you mean? Just in case for the viewers to fully understand it. What do you mean by means of production?
That is a big lecture that you have to Google it. The information is very there. It's a very important thing to know. It's not something a soundbite could do. The mode, means of production, for anybody, no matter what your discipline is, when you go to school, that's usually taught in the 101 level. So anybody who doesn't know much about it should actually look into it, because that's what the whole fight is all about, including the difference between capitalism and communism or socialism. What that's talking about.
Let me say this. Well, I would have thought the real competition is about wealth, in terms of, because even if you have the means of production, let's say you are in charge of a company or stuff like that, or you are the one administering production, people don't care too much about who is doing it, as long as they get a good share.
Essentially, means of production, land, labor, capital, and sometimes you put entrepreneurship there. Those are the 4 factors that you use to control production. And there's a fight. I mean, it's expansive, but that's the most basic level.
So if I was
Exactly.
to ask in a socialist and communist system, how does that play into the competition then? Because there's no
Control.
Right. The capitalism itself is defined as private ownership and control over the means of production. That is the classic definition. Right.
What I don't understand is what I'm trying to get to is, in the end, the outcome, seems to be equality in terms of resources that everyone has access to. So in the communist system, there is no rich millionaire, and there is
Right,
no
because in that type of, say, socialism or that kind of system, economic and political system is based on collective ownership of the means of production, right?
exactly. That's interesting term to use.
It is very, very crucial. Okay, now those two things that I just touched on, because it was a very fascinating debate between Q and Kulata. It's very, very interesting debate. They both held their ground, but our people need to know this, because once you know that the whole fight is about the control of that mode and means of production, then where your interests lie, and that is going to be you're going to be educated on it. But anyway, I would let you guys continue. I will listen as I'm getting ready to go to dinner. I hope all of you have a good.
Who are the people that are trying to control that means of production? Who are those group of people? I mean, who are you referring to?
Well, in big terms, like we're talking in general terms, you have to know that you have private ownership of that means of production. That's what capitalists want to wrestle from the people and the government. It wants to be a private ownership. Now, the communist system wants a collective ownership of that means of production. That's been the whole battle the whole time. So
yeah,
if
the governance of Nigeria, what are you talking about?
Well, in terms of Nigeria, okay, Nigeria in those days, when we first started, it was a hybrid, right? We owned the oil. Nigeria owned the airlines. They owned all kinds of things collectively for the country, right? But the capitalists, they're no joke. I mean, you have to look at them as WAPs. From the United States, they could even go and control China. If labor is expensive here in the United States, I think Kulata mentioned labor and other things to define that means of production. They will go over there. Now, the most interesting thing about this. Now, who do you, to Niger, do you know who would be the most biggest authority on communism? Who do you think that is?
The biggest authority on communism in living or in history?
In history.
I guess I would say is Karl Marx or Lenin.
Exactly,
Yes.
Karl Marx, right? So that's a work that he put out. In that work, he described capitalism, right? And that is the apt definition. It's something that we should do a show on, because he, in highfalutin terms, broke it down. I don't think anybody could touch it. So if we are going to deal with this topic, we should do a comprehensive topic where Ajan Lekoko and those who try to push socialism on the country and candidates who would do things in that manner will come and we'll talk about it. Because Nigeria is not sitting on any particular ideology.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what it's a big topic. It's a very interesting topic, and every country went through this process. So you know who your friends are, because it's not tribal, it's not religious. It's basically who controls that.
I think you are right. Nigeria is a country with no political ideology, no economic philosophy. We don't even know what we are doing. We are just doing what we don't even know, and that's why we are not getting a positive result for that country. That's why everything is going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, and my original question still remains that don't you think if let's say we had a like a communist or socialist system, which from the time Colata used was a collective control of means of production, that the people will be more likely to have a kind of connection to their leaders, because now there is no class, there's nobody having too much money or all that stuff, so everybody has a share in the state, and that generally will bring us together to work for the common good of the
That's not
nation.
natural to Niger. That's not the natural state of man. We're
It
not
may
like
not be
that.
natural, but I'm just asking a specific question, that because it's a kind of leveler, would that make, because if you look at, Nigerians don't want the politicians to be earning too much money, all that kind of stuff, or your Jagaba owes so much money and corner the Lagos revenue and all those things. But if you have a level playing field to start with, people are more likely to sign on to it because there's no longer incentive. What is the incentive to be corrupt then? Even I'm not sure. I guess you can try to steal stuff, get more than your fair share of things. You could do that, but you will get your own share. That's the point. So
Right.
that there is no that incentive for a lot of crime.
Right. But, all this is covered very well in that book I was talking about. Is in conjunction with Frederick Engels, published, Karl Marx published a work they call the Communist Manifesto in 1848. So in that book, it talks about all that stuff you're talking about. Now, theoretically, it has been very hard to measure that, capitalism versus communism, because the emergence of United States as a superpower, right?
Yeah.
It's tried to destroy communism, no matter where it's, even if it's the Soviet Union, it undermined it and had them, fall apart. In Cuba, anywhere they try to do it. But of course, that's a corruption in every level of government, right? So capitalism, to me, is still the best system, considering everything. But there's no way of knowing how effective communism is, because it's never been left alone to actually see if human beings could put away excessive greed and contribute the best of their ability. But anyway, thank you very much, everybody, for a very enlightening discussion. I would listen as I'm driving. Good night.
Thank you for coming in, Kolata. Other than your physics lesson, I did gain a new term, a collective means of production. I think that was a new one on me. So thank you for coming in.
Thank you. It's Pansa, not Kolata.
Oh, sorry. Kolata is in my head. That is
that's okay.
this thing. So thank you for coming in, Pansa. Sorry about that. All right. So so where are we now? Can anybody tell me what job Wike is going to get? Because I'm really curious what they are going to give him. Does anyone know that?
I can suggest one. It might be giving petroleum industry. Petroleum ministry.
Jesus Christ! Why would anybody give him petroleum ministry?
Why? That is his area. And
okay.
What I mean is from that region where this crude oil is, where we get the crude oil from, and he knows that terrain very well. It might be very helpful in getting that
oil theft down there.
Yeah, eliminating that oil theft and bringing the people in that area together, bringing peace in that area. When there is peace and cooperation and support for that,
you might have a point there, actually. That's interesting. I never thought about it like that.
Yes, they can. He have that influence. He have that. He know people in that area. He can bring them together. He can, and make sure that the oil flow, develop that oil sector well, the gas sector as well, develop it. And that will that could turn the economy around. So
and NDDC, because he's a bruiser, you see, so he might actually be good at straightening out NDDC with the way they have been underperforming and all the oil theft. If he means to do business, he can do it, but one can never tell with our Nigerian politicians. if they allow him to perform, I think he can. You know,
Yes,
all the
if the president give him all the resources, everything that that he required to do the job well, I think he will deliver. He have that antecedent of you know, doing a good
delivery.
job, you know. So that's the ministry. I'm thinking that the president might want to use him, and you know, make a best use of him, you know.
I'm because my mind always went that maybe it would have been good as I don't know whether they will have any kind of interior security person or minister of defense. I don't know whether we have that. Maybe just chief of defense staff they have. If they had somebody like that, he too would have been quite good at ensuring that stuff gets done. But from what you said, I think there is also a lot of potential in that, because that gives him a lot of influence in the south region where the oil producing areas are. And if he is to straighten out the nonsense that seems to be going on in the south in terms of the use of the resources there, he might actually do a good job. You know, anyone has any other suggestion?
Yeah, he knows that terrain very well. If you you may wish to remember that he came out some times ago to accuse the military of being behind the looting of the oil in that area. He even mentioned the name of one of the military officers.
What? He
there.
did?
He did. He did mention the name.
Wow.
So person.
And that person has not been arrested or
Yes,
something.
he mentioned name. I can't remember. Maybe it's a military of the what do you call this? The civil defense or this thing. But I can't remember. You know, I cannot
The
clearly
organization.
remember. But he mentioned the name of those people that are there and what they are doing and what he have seen for himself in that area. So he can do some cleanup in that area, and I believe he can bring together the leaders in that area to support the government and ensure that you know, the oil flow well and peace come back to that area, and you know, I believe he can do a good job. President Tinubu should be very smart to make use of them because it's their terrain. They know their place very well. He should commit them to job to make sure that they deliver. So
I think that's a compelling argument you made for Wiki there. And there is this Mohammed Pate that someone mentioned to me today was a Bill Gates boy, and I think they said he is going to be put in charge of health, which is something, or agriculture, is something that someone was very concerned about, that these people were hired, you know, they are like Bill Gates prodigies, and now they are going to be doing his bidding. You know, Nigeria is going into genetically modified crops that we don't make the seeds, and the healthcare system too. There are contracts that they said Nigerian officials have signed with Bill Gates.
I think that genetically modified this thing should be discouraged. It will really, if we are really serious of, you know, having a good control of our agricultural sector, and if we really want to really develop our agriculture, we shouldn't go that route at all, because you know,
but they just do it. They don't ask us. They just get it done. They don't even ask anybody. I just had it on TV during that time when Bill Gates was in Nigeria. That's when they announced it on TV that they are going to be planting in that, and they were just showing the farmers saying, "Oh, it's going to be giving higher yields. We should be doing it." And no debate.
No, we should not accept it. We should concentrate on our organic way of our agricultural produce. That is where the money is.
we should try as much as possible to develop that organic agricultural production. I mean, food production. That is where we can make a lot of money. We must be eating healthy food and try as much as possible to produce a mass and for export as well. That is where that is the future, not the genetically modified. They are not good at all. They are not good at all. You can produce in large quantity, more than what we even expected. But are they healthy? Are they healthy for human
my
consumption?
biggest concern is that we don't control the technology that they used to make the seeds. So the day they say they don't want to give us the seed anymore, or the day they say they want to tweak the seed to suit to kind of influence our population, we don't know. The technology behind it is like giving us medicine to drink. Every food now is technically like medicine now, because so they are going to decide the seeds and they're going to give it to us, and we don't have a say in it. So, and I don't know how they can hold our government accountable. You guys know how you can hold someone like Tinubu accountable. After all, you know, people in the Southwest, I think there's a way that you people can talk to each other to tell them that, you know what, there are certain things you don't do. You know, I don't know how they can talk to him, because these people, they listen to all these multinational billionaires and capitalists. They are the ones that determine their policy. And so I guess he's the Minister for Agriculture or Health. People are worried about that. But is there any particular reason why, when they are releasing ministerial lists like this list now, they didn't put their portfolio at all, like what they are going to be doing? Is that normal?
I don't think it's normal. It's just a way of
placeholder,
playing game again. You know, they play themselves and they play the entire country, because now they are submitting that name to the assembly for screening. On what basis are they going to screen them or ask them questions when their portfolio is not attached to each name? So I don't know the way we are. I don't understand. Sometimes the way that these politicians like to play Nigerian people, and they will do it and get away with it.
And
so
they say it's not on the list, you know. They say it's not all of them. From what I got at that, this is the first batch of the list, so it could change. And
no, it doesn't matter. The one that is already the list, they should have attached portfolio with it, so that the screening can start immediately from the public. We can start to screen them, other than what the assembly will do. But we don't have their portfolio, and how would they be screened by the assembly? When, on what basis would they ask them question? Or would they just go in there and just take a bow and leave, and they say, oh, we pass them, and they go? This is an arrangement among them. They have a reason. They know why they don't want to put the portfolio, attach portfolio to those names. It's a kind of arrangement among them, so that they can play game among themselves too. Maybe someone already been slotted for healthcare. For health ministry. They can as well, at the end of the day, change what they promise him and go and give him Minister of Transportation. So they're kind of trying to play themselves and play over our intelligence as citizens as well. So,
but do you think that maybe in Nigeria, we're talking about the type of government we have. We went with the American version, but we could have a mixed version. Like, what I mean by that is, like, the UK now, when there is the next government coming in, that before the next government comes in, when you are going to run for election, you already have your ministerial list there. People know who is going to hold which position.
Oh yes,
already. You think that would be a better system for us?
Oh yeah, that would be a better system now. But what do we have? Is it not presidential? But even the presidential, are we practicing in the way American practices it? In America, there's no way they will send name to the assembly without portfolio. It is not. It never happened here in America. They will send portfolio with that nomination. The ministry you want to govern or what the job you want to go and do must be attached to your name, so that the assembly will be well prepared for you with avalanche of questions to throw you out of board, to show to American people that whether you are competent or you are not competent for the job. So what do we have in our own case? Is I don't know.
For me, I feel like if they did what the UK does, they call them shadow cabinet, like people that are in opposition, parties that are in opposition, they will know who is their defense minister, who is their economic whoever is going to handle the economy or education. You will know them before they even get elected into office. So you have you have an idea of what you are electing into office. This thing that we just elect vice president and president and the party, and then all bets are off. When they, for all we know, they go and bring Indians to go and be the ministers. Although they did say that you have to have it in the 36 states. So, but that's really restriction they have, and then they can just choose anybody they like into the ministerial positions, and you don't know who they are. So
Our system lack transparency. That
is the thing. That's why I'm thinking that maybe because we need something to enable the people to be aware of what they are getting into or whom they are signing up for. You see what I mean?
Is it not shameful that we don't even know? Okay, these are the names. Which position are they occupying?
Exactly. That's why this question came up, because we don't even know, even till now.
We don't even know what is this.
You know, almost 2 months in office, you still can't figure it out. He's been preparing for office for such a long time, and you still can't decide who you're going to put in. I thought he already knows by now.
It's not that he doesn't know. He knows the job we want to give to each of them, but they are hiding it. They're still hiding it for the people. They don't want to come out clean for us. I don't get it. It just they can never be transparent. They can never show transparency in the running of the state, because when they are transparent, it will be impossible for them to mismanage our resources. It's when they are not transparent that they can do some shady deal among themselves and just get away, and nothing will happen. So this is what I don't expect Tinubu to act in this manner. I expected him to have done better, different from what we have had in the past. I mean, to show to Nigerians that, look, I am a civilian like you. I'm not going to practice military way of, hiding things from you people. I want to come out clean. We are the same. We fought for democracy together. This is my own, style of that carries transparency and good governance. But what is it doing? It's just same old crap. That is it.
So for you, if you were to give Tinubu a mark between 0 and 10, what would you give him at this stage anyway? It's just preliminary right now, isn't it? So what would you give him?
I give him 2 over 10.
Oh boy, that is bad. That's really bad.
What has he done? What positive impact has he made in the life of people since he came to office? Nothing. Hardship, suffering, devaluation of the currency, pains, suffering, hardship. That is what
transparency.
Yes, no transparency. What he promised is not what he delivered or is delivering for us now. We must not accept any reason why Nigerians people have to suffer because you want to. I mean, there's no measure that government must not roll out any measure that we
inflict hardship on the people.
Needlessly.
It is highly
Needlessly.
irresponsible. It is highly irresponsible and incompetence of the government to unleash hardship on the people. It's never done. I never seen it in this country since I came to this country. I have never seen it. It's
Yeah, when they,
about solving.
but don't they have austerity measures in the country you are in, like cutbacks in budgets in different departments, and
yes, if they want to do a cutback, some kind of way, let's say, okay, government is giving everybody free meal. Let's say all students free meal, and then government is not making enough revenue, and they said, okay, we have to have a cutback on certain things. Then they can come out with conditions that, okay, they will not say totally, oh, we are not giving free meal again. They will say, okay, we're going to attach some conditionalities for you to, before you can qualify. Okay, if you are earning so amount or above so amount, then you are they will categorize you as upper class in the society, that you are not qualified. But people below this so income, then they can enjoy this free meal. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they will do it in such a way that people will see reason that, okay, and with transparency, people can see clearly that revenue has dropped due to social reason. People will see why the revenue have dropped. Maybe some companies or some organization, big companies from where government generate big revenue, have moved out of the state. But it'll be clear to everybody that yes, this is the why
we are
cannot
suffering.
meet. They are suffering. This is not even suffering. This is why government cannot give everybody this thing anymore. That is why. I mean, you will see the reason. But in this case, we are not the cause of this corruption
this issue,
that is going on around this oil subsidy. It's you in power. It is not the people. So, but you took it out. The price from what it used to be 197 now shoot up to about 650. That is highly irresponsible for the price commodity that drive every activity in the country to go all high, like 300%.
Yeah. So let me ask Kolata what he thinks of the administration so far. This is going to 2 months now. 0 to 10. What would you give the administration so far, Kolata? Are you there, Kolata? I think he's moved on. I want to get an idea, because I think Ajane Koko's rating of Tinubu administration to give them 2 is quite. I'm surprised actually that he gave Tinubu 2. I'm not even sure I will give Tinubu 2, but I guess I could.
You know why I'm giving him 2?
Yeah, why?
I just returned from Nigeria and I saw the way people are suffering. I saw the hardship, economic hardship.
Wow.
That this thing has brought on the people, particularly common people. And that's why I'm not going to score him more than 2. I'm even generous to give him that 2 over 10. I saw hardship on the people.
Wow. Let me check the people that are here.
We can stay in Europe and America and be talking crap. Just call your people back home and ask them the condition they are going through now, the situation they are going through. If you cannot travel to Nigeria, call your people at different places and ask them question how they are faring with this petroleum subsidy. They will tell you what they are going through. I saw this. Happy.
My cost has gone up too. I buy petrol every week in Nigeria. Now. I used to spend 18,000 to get about 100 liters or so. Now I have to spend 60,000 at least to even come close to
Look,
100 liters.
let me tell you this. A friend of mine was telling me he traveled from Lagos to Ekiti and go back to Lagos, and he spent about 85,000 to buy gas. So you can travel. Person that used to travel home every weekend, or maybe once in 2 weeks, to go and check some certain things that he's doing back home. It cannot, because he'll be spending tons of money just to move within your country.
That is quite sad to hear that.
Transport,
there is no the palliatives is taking too long to come. There's nothing that is happening to help people. They say they are doing it, but it's not happening.
But that is high. It's a gross irresponsibility.
Why are they so slow to act?
Where's the palliative? They're telling us palliative never come, and people are suffering. And some people want to give him excuse. They want to give excuses. We have to go through pain. Why must people go through pains? For what? For problem that they did not create in the first place? For the problem that is created by people in government? Government that... Come on.
I'm telling you, this country, people are going to lose it. If after all this increase in cost, the money that they get from removal of fuel subsidy doesn't amount to anything. That if it just gets swallowed by increase in cost of everything else, that is going to drive people mad, because that 10 billion or so that they are getting from removal of the subsidy, they better use it judiciously, because if they don't, man, people are going to lose it. Because this stuff ahead, 600 and something naira per liter is no mean feat. It's not. It hurts people big time. So I just wanted to get an idea of what everybody thinks about, the ones that have not been there. I saw that Remi Koka, you are in. Life's good, and okay, Remi Koka, I know you are there. Life's good, are you there? Life is good, are you there? Simba, are you there? Bartolome Nanto, are you there?
Are they all sleeping, or what's going on with this?
I don't know. They've just gone to sleep or something. Samuel A. Kumi, are you there? Q, are you there? Where has everybody gone? Remi Koka, you just came in. I take it that you are there.
Remi,
I can't hear anyone.
Scandinavian.
There's no one.
Hello, I'm here.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. I just wanted to find out, I asked Ajane Koko how the score he will give the government, that's the government of Tinubu at the moment. And so I would like to get your own, score out of, 0 to 10. What would you score the government as of today?
Because it's a new government under 100 days, I think I'm going to score him around 6.5. I will be objective in my analysis. A country that wants to grow, you see a policy change. And when there's a policy change, of course, the direction, initially, people will suffer. And like Angelico said, you don't expect a country that has been in a turmoil or a lot of crisis over the years. This is not something that are just coming in 10 days. We have been using petroleum stuff for a long time. There's a level of corruption in Nigeria, all-time high for 40 years, no planning, nothing. Nothing was working. And successful government tried their best, but it was not enough. So he came in May 29 exactly, and he has done two things. Very courageous man, very bold. Remove the subsidy, and also one single exchange rate. Of course, we are going to see initial effect, but what people don't know is that you guys continue to talk, is that he has to save money from the subsidy regime. And we can see it initially from the July allocation. And there, he has already, they get a loan from the World Bank, which is totally different from the palliative they are also working on. They put 8,000 out there. People say it's not enough. You have to go and review it. and they are working on it. If they come out with something not so good again, you guys will also castigate it. So why not give them some little chance and let the guy just let them work it out. At least we can see that some state. Let me finish, please. Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish. Because I know the stand you two guys are, so I'm not surprised about your.
I just wanted to ask you a question, though. That's all. Go ahead.
We shouldn't. We know everybody where you lie on. I mean, who you are supporting. So that's quite understandable. I'm not castigating you guys for that. So what I'm just trying to say is very simple. He just came in and he took some bold steps, and we have seen the result. And Rome was not built in a day. And you yourself, everybody here always complain about Nigerian system. The institutions are not working. Everything's are not working. The people are suffering. But Jali Koko said that. He just came back 2 weeks ago. But people like me, I talk to my people at home almost every day. And when you say that a lot of Nigerians are suffering, not all of them, you cannot generalize.
Okay, what did your people tell you? What did they tell you?
What people told me that although the prices of petrol have increased, but they have to change their life habit. If you don't need to drive every day, you don't need to drive every day.
All right.
If you don't need to go back to your hometown every week, if you go back to your hometown like once in a week, you can change it according to your income. Everybody plans what.
Hold on. Even if you have to hold on for the journey that cost him like 17,000 now rose to 85,000. How would he justify that?
I understand where you're coming from.
Remy, Baba Jali Koko has started with his, he assumed it. Okay, what kind of vehicle is he using that was spending 17,000 before?
Let me shock him. Let me shock him from Ibadan to Lagos.
Because, let him start. What kind of vehicle is he using?
Thank you. That's another thing. I want to use public transportation because
because you cannot. Excuse me. Because you are not the only Nigerians. We are all Nigerians. You met me in Nigeria. You left me in Nigeria. I'm still in Nigeria. I have cash. So, and I know how much it cost me to fill my car. So, whatever, if he has a Jeep, if he's using a Jeep, a V6, I have a V6. I have a V4. So even the car that I use the smallest of petrol, which is Toyota Corolla, I have that. So I know how much each car consumes.
So this
if you are telling, so if you are,
you don't have to
let me
about
what
first. Kind of vehicle.
Talking about. No, because somebody you can't be coming with outrageous things and be telling us and be just think that we just consume it the way you are bringing it. Yes, now how can somebody be feeling this, be traveling with 17,000? That's what I'm asking. What kind of car does he use?
Maybe he's using Cadillac or whatever, we don't know.
Maybe using Cadillac before. Cadillac, even with 190, 17,000 cannot fill Cadillac. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay. No.
Hold on. Let me finish my thought first before you guys go ahead. My people travel from Lagos to Ibadan. If you take a bus, the bus usually is about 3,000 naira to go to Lagos. But if you take a car, it's about 2,000 for a bus before, and it's about 3,000 for a car. And recently I sent somebody to Lagos to do something for me. They go and come back, total is 10,000. That's a public transportation. But when you talk about privately owned vehicle, that
so
usually
before, hold on. Before, how much was he spending for that journey?
Maybe 6,000.
6,000. Now
go and fro. Now go to 10,000 naira to and fro. To Lagos to Ibadan.
10,000. Okay.
10,000 naira.
So he has to pay more.
Of course.
Okay.
But let's be factual here. The price of because of demand and supply, the price already rise up a little bit. So
hold on. That is public transport.
Yes.
If you want to drive his own vehicle,
by the time to Nigeria, when you want to discuss another topic, I will join because I'm tired of all these same arguments.
I mentioned one thing just now. Simple. If you have a private vehicle, everybody's caught adjusting to the reality that is going on. If you have 5 or 10 vehicles in your car and you also go to your hometown once every week, and you know that your income is not suitable for you to be going to your hometown once every week before, you can change it to twice in a week. It depends on your choice. And it also depends if you want to cut down your SSC because the income you're having is not enough. Then you can look for a smaller vehicle. Like here, everybody buys smaller vehicle here because it's more more effective in fuel consumption. So what you guys
let me to back what you are saying. I have a Lexus. I dispose my Lexus to go and get a Corolla to reduce the fuel consumption. I dispose my Lexus. So
guys, just 100 days, and you guys started. You are going to give him 1. You are going to give me 0. I know you don't like him and don't support him. Fine, but that's the reality and the objective in our analysis.
If they were abroad. Sorry, can I interject? If they were abroad and fuel increased, they won't be making the same complaint. So they will.
They do every day, morning and afternoon. Fuel increases here, and nobody is complaining here. Every year today, price can increase 3 times in a day here. 3 times in a day. I'm telling you the truth. Morning, afternoon, night, and weekend also change.
The increase is, to be fair, the increase is very dramatic, and the income in Nigeria is relatively lower.
Yeah.
And then on top of that,
to Niger, we heard. Yeah. So I said it 2 days ago. What we should be doing, all this thing is just lamentation. What we should be looking to, what is the solution to our problem? We should not just be lamenting and be lamenting. No, it doesn't solve any problem.
I just wanted to get a score, really, what you thought about
it. Babajale Koko, since 3 or 4 days, I has been telling Nigerians are suffering, they are dying, they are killing. So we've had enough of that. We've had enough of that. Sometimes, sometimes when you say something, it will be good. It will be good to the hear. You understand? But by the time you now start saying it, every opportunity that you have, when they give him any time to talk, it's the same thing that I'll be repeating. It's becoming irritating. I'm very sorry to say.
But Simba, okay, let me give you the opportunity.
So the truth should not be told. That's what you are saying. The truth should not be told.
No, we've heard you. We've heard you so many times today. What is it? You said many times today. You have mentioned it. So
truth is bitter.
We have heard you. You said the truth. You have said it. You have said it. So. Atigbo, Kini solution.
Simba, let me get your rating for the administration now. Simba, 0 to 10. What do you rate the administration?
I cannot be rating somebody under 60 days. So I can't be rating somebody under 60 days. Decide now.
I'm just asking you, as it is today, if you had to give them any score.
I don't have it. It's not an exam that you do under a few hours and say what is the score.
Kind of opinion. It's a kind of opinion. If you say 10 out of 10, I will take it. If you say 5 out of 10, 2 out of 10, 0, I will take it.
I don't rate it because I'll say 5.5 out of 10.
Solely 5.5 out of 10. Okay. And where are you now, Simba?
You just want me to say something, eh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll give it 7. I'll give it 7. If you want to hear something.
You know why it's good to take all these scores? Because if anything goes wrong tomorrow, you'll be the one that people should come after.
Let me tonight I want to say something. Let me give with me, I want to be objective. Let me tell you one thing. I want us to look at it. If you want our country to move forward, there are a lot of things that I'm experiencing in Nigeria. And sometimes you look at the people themselves, you say, what kind of people are we really dealing with? You understand? Yes, we know that our government also has a lot of fault. But, the only grouse I have with Babajale Koko and some people like him is that they only focus on the government. Yes, government, we all agree that our government has failed us. But what about the people themselves? Let me tell you, I still believe that there's some self-inflicted poverty that we have in this country. Believe me, you will see people that cannot even afford 1 square meal. They will be pregnant, be having 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 children. Will you blame government for that? You understand? You okay? Let me give you for example. We are talking about when Parsat when Parsat came the other time.
Read the comment section.
They will be attacking me now. They will be attacking me now.
No,
let's see.
Read him how much is spent. Maybe from Akure to Mina or something. And how much is spent now? Look at it.
Abuja to Akure.
Okay, so let me.
In America too, everything.
Oh my
Let me
God,
quickly
150,000 now.
150.
You take more from the
Wait.
rich and spread it to the poor.
Whatever you are delivering to Akure, increase your own price too.
Complaint here. You are driving an expensive vehicle and you don't want to pay for it. You want.
So what do you mean? What do you mean by expensive vehicle? So somebody should not enjoy his life.
I don't know what kind of Lexus is driving.
So
but Lexus it's not in the range of Corolla or it's not in the range of
must everybody use?
Can you be driving Lexus and be complaining?
Must everybody use Corolla?
He's a rich man, so why are you complaining? We want to get more money.
Not rich.
So the government should subsidize man driving Lexus, Abi.
The government is making him poorer.
All over the world is also complaining. You are driving a Maybach.
You see, Tunaja, can I say something real quick? One reality is this. I had to start changing my mentality because I used to think like this too. Because repeat the same thing my uncle, my father, all of them, the elders were saying. I grew up saying the same thing. Nigeria, bad, government. I realized even when 1 naira was $1 back in those days, go and look at the conversation Nigerian people were having. People like my Babala Jalikoko back then. It's the same thing. Government bad, Nigeria bad, government. Go and listen to even Fela sang. He was singing. Go and listen to the Fela song. Go do. He said, government increased farm price to 75 naira. Even when naira was the same with dollar, you forget it, man. Nigerian people just need to understand that. Listen, you have to. If you want to change you have to be productive, figure out to make it in life, do things that doesn't, just like Simba said, most of the poverty is self-inflicting. When you don't have money, you are getting pregnant. When your pikin never make money, you are telling when you go marry. He never make, he's not in a position to get married. Making money yet. To be having children. He doesn't have a job. Culture, all these things is the problem. You know? I got a cousin. This guy's like 26. They're already telling him when you go marry, when you go born again. The guy doesn't have a job.
So you think that if they don't have a job, then that is going to make them have money. If they don't have children, it's going to enable them to have money. It doesn't necessarily correlate just because you don't have children.
If you can't afford to feed a child yet, there's no point giving birth yet, especially for a guy. At least women understand their biological clock. That kind of excuse is there. But for some guys, come on. When your mama start telling you are 27, you need to get married and start, I need Pekin. And sometimes when this guy don't born maybe 1 or 2, they will start to fight in wife, saying, at least we go born. So many things we do. It's just terrible, man.
Biological response to this type of situation is to actually have more. Because if you have less,
more children,
chances that the people will die off. Yes, because if you have if there is scarcity, you tend to have more children just in case.
And you can't cater for them, and then we blame government.
You cannot do nothing.
No, but the government is. See, I think what you are not seeing is that those children are the greatest asset a nation can have. We are flipping it on his head. They are providing the greatest wealth for a nation.
What type of children are you talking about?
Children are an asset.
Explain how children are asset. Wait, Simba, let's hear him explain.
It's very, very simple because Einstein was once a child. All the greats were once a child. All the people.
He was an asset as an adult. Was a child, he was a liability.
Exactly, but when they grow up, they become an asset.
No, we are not talking about we are not talking about their life when they grow. We are talking about their life.
So how do you produce? So you are talking about quality children. You are talking about quality children.
That's where the
so if you have a bunch of miscreants, then are they? So government should be raising children for people.
Not raising children, giving them.
Is that what you are saying?
No, giving them opportunities, not raising them, not necessarily raising them.
Okay, giving who? What kind of opportunity are you talking about?
Giving the opportunity to work, prosper.
So no, but people should not take responsibility again. Government should.
How? Are you saying government should give children opportunity to work?
Children.
Yes, opportunity to work and succeed. Yes, of course. That's
children. How can children work? How can 5-year-olds?
When they grow up.
No, we are not talking about when they grow up. They are no longer children. We are talking of the problem of taking care of children. That's what we are talking about right now. We are not talking about when they grow up. We are talking about when children are born. Someone has to care for them. They can't care for themselves. And what we are saying is the parents, adult that's not ready, is not in financial state position to take care of a child. Wait till you at least.
So what you are saying is that poor people should not have children.
We don't. That's not what I said. I said wait till you are in a position to have
what you are
children.
saying. That's the implication of what you are saying.
To Niger,
What are you talking
how
about,
many
man?
children? How many children do you
you're
have?
saying if you are
You
poor,
yourself.
never
How
have
many children? How many children? No, wait. You are just whipping up sentiment. That's not an argument. How many children did you have? Be sincere with yourself. Answer my question. Answer my question.
Don't mind now, but for London, you born away go bomb begin. You don't say go pay
You
child
are not
support.
being sincere now. You are not being sincere now.
You won't do it.
What are you talking about?
You know when you are in UK, America, you control yourself. Nigerian boys, wait, to Nigeria, hold on. Nigerian boys in America. When women say that you don't pregnant, it starts with the shame, it starts with baby, you want me to go come out. Because you know, in these countries, they will make you pay child support. You know that one for a fact. So you control yourself.
It's affecting them already.
Listen, for example, my cousins, like I have most of my family live in, my cousins that live in America, and family members live in America, males, and the one in Nigeria. The one in Nigeria have more children than those of us here in America. The one in Nigeria, average of them have at least 5, some 6, 7, 8, 9, 7. But those of us in America, we don't do more than 3, at most 3.
Okay,
because it's so expensive to raise children.
You agree that
some of us do too. We are enough. We say, oh, it's too much.
Yeah, because you people are lazy. You don't want to have children. That's why you don't want.
No. America will make you take care of the children. They will
Are you scared of fatherhood? Is that it?
No, it's not.
And the Nigerians, they are strong. They are strong. They can have 15 that they will not cater for. Agree?
They will not cater. Those people will have their poverty. They will not be calling me in America to send money to them.
Mike and who is the other person talking? Mike and Simba. They are recommending that poor people don't have children. This is official.
This guy, in fact, it will be good for them not to have children. So that all about China, didn't China force them to only have one?
We declare that
China not force them to only have one.
You have children in Nigeria again, said by Mark and Simba. See, you can't fault poor people. It's not the poverty that is the problem; it's the culture. Because sometimes there are poor parents that are very
poverty is not a problem.
They raise their children very, very well.
How can you say poverty is not a problem?
No, I said poverty itself is not the reason why the children don't perform very well.
It's you know, to Nigeria,
nobody's making that argument.
Nigeria, let me give you an example.
Mike,
let me tell you.
We're not saying poor people cannot raise children, cannot teach children morals or things like that. That's not what we are saying. We are saying you can't cater for them is what we are arguing. The financial part of it is what we are arguing.
Then why are you saying that you are not saying that poor people should not have children?
No, I say wait till you are in a position to take care of them. I don't have too much.
You don't hear yourself.
Mike, you know what Nigeria is doing?
They don't bring one to Nigeria, so you can't reason.
Poor people should not have children until they can afford it.
When did I?
Give me your telephone number.
So, to Nigeria, poor man should be at the receiving end all the time. They must not have children. They must not enjoy petroleum.
Baba Jale Koko. Baba Jale Koko. Baba Jale Koko. Baba Jale Koko. Hold on. Baba Jale Koko. Hold on. If you look at even Nigeria now, you discover that even the so-called the rich or the so-called few middle class that we have, they don't have as much as the poor. So what do you think is responsible?
Who doesn't have as much as the poor?
They don't have many children as the poor people.
The poor people have the most children.
They have the most children.
Because they are because
they don't believe in God now. They believe they don't believe in God. They thought they have to raise.
See an argument. See an argument. They don't believe in God. See an argument. See an argument.
Let me ask you: do you believe a homeless beggar should have child?
No, homeless beggar, while they are homeless, should not be having a child. But
you are making my point there.
Some people can be rich and get
so now you are saying poor people should not have children now.
That's what people can be rich and get
Hold on. I just asked you a question.
They don't believe that God
homeless
gives
beggar should not have a child. So you are telling me poor person
Okay,
should
they
not have
don't
a
believe
child.
that it's God that take care of children.
Homeless
God
beggar that is
given. They don't
conditioned
believe
will
that
not
God
be going to
given.
have a child at that
They say
time.
God will take care of them.
I wouldn't recommend it, but they have a right. It's their civil right to be able to do whatever they want with
Bàbá Jẹ́rìí Kòkò, táwọn àwọn fámìlì yẹn bá pè yín, ẹ máa dá wọn lò àbí pé kẹ́ mú owó wá.
As a matter
Ọlọ́run ló
of
bá wa
fact,
tọ́mọ. Ọlọ́run ló bọ́ lọ́mọ
Ọlọ́run ló
tọ́mọ.
mọ
as a matter of fact, people like Mike, they are recommending that poor people should not marry too, because the excess of marrying,
to
the excess of
Naija,
marrying is
keep
to have a
quiet,
child,
keep
and you are
quiet.
saying they should not have
To Naija, keep quiet. We know what you are doing.
You know what you are saying is controversial. You can't be saying that kind of stuff.
Tunaja will not tell his daughter to marry a very poor man. Now he's saying,
No,
I'm not
going to say that, but
no, tell your daughter to go and marry a homeless man. And if you want them to get married now, you want poor people to get married. Tell your daughter to marry your daughter to a homeless man. No, that's where you start. If you want to convince us,
I'm not going to ask my
if you want to convince us that you support poor people to get married, go and tell your daughter to marry a homeless man. We don't get money. then I will agree with you. Yeah?
See, my point is that you can't just say that people that are free to do whatever they like cannot have children, because they can choose when to. Because sometimes you can be rich and become poor later. Does that mean that you should kill all your children because you're not poor? That's not how it works. So life is not often very, very level. So we have to. Some people can.
We are discussing economic here. Like, we're not discussing moral and all
stop picking on the poor.
We are
What you are doing
discussing
here is that
economic
you are
here.
trying to cover Tinubu'S infliction of suffering on people and start blaming
Okay,
people for having
to Naija. Or just listen to me. You know, when Pansa came the other time, he also alluded that you learned something. When he came and he was explaining what work means, he said it's force times distance. And you can do that and you still have a negative output. Do you believe that? Because that was what he said. You know, let me tell you, I'll give you an example. I have a plot of land that people consider as maybe the land is not good for farming again. So, and what I did was that I went and carried these poultry sheets and put on the soil, and I planted the maize on it. You know, all of them, they were amazed and say, hey, so this thing can still be like this. These some of my workers that are working for me on my farm, and I gave them that same land. I said they should do the farming there. They cannot do it the way I do it because I'm very sorry if I use this language, you come at me. Because they just planted, they were instead of them to go and carry those shit free, and it's just the same on the same land. They will not do that. They just planted the thing, and the thing did not come out good. And you say so what kind of output do you expect them to get from that? To me, it's laziness.
You know what? I get what you mean. I see that all the time. I told you I work with Nigerians all the time. So you see that. I'm not sure it's because of laziness. It's because they are not as motivated to do the job. These same people, when they come to the West,
what will motivate you as an adult?
Good salary. Very high salaries will motivate them.
So for you, you are working for yourself. Is salary that you are working for yourself?
Can I interject? Nigeria, these people are very lazy. I'll be very honest. See, I've tried to hire plenty Nigerians because I'm all about my people. I can hire people here to do work for me in Holland, but if I have the opportunity to hire a Nigerian, I always do that. What I've noticed is these people, they are not financially motivated. Even if you pay them before service, these people are just lazy.
They will run away with your money. They will run away with your money.
Yeah, you know what? There's some truth there. There's some truth there.
I've had Nigerians that I even said, you know what? I'll pay you before you even do this work. After paying them once, they did not do anything. It's like you are forcing them to do the work. You have to remind them to do the work. You have to monitor them. But it's not their fault. They are not in an environment where people are working hard.
So could it be that they are because of the internet generations?
Are you not supposed to blame yourself? Why must you pay people before they work?
Let me give you.
Why must you? Who are you going to blame?
Share my experience with you here.
You that live in Netherlands, are you paid before you work?
I'm just giving an example. It's contract work. You know,
no, you don't pay them before they work now. What are you talking about?
It is my preference. It's my preference.
Is it wrong to mobilize somebody before they work.
Somebody wanted to share something. I think it was Remy that wanted to share something.
Yeah, it's me. Let me share.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got a truck in Nigeria, and I want somebody to drive for me. So they brought this guy, and the first question I asked him, "How many wives do you have?" He said he only have one wife. So fine. How many children? He said he has 2 children. Fine. So when he started working for me, I discovered that the money I get from the company that the truck was attached to, I used the money to be doing mechanic work. To cut the long story short, after about 6 months, I'm not making nothing. I'm losing. So you didn't know I'm coming to Nigeria. I went to Nigeria and I did my own investigation. But do you know what this guy did? If you took something from Lafarge, he would do 2 or 3 jobs for himself. And by the time he called me, we said the truck already broke down again. So the money I'm getting now, I'm using it to repair for him. And I traced him a lot. I discovered that he has 3 wives, 10 children.
Oh my God.
And also have a girlfriend. So when I know all of this thing, I just get the truck from him immediately. I'm telling you, at the end of the day, I sold the truck at a giveaway price. It's a bad loss for me. It's a bad investment. And this somebody they brought for me, his mother, his father, they were pleading, give him the job, let him do it. He's a good boy. That's what we are trying to say here. I'm not even mad at the end of the day, well, I see it's an experience, a bad experience. I learn from it, I move on. But look at this person with 10 children, 3 wives, and also it's a simple truck driver. And this is the life of a lot of people in Nigeria. You don't know what is going on. If you know what is going on,
Nigeria doesn't know. I mean, we that have small businesses that we engage them. We know what the kind of suffering
but I have
that
to
we're yes.
Part of family. What can I do? So you guys, you just think that poor people. Even you as a rich man, how many children do you have? At worst, 3 children. Because in abroad, you have more children, you have to cater for more. Not government provide you everything. Is the government giving them clothes? Is the government giving them food every time? Even they give you small little money for the
Remy, I have 2 of them that are working for me. They have more children than what I have. They have more children than what I have.
Have more children like that. How many do you have?
Say that only making out to be money.
So they should not have children because they are working for you now.
It's a problem that people.
I don't know why you are blaming the children. Yeah, exactly.
I don't understand this.
What kind of
no? Let me tell you what is the rationale for that person. You see me as your guy. You know that I have more than you.
He mustn't have children more than you.
Just wait. Now, then you will now shift the responsibility and say, okay, Oga, you know, I want to pay my student and my children school fees. Can you give me money? So me, if I know that I can only afford 2 and I have 2, you have 5 or 6, and you're asking me to take responsibility for you?
But he's just asking you to pay fees. In Naira, it's not that much.
To Nigeria, don't be silly.
But it's not forcing you to pay the fees. It's not forcing. He's asking. If you don't want to pay, you don't pay.
To Nigeria, that is what will prompt them to be stealing. That's where they will not be stealing your things. That's when they will be. Yes.
10 children.
No, I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you mean.
So let me ask Simba, the government official, our politician that are stealing. Is it plenty of children they have that have caused them to be stealing our resources or mismanaging our resources? Look,
is a general problem. We should all agree that is a general problem. Both the poor and the rich. We are that giddiness that is in all of us. That is what we are saying. And we should all change. If you don't change, if you are blaming a group and we leave the other, the problem cannot solve. People are interested in, actually, people in diaspora, people that have money, they want to invest in that country. But the people of that country themselves, they're even discouraging people from investment. I'm very sure if the Babajele Koko want to be truthful to himself, he has suffered in the hands of Nigerians also.
So I think from what you just said just now, I think something interesting just came to mind from what you just said just now. That it looks like Nigerians, we are in a way conditioned to go somewhere else to go and prosper because we seem to have unrestrained ambition. It does in such a way that we need space to be able to grow. And that's why when we go overseas and everywhere else, we tend to do better. And maybe that's our condition. We are conditioned to be extremely ambitious, and we don't care who it hurts. And we do all kinds of stuff to just get these resources. And I think that's something, either we tamp it down at home so that it doesn't damage our own this in economies.
No,
Or
tonight,
what just have we got?
On average, Nigerians have a very, very high IQ. You know, and when you have a very high IQ, you tend to see other opportunities that other people do not see. And then again, we are very cunning, you know. So these are attributes that are not blessed.
Well, how is it a high IQ? Not to understand. Let me ask you this now, because I've seen cases where somebody overseas want to send money to somebody in Nigeria, say, okay, I send send to you, you sell it, you send the money back, we exchange, we keep sharing the profit, but the person in Nigeria will elope with the money. So he will kill the business. So how is that high IQ when you are not thinking about the bigger picture?
That is greediness. That is what Simba
that's what I mean by unrestrained ambition.
And that is why I said cunning. We are also very cunning. Most Nigerians do not have hindsight. You know, we have high IQ, we are very cunning, but not a lot of us have hindsight. We don't think that much about the future. You can be cunning, you can have IQ. It allows you to do what you need to do right now. But when you are thinking about the future, you need to have hindsight. That's the problem. That is just
solid.
Yeah, they don't know.
You know, I think I have something for to Nigeria, Baba Dale Koko. They should come and invest in Nigeria, employ Nigeria. I think what this thing that you are saying, within 2 or 3 months, you will change your whatever you believe.
Simba, I want to make an analogy. Everybody know MK Abiola, and he is a super rich man. He married many wives with a lot of children. Now, let's assume that you only marry one wife and have 2 or 3 children. Do you think all his business empire will just ruin like that?
It may still fall apart too.
No. It's a food for thought. Look at all these companies all over Europe and America. They are family business. And the family continue from one generation to another generation. How many generations of rich people in Nigeria can you talk about? If Dangote go, I don't know how many wives Dangote have. I hope his children can sustain it. So you can see, if you have a lot of children from different wives, there will be competition among the wife and among the children, which is not good for the development of the
Not necessarily. I think the more family you have, the more expansive it could be. Actually, it just depends on the structure that's left behind.
With plenty wives and children, and they don't fight. But as you mentioned, Dangote, have we discussed that Dangote is going to bring 10,000 Indian people to work in Nigeria?
Yeah, it's true. It's 11,000 people.
10,000.
He said that they use, not it is going to bring, that they actually they worked on the project so far, that they use about 11,000 something, while 30,000 Nigerians.
Half of them will be retained. Half of them will be retained for continuity, and mix them with the other Nigerian. The other Nigerian will be below them because they know your people. Your people are extremely greedy and they are very lazy. They don't want to work. And I know that everybody that I've seen abroad for so many years.
Wow, you know, you're making Buhari sound like a genius.
No.
Buhari went overseas and said our people are lazy and all the rest.
Nigeria, you are in UK, and I know they pay per hour. It's the hour you put in, you get your pay. And what if when you go tell you 1 hour, they will make you sweat for that 1 hour. You will really do that 1 hour.
It depends on the low-end job you are doing. If you are doing high-level job, not necessarily the case. You could go into the office, you don't do a lot of work, but you take
input, even if it's high-end job, your input should be noticed, should be quite quantified. If it's not well quantified, you'll be booted out. They will sack you. They don't have time for all this in Nigeria. Oh, go and beg him. Go and send somebody to him to beg on your behalf. Nobody is begging for anybody on his behalf. Let's be realistic here. If you want
it's not as pervasive, but it's there. The favoritism is there in the UK.
I'm not talking about favoritism. I'm talking about you have to put in the work before you get the money. If you don't work hard, you won't be successful. They need you to work hard, and they can check your lifestyle. They can check how much you are spending, how much you put in the hours, you get the money.
It depends on the area you are working. It's not everywhere. Some areas they use privilege.
The same thing that we are talking here. Even if you work in high-end company or something like that, they want you to put in all the hour, put in the effort that it will show.
See, you know that I've had somebody tell me that I used to work in finance. He said, out of 10, every 10 people that they employ, only 2 people are actually doing the job. that at one point he even hire somebody, says, I'm going to pay you this amount, but don't show up to work again.
These are just isolated cases in men.
No, but no, the point I'm trying to make is that even in Western countries, you always have people that are just lounge. They don't really do a lot of good work. They pretend to be moving around.
Compare it to Nigeria. You have had business in Nigeria, I know very well. And if you start to talk about that, you not tell me you have a success story. Just now you mentioned you spend so many amount of money on fuel or whatever you're talking about. I don't think you have a success story all over. People will have
no, I don't have a success story to report, but that's why I say I understand where you're coming from.
Everybody in diaspora people, more than 70 or 80% no success story. And if you look at the sweat you put in to get all this money, and then they just filter it away in Nigeria.
I guess it depends on what you call success story. I mean, the people that have gained the skill sets, and I've had 3 people leave Nigeria, which that was not my point. They left Nigeria after they gained the skill sets, and they went.
You are turning it around. We are talking about the Nigerian setting now. Of course, if you go abroad, you can be an engineer, but when you go abroad, you learn some skill. You acquire a new skill, and you can change your professional, or you can change your pattern of work. So we are talking about Nigerian people. A lot of Nigerian people, sometimes, like Simba said, some people are extremely lazy and so greedy. An average black man is very greedy. He does not think about the future. He only want to think about to show off for now.
So they do. I think you are mistaken. They do. It's just that it's tied to income. And like if you are like now, if I want to interview anybody in Nigeria, I have to ask them about their Jackpa this thing, their portfolio. I have to ask because you have to ask what they are going to be planning to do in the next 2-3 months. Before you can go and deploy them, they go and take off.
You are just shying away from the truth. You are not saying
that they are lazy. I've worked with various. You have lazy people. You have people that are not that lazy. But on balance, they tend to be relatively, how do I put it, shifty. They tend to be relatively shifty. It's very, out of how many people I've worked with, maybe 20 people, I can say maybe only one person that I've seen that has remained relatively consistent. I've worked with people that if you want to buy something from them, or they want to buy something
from Nigerians. When we're in Nigeria, we are a little bit.
Let me give you one of my own story now. Let me give you one of my story. Hold on, Nick. Let me give you my own. You've shared your own. This guy, every time he wants to buy something for his boss, even if his boss pays him good salary, he always tops it up every single time. So it's like, personally, when I see it happen, I'm like, how can you be doing this? You know, it's just, why do you always have to, everything you have to make extra from it? It just seems smacks of some serious greed that people don't want to grow in cleanly in Nigeria. It's almost like becoming a part of the culture that they don't even see it as being wrong now. Young girls growing up, young men growing up, you just see it as the way to do things. They always want to, if something costs 10,000 naira, they want to put 15,000, sometimes double it. I'm like, why? Because when I see it happening, I feel like I wish I knew the boss. if I knew the boss, maybe I would have told the boss, but I don't know his boss. So, like, this is awful because he's going to kill that business. That's how I look at it. Because as somebody that runs a business too, I would feel like, why are you doing that to somebody's business? You're killing that person, that man's business. Every single thing he buys is 50% more expensive, or maybe 100% more expensive. And that is not nice. That can kill it in the West. That will kill a business for sure. Because most of the profit they make in the West is 10%, 2%, 5%.
To Nigeria, there are so many industries that Nigerians are killed like that. If I don't know when you left Nigeria, if you remember this toothpaste, Daily Need. I don't know if you remember Daily Need. It's just like a close up and all these
those are one of the fake ones.
It's not fake ones. It's actually Nigerian made this thing. I know the company. I know the company that used to manufacture that product that time. You know what they are doing? Nigerians, after the production, they will be throwing the thing off the fence, outside the fence. There are people there that will be picking it, and that's how they ruin the company. We don't talk about long-term things. I say, okay, this thing, if we maintain these companies for our own benefit, they only look at the man that owns the something and say he's rich now. Let us take our own from him. They don't know that if that company runs down, they are the one that will suffer for it. At the end of the day, that company employs thousands of people. At the end of the day, they run that
that company, and at the end of the day, everybody will be shouting, "There's no job, there's no job, there's no job." So that is our problem. We don't think of collective gain. We don't talk about, we don't look at collective gain. We always think we are too selfish. We only think about, let me make it, let me hammer. You understand? We don't look at it as, let us, this thing, if we maintain this company, our children, our unborn children will also benefit from this company. No, we will not leave that, and then
you see now, you see what is going on now. You said it yourself. Let me hammer, and there's another timer here. Blow. I want to blow. Or
blow.
Like
What to blow?
Like
what to
we
blow?
have this culture where everybody wants to. It's unrestrained ambition, and you can say that we are also responsible for it because we encourage it. We keep saying, oh, you need to blow. You need to get this. Everybody wants quick money. So they can't even contribute their skill set properly because they are often distracted by the idea that, you know what, I'm gonna blow. I'm gonna work with this guy until I get the opportunity, then I'll blow. And
to Nigeria, if you now have leaders emerging from this kind of people that we are talking about now, what kind of leadership are you expecting from them?
That's true. That's true. I said that it's going to take 2 generations to close this out. Because it took about just about 2 generations to get us to this mess we are in. Because from 1980 to now, I think that's about 40 years, isn't it? That's 2 straight generations. Because during the time of Idi Agbon, there was a time when people were really, people were not as corrupt as now. Now, almost top to bottom, Babangida was the first generation that corrupted the first generation of Nigeria.
It's only people that doesn't have the access to corruption in Nigeria that complains. People that have access to it, they don't complain. That's the problem.
Not at all. They don't. They join. They happily join.
They join, exactly.
That is why you see somebody that today will be fighting corruption. Then the moment he gets to office, he becomes corrupt too. It's like, what is that all about? And until we figure out how to mitigate that, so that when people get into office, they don't actually become corrupt.
Everything, our culture, our religion, everything encourages it.
No, the religion don't encourage it. I think it's the people.
Okay, how can you heard about a pastor asking a member of congregation that who can donate 1 billion? Did you hear about that?
Yes,
in the church.
I've heard of.
Where do you expect? Where can you see an entrepreneur that would go and donate 1 billion to a church?
No,
if you are not stealing money from somewhere, where will you get 1 billion? Even as useless as we claim that Naira is now, 1 billion is still a lot of money.
That's interesting to say that. So is it the people that put it into the church that, because the pastor came from the people? It's a cultural thing amongst the people, or is it the church that is inject? I don't think that the church is the one injecting it into the psyche of the people. It might be that it's the people that are bringing into the church and saying, let's do this. And in every profession, you see that too. Everybody wants to get rich quick. They are looking for a way to either blow here or jackpot there.
No, it's not only church. It cut across, especially the 2 main religions in Nigeria. It's not only about church. Even in Islam, if you are the one that gives money to their fathers, they'll be singing your name everywhere. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, now.
Tunaja, when they tell you that if you steal, if you corrupt, if you commit sin, just come to church and ask for forgiveness and your sins are forgiven. It's not encouraging corruption.
Yes, the point I was making was that is it us that put it into the church or the church put it in us? So I'm not sure which one came first, because we have been like this. Babangida was there. He wasn't from the church. He got it. He was already corrupting the system.
No, we are not saying that's the only thing. We are telling you it's also part of the things that encourage corruption. Is what we are telling you. We are not telling you. We are not saying.
Part of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything we do seems to be encouraging it. And tell me, in the last 6 months, is there anybody that has been upstarting in Nigeria that people really held up and say this person did some good job and is bereft of corruption in Nigeria? It's almost impossible to find now. It's crazy. We can't have people. We can't see people that you can say they are beyond reproach in Nigeria anymore. Even Falana, people will be like, Falana has taken money from somebody. Or this one, I've done this, he's done this here. There's nobody that is clean anymore in Nigeria. It's some crazy.
See, the fact of the matter is this: we have to understand that it's not individual you blame for being corrupt. It's the system that allows you to do it. Because by nature, every human being is living every day to trying to make money, to earn money. Money is like the most important thing in everyone's life. So everyone is trying to make money, trying to get money however they can. When they get the opportunity to take it, they want to take it. You understand?
That's true. People want to make money this thing quickly. However, just because you want to make money, it doesn't mean. I think it's smart to.
Sorry, what I'm trying to say is this. What I'm trying to say is this. Human nature, people want to make money. But what we're saying is that if you design a system where you know that the system does not allow, that's so strong, that doesn't allow it. Like in China, and for example, in America, all these places, they have a system where you have to think twice before you take it. Because pretty much you know that the system will catch you, or you know. But when you have a system that's so weak that people know they can get away with it, you can't blame them. They will do it. 9 out of 10 human beings will take it.
But Mike, do you think there's something deeper there? Because you know, this one man talked about our. He was referring to our group IQ. I think he was saying our IQ, but I think he's tied to group IQ, and he also is tied to either the way we tend to interact with each other. I wanted to add something else. Is it that we also have a kind of racial low self-esteem? The reason why I say that is because, like in the West, even in the West, like here, if people want to do business or entrepreneurs want to work together, you tend to see that they band together. You have 2 or 3 entrepreneurs come together to found a business, and they will go. But here in the UK or in America, you hardly see black people come together to do that kind of stuff. They don't want to. I've been here in the UK. I've tried to work with a lot of black people. No, they don't want to. They would not want to band together to work together because everybody wants to do their own thing. It's like, but is it not part of intelligence to understand that it's good to work with with people to succeed?
I have tried to. They are just lazy. See, when you are sitting down and talking to them about the whole plan, the whole thing that they are just hearing in their head is hard work, and sacrifice. They don't want to work hard. They don't want to sacrifice. That's why most of them will be blaming the white man. Even in 2023, they are still blaming the white man. So they don't want to work hard. They don't want to sacrifice. That's just it.
Then another thing that I notice is that we actually don't pray for the progress of one another. Let me give you, for example, where I work, I have a lot of Indians and Filipinos that work as nurses. And then we have few Nigerians. I think we have only, maybe in my own department, we have only like 4 Nigerians. You know, these 4 Nigerians, they were not together. They always fight. If you see the Indians, when the time comes for them to go and get their food, during their working hour, one or 2 of them will sacrifice to go and get food for like 15 of them. But the Nigerians, all of them, they do their things on their own. They don't even see eye to eye. You can see, and that is what we do, even in Nigeria. We still carry it abroad, and that is it. The Indians, they help themselves. We will never see them fighting. But Nigeria, see, every time they will be fighting themselves. Even the best friends that I have, they are not Nigerians. They are just other countries. So I don't know what we see in our
something called crab in the barrel mentality. Everybody want to feel above the next person. You understand?
Exactly.
So everybody want to who's better than who. We have that. I don't know why we are like that. That mentality is very strong with the Black Americans. I don't know how Nigeria.
It's almost everywhere, even in the UK.
No. The Black American is very strong, man. I was like, it's very strong. Sometimes I almost want to say they taught it to Nigerians because other Africans don't do it, and
they do it too. I've experienced it with other Africans, Caribbean. All of them have experienced this same.
Maybe the Caribbean. They are doing it to you. They are doing it to you because they see you as a threat, as in Nigeria. But we are talking about among Nigerians. Do you even enjoy that kind of among your people?
We want to be above. That's why Nigerian, once he start making more money than he wants to shine it, show it to you. Once he buys you something better than you, he wants to show it to you. And that kind of character is just
we wouldn't do it. Indians they don't start trying to rub their success to each other's eye, or trying to prove to each other that they are better or they are above each other, all those kind of things. And those kind of things what breed
Mike,
hatred.
white people do it too now. Everybody does it. Every race
They
does
do
it.
it, but
Everybody
maybe in a
does it
different way.
everywhere.
Maybe in a
Chinese,
different
so
context.
Japanese, so
Really?
no. Every race stunts. Every race. Who is buying Bugatti? If nobody is stunting,
no, to be fair, they don't necessarily. To be fair, there's a little bit of a difference in theirs. Theirs is not very crass. They don't do it.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, maybe it's not as crass as our.
I don't think you know the youth of today. See, let me tell you something. There are white people in this whole land that wear Gucci cap, Gucci shoe, Gucci trouser, Gucci
You
shirt.
see few of them. You see few of them. They are not as many as the
No,
black.
they may do it, but they don't use it to rub on each other. They don't use it to kind
They
of
do it,
rub each other
they
and
do
try.
it. Mike, you are talking
In
about
fact,
the old generation. This new
solely.
generation,
You know what I used to give? The example I used to give to people. If you are a lover of football and if you want to play a match and you see the players coming, maybe they are just alerting from their bosses. Look at the blacks. Look at the blacks that you see with cartoon with one useless head cut. They will be the one that will put all these things on their headphone and all those things. You will never see the whites doing that.
It's very rare. You see three black young in Nigeria. You can see that, but like overseas, you rarely see three black people come together and say, "Let's do a business." It's very rare. You see that they always want to strike out on their own. In Nigeria, they are forced together because sometimes they grow up together at university, so they work together. But the moment they get out of university and they don't have anything in common anymore,
Even did they sustain it to Nigeria? Even the ones they call themselves twins. The twins, the Peters and Paul, the twins, were they able to sustain it?
They will find a way to screw each other over. That is the problem. By
time,
they always find a way.
We have issues though, as people, as Nigerians, we have a lot of issues, and I don't know how we can solve that problem. All these things that we do every day. We talk about government. Who is the government? It's the people. It is the same people that we are talking about. They are the government. So you cannot exonerate everybody in this country from the problem that we have.
But maybe that comes from the fact that we don't believe in systems. You know, like when you want to work with
somebody. But the people run the system now. To Nigeria, people run the system.
But when other people are doing it, but if let's say, because it's a system that you put in place when you want to partner with somebody. But the only thing they believe is themselves. They don't believe in the fact that if you put a system when you work with people, it's going to work. That is good. They feel like the other person wants to cheat me, or how dare you give me this little share.
Yes, we suspect ourselves. Any little thing, we have that suspicion.
Can I interject? When you are doing partner, because I've done partner with white people, I've done partner with black people. This partner thing that you're talking about is the same thing with white people. You cannot have two kings in a castle. There will always be problem. It is always better to hire somebody, hire an intern, or hire somebody that you pay. If the two of you are doing partnership and you are sharing the money, and obviously one day, somebody will do more work than the other. How do you
when you say problem? White people, are you talking about Europeans or Middle Eastern or Indians?
Europeans.
So okay. So, but you know that they work with each other by and large. In short, almost any entrepreneurial community, you see that they are
when they work with each other. When they work with each other from the beginning, they already know who is the head. Even if they are partners, they know who is the head. Our problem is we expect it to be 50-50 all through. It can never be. You can never have.
It's never. You have to have a leader. You have to have a leader.
Never have two kings in a castle.
They know how to. They know how to stoop to conquer. So, like one of them will be COO, the other one will be CTO, the other one will be CEO. So they allow things to flow. Their objective is the goal, not their individual egos. As you see, and that is something that our people don't tend to know how to do. Then, when it comes to money, the shares. Oh my God, they start arguing over shares, and they don't want to agree, even when this whole thing is lopsided. You are offering them a future. I've seen a situation whereby I've told somebody, I said, if we don't go ahead with it, you find that 10 years time you've not still done anything, because you don't seem to understand that this economy right now, it favors people that can come together and put their skill sets together and build something. Those are the ones that really make it big in this world. And even if it's there, but we don't seem to tap into it. But Europeans are experts at doing that. All the tech companies you see today, they are multiple people. Mark Zuckerberg doesn't own his company alone. There are so many people involved in the company, even in the development
yes,
stage.
but who is the head? Who is the head?
He is
They
the
know
head.
who the head.
They know who the head is.
Exactly.
We don't like that.
If it dies today, that country will still, because the structure is already there, that company will continue to function. But in Nigeria, the only thing that will be in your mind is that, oh, it's my son that wants to continue the business. It's my son. Is something about putting his son to be the CEO after he leaves? No. But our own is only my family. In fact, some of our people will start crying by the time they are getting old and their children are not interested in what they are doing. They will start getting agitated and say, "Look at me."
They shouldn't. You see, what you do is you set up a plan that,
and that's why the business will die. The business will eventually die because some of them will force their children to come and do it. Then when they die, because the interest is not there, then everything will crumble.
Yeah, because sometimes your children's children might be interested. Maybe your children might not be interested, but their children might be. So you have to have a plan that allows some other person that is not even part of the family to run the business.
Exactly.
If you put a good plan in place, it will work. And the Europeans are experts at doing that. What's his name? This Rupert Murdoch guy. He has his family running his business when he steps out. But if his family wasn't there, he's going to hand it over to some other person. And in short, they believe in systems. They can put systems in place. How many of our leaders or rich people bother to ask themselves, what happens to me when I pass on? Do you put systems in place? Have you planned what is going to happen to your assets and estate when you are gone? We don't tend to do these things. We don't think long term at all. So that is something that we probably need to start.
And you see, another thing is that let me give you an example. The secondary school that one of my daughter just finished from, is a very flourishing secondary school. And this woman was telling us during the graduation ceremony that she has to go and force one of her daughters that is working at the federal level as a deputy director to come and work with her just because she wanted that daughter to take over from her. What about people that have been working with her for 20, 25 years, the principal of the school, the HODs of the department? What is she supposed to do is to actually encourage those people. Let them even be, maybe hold some shares in that school, maybe 5%, 10%. Those things will motivate them. So those ones also will be committed to make sure that school succeeds. But by the time she leaves now, the daughter that she just brought, maybe just to come and be the head. At the end of the day, those people might not go actually support that, and the whole thing will crumble after a demise.
Yeah, that's what will happen if she doesn't put the system in place. But I think that has plagued African countries in the past. This even like 400 years ago. One of the issues we tend to have is that whenever a king dies, a war ensues. They call it a war of succession. The Africans, because they are so disorganized with the way they do things, they don't necessarily do it so that they hands over to their children. Like the Mali Empire, I don't think it necessarily goes to the child or the Songhai one. So it leads to a lot of conflict that ensues, and the country loses a lot of resources and men and power while they are busy fighting themselves. By that time, Europeans had already figured it out. They've already figured out, okay, if we have a king, if he dies, the son takes over or the daughter takes over. Even in the UK, they had a queen, for crying out loud, just to make sure. But Nigeria never figured that. Africa didn't figure that out on time. I think the only time you can say that we have a relatively stable system, I don't even think you call it stable system, is this so-called period we have during colonial era. I would say the Yoruba, I don't know how the Yoruba ones do it, whether it's the children that actually take over, or cousins or aunties, different family members that take over, or the Benin one. Well, I think the Benin one is direct line. The Benin one is one of the few I know that is direct line from the old ones. But the Yoruba ones, I don't know, maybe someone can educate me whether it's a direct line from 500-700 years ago.
No, it is a direct line, but now as the society grows, we now have brothers. Do you understand? You have brothers too. So now they will now have different families. So what they do now is that they rotate it among family. If this family say, okay, is the one that died now, they will say, okay, the next one is this family, and that's how they rotate it among families. So they have what they call the royal families. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So it's not on. So that's what they do.
So if they are doing that now, based on the rotational this system, so let's say there was no.
Sometimes sometimes they cheat some family also. Depending now, they now use money now. Depending on how powerful your family is now, that's what will determine. You can cheat another family if you have the money. Do you understand?
Yeah. To be fair, even in Western countries, in the UK, sometimes they do break the chain. You know, you have a situation whereby sometimes they will break the chain and one other family will take over instead of the original successors. So I guess this is something that we have to work through. And I think this comes from our people not feeling, things are not working. When you have a low self-esteem in terms of racial self-esteem, you're not likely to want to work with your own. Most of those Nigerians, they will probably work quite well with Europeans. So if they go into business with Europeans, they will perform very well.
No, they will perform very well because they will accept those ones, and the acceptance will come because they see those ones as being superior. Do you understand what I'm saying? They will give up. They will rather succumb. Let me tell you, in Nigeria, will rather succumb to an European than to succumb to his fellow countryman.
That is really sad to hear because they really need to work we need to learn how to work amongst ourselves instead of the other way around because if you want to succeed, you want the money to be
I've seen the Nigerian teaming up with foreigners to come and fight a fellow Nigerian. Me, it happens to me.
Wow. To come and fight
you understand? To come and fight me. If they could team me up with a Sudanese to come and fight me.
Wow.
In Nigeria. So what are we talking about?
Yeah, what can I say?
Me too have seen that. But you know what usually happens to those people? When it's the other way around, they always show the Nigerians Pepe.
Definitely. They never forget to show Nigerians that, you know what, we still know you are Nigerian. We are not giving you any space here. Okay, so let's move on to this thing. I want to go because there's this topic that one man showed me regarding a lady in the UK. I think they said she's a doctor and she loses custody of her son after because she flogged her child. And this is quite a serious matter in terms of because so many Nigerians are traveling overseas now, and many of them don't have any form of support in terms of letting them know that there are certain things you don't do in the UK. If you do it, you're going to end up in a serious problem. You can't have your child anymore, and other kind of problem could ensue. So that is what she has to now bear. And I've seen it in the UK that the amount of our people that are caught in the social service system is quite sad, really, because families are getting torn apart, and you know how mothers are. You tear them away from their child, they are completely almost destroyed. And so that's what is being reported. I must say it's not a new thing to me. It's very all over the place. I've been saying that Nigerians, they have to start organizing themselves. They have to start having organizations to protect and help these Nigerians that are coming in. A lot of them are coming. I think we've had almost 200,000 Nigerians coming since just about 4 years ago into the UK. So that is a lot of flow from Nigeria, but there is no support for them. And the moment you come here, your child goes to school, they say you smack them, then they start asking questions.
Can I speak on this? Because even me, I've had a family member that, it's not just that. Some of these Nigerian children, right? See, if you have a teenage Nigerian, the moment they become a teenager, send them to Nigeria for their own good, for their own benefit. Because some of these children, once they come abroad, they always think that the government will take care of me better. Some of
you send them to Nigeria to who?
They want wait now.
To who?
Finish. Wait now. You send them to boarding school. Come and know so that they will beat them very well. Because some of these children,
that's good enough. Send them to go to Nigeria.
Some of these Nigerian children, they plan it because they think that they will take them to a white family or maybe the government will treat them better, but they don't know that nobody will treat you. When you do something
hold on,
bad,
Sulu.
Hold on, let me finish now.
Hold on now. Let me ask you a question.
Let me ask you a question.
So, if you as a man want to send that child to Nigeria, and your wife said no, mommy lobby kokon, it be in Nigeria.
What would you do?
Oh, see, Ajani Koko, when I was in Nigeria,
Answer that question.
I'm answering it now. I'm answering it. There are plenty Nigerian children that came from abroad. Do you know how they brought them? They came on holiday and they left them there. Plain and simple.
I'm saying if your wife doesn't want that child to go, what would you do?
I'm talking from my own experience. When I was in secondary school in Nigeria, my secondary school had plenty children from US and UK that were bad.
Solely, they are more than what you experienced that time now. They are even more now. Even they have a school behind my building here. They have a lot of people from UK, US that their children are there because of the problem they're having with them. They send them to Nigeria. A lot of children from abroad now schooling.
That's interesting.
Is Nigerian?
Can I finish now? Let me finish. So, in my experience, when these children came, 99% of them, this is how their parents brought them. They came to Nigeria on holiday, thinking it was holiday, and their parents left them in Nigeria. They did not give them tickets to come back. They took their passports, they gave it to the school and everything. When those children came, they were terrible children. Terrible. But when they left, they became Nigerians. They had respect, and they were nice. And all the rubbish they used to do before, all the bullying, all the street nonsense, they left it behind. Do you know why? Because they came to an environment with culture and respect. You have to trick these children to come to Nigeria. That is just because when they are abroad, they adapt abroad mentality. They start behaving like the white children. They start thinking that they are white, so they can behave anyhow. You can't just put the full blame on the parents. If you cannot tell your child that your child is wrong, if you cannot beat your let me not say big, if you cannot discipline your child, what do you expect your child to turn out to be? When government is backing them to be indisciplined children, when government has created the way, all this abroad government, they've created an open space for your child to be as terrible as possible with government backing, and you expect a child not to take advantage of that. You have to trick your child. It is the best thing for the child, whether they like it or not. These children don't know that the people that love them the most, even though your parents are they are the ones that will love you the most on this planet. When you do something bad, other people will not forgive you, but your family will forgive you. But these children don't know, because how would they know in the first place? So I think all these children, they are always planning these things. They will go and tell the teacher because they want to get away from the parents. Because in their mind, they think that they are smart. The thinking of a child, they think that they are smart. So it's not just these parents.
But sometimes the children are just telling the teacher.
My cousin did this thing too, because she thinks that she has sense. She thinks that the government will take better care of her. But when she saw how other children were behaving, she ran back to her house. So some of these children, they plan it when they are 12, 13, 14. They always think they have more sense than the parents, and they plan it too, especially Nigerian children.
I get where you're coming from. However, sometimes the children, all they are doing is just talking to their teacher. They don't know the implication of what they are saying necessarily.
But the question Babajali Kuku is asking, I think raising children is a collective effort between the father and the mother. So by the time you are having a disagreement on how you raise your children, that means there is a problem with that family.
Yeah.
Because I think the two of them should be able to work in tandem.
No, you don't get my question. If your wife doesn't want that child or those children outside our own domain, what will you do as a man?
But is there a problem in the first place? Is there a problem?
Yeah.
Is there a problem before you will take such before you will take such a decision? That means there is a problem, and you want to correct that problem.
Yes. So there are some.
But if you see a problem, and your wife is not cooperating with you in actually correcting that problem, then there's a problem.
Well, what I'm telling you, yes, I agree with you. I agree with you, Simba. Yeah, let me finish. Here we answer. So the problem is this. You see, women can be funny sometimes. They know the problem, but for the fact that the love they have their children for their children, and some of them believe that for their child to stay in Nigeria is unsafe for their child or their children. They might say, "Oh, don't worry, let it remain here." They will not doesn't want to cooperate. Some of them, but maybe majority of them will cooperate with you that okay, let's go and get school for this child in Nigeria, and let's go and leave him in Nigeria to school in Nigeria so that can change his take away those bad behavior from him. But some of them might not want it, and in that situation, there's nothing you can do as a man, because if you want to force that child to Nigeria, then you are going to see more trouble at home. So you have to be, a collective decision between husband and wife to do that. So that's just what I'm just trying to say. If the woman doesn't want it, there's nothing you can do as a man.
There's some truth there. You can't do too much in terms of taking them to Nigeria. But I take the argument of sending children to Africa during their teenage age, because here they are very susceptible to all kinds of stuff. Go ahead.
And to Nigeria, we have seen some cases where people send their children to Nigeria that those children even got worse in Nigeria.
Yes,
so
there's a potential for that too.
Yes,
that
we
is
have
rare.
seen that too.
That is rare. That is not the majority.
Well, I'm saying there are some. I'm not saying majority. We have seen some that send their children to Nigeria, and those children
is it Nigeria that made them worse, or it's just a continuation of the problem that they have?
Well, no. The fact is that they
because
got
let me tell you, there was one a principal of a secondary school called me to come and attend to, and I have to go and involve a psychiatrist. This guy was sent from UK to come and attend secondary school in Nigeria because of the problem he was having in UK. And we have to involve psychiatrists and psychologists before we could solve the problem of this young boy. So that, I don't know. There is a lot of, and what I want to say, Babajale Koko, is that it's even women. I don't know the example that you gave. I don't know where the woman is coming from, because if you don't marry in Nigeria, then it will be very difficult for you to convince.
It's not possible. The woman will not let her child go.
But most of this decision, actually, most of the time, it even comes from the women, because they want better future for their children. And if I've seen several examples. In fact, it's the mother that actually even champion this cause of sending them back to Nigeria. And then the example that Tunaja is giving, I think, is a single mother. I don't the one that they said doctor. I think she's a single mother. So it's also
which is something that happens quite often. Either they don't come with their spouse, and when they do, they separate when they come here because the lifestyle.
No, they separate. Majority of them, by the time they leave Nigeria, 2 years, 3 years down the lane, they get separated.
Yeah, that's something that happens.
Yes, often.
And part of this, I keep saying it, that we as a community have not decided that, okay, maybe we should be doing it, because it's costing us. When families keep breaking up and they keep falling into this trap, the time that lady should be using to be working, she's using it to be chasing social service around and losing her child and getting traumatized. So all the work we come here to do, we might lose it because we are falling trapped into the system.
The problem that we have is that, everybody believes that Nigeria is the worst country, and once they hear abroad, you have to go to UK, you have to go to Canada, we have to go to America. They think that is El Dorado, that immediately you get there, then everything will be smooth. By the time people get to those places and they start facing the reality and the problem that they face, the pressure, the stress, most people, they cannot cope. So, and that is one of the things that are responsible for the separation. You understand? So it's, to me, well, and there are some people who are living large in Nigeria. I don't know why they want to, because they think that, okay, Nigeria is unsafe, is this. Most of them will sell. Some people are rich, they are very rich in Nigeria. They will sell all their property, sell their house, sell everything, and they will relocate. Then by the time they get there, the kind of work that they will get they will not be looking at it. So far, some of them will be regretting. And I'm not the kind of person, if you are relocating, why should you relocate with everybody at the same time? Yorùbá máa ń pè wọ́n ní àtẹ̀sẹ̀ méjèèjì àbí ẹsẹ̀ kan là kọ́kọ́ máa ń ti bodò kó dùn má gbèyàn lọ. Why can't you just go and test one of you go and test the water first, and then before you move? But some people will just move.
They are all resigned to the fact that Nigeria is a terrible place. They want to leave. That's why. And they leave, and this is but in the end I have issue with them leaving, but I can't begrudge them because they want to go and have a better life. But when they get there needs to be support. I don't know why we haven't figured this one out, because they are suffering. A lot of Nigerians, they are not going to tell the people at home. A lot of Nigerians are going through difficulties when they are in the West. They are not. It's not as
to Nigeria. I have in Nigeria. Let me give you solid. Let me just say this.
Okay.
I have a lady, a nurse that relocated. You know how much this lady came with? It came with $300. $300. You understand? And when she told me, I said, "What? How will you, before you even start, yes, you have a job, but before you start getting the payment, how will you survive?" They said they will be giving them food. I said, "Is only food that you need? You're a woman, won't you take care of yourself? Won't you buy soap? Won't you buy cream? Won't you buy this?"
Yeah.
You understand? And it's not as if I'm blowing my trumpet. I cannot count the number of Nigerians that have to be borrowing money for them to get settled before most of them will now return my money for me. But how many of our people are ready to do that, to help our people to settle them? That is another question.
They are not. Many of them are not ready to do that. And
in fact, by the time they come, even the people there, the Arabs there, they will be telling them, "Go and meet Dr. Moshood. He will help."
I've even heard of horrible cases where some Nigerians, they are helped, but they become hostile to the person that helped them. Later on, who is that?
Exactly. It happens.
Yeah,
It happens a lot. Yes. Most of them will not even appreciate it. They will say, "After all, have I not given you money? Or after all, are you the only one?" You understand?
The reason why it happens is because of too much familiarity. This kind of thing should be a business opportunity. When you come, you should have a place where you should go and get orientation, where you should pay for it. But the problem now is, even if you make it $20 per orientation, some Nigerians do not want to pay that $20. They would rather hustle it out.
Yeah, you know? and even when they have the money, they won't give it to you.
When you are doing things for free and you include familiarity in it, what comes next is disrespect. If you charge money for it and make it a financial thing, you will not have all those kind of issues.
I'm not sure. They will figure out the way, because you are the Nigerian, so they will say, "Why are you not doing this for them? Why are you not doing that for them?"
And you explain it to them. Familiarity breeds disrespect. So let's keep it, business-wise. Simple.
That is true. If you're able to do it.
If they are not ready to pay $20 or $50 for simple orientation on a place that you just came to, then whatever happens to you after then is your fault. You can't ask anybody for help. You can't blame anybody. If you could not pay $20 or $50 for orientation for a brand new country you came to, somebody will tell you everything, give you all the rules, give you all the information in it. You could not pay that.
$20 is nothing. I'm talking about where they house them for a while, help them get a job and all those things. Then
that is also another business opportunity, but Nigerians are not taking it. Those are business opportunities.
So
I don't even see anything wrong for whoever has the capacity to help. But by the time they help, but if they don't appreciate and they now fighting the same person that helped them, that is another issue that I don't like. If you have the capacity to help your people, you can do it.
If somebody has paid you $50 and they are behaving anyhow, will you care?
Yes, yes, no. You will not care. Yes, you got money for your service.
Emotionally invested in the person because you did it for free.
For free, exactly. Exactly.
I just hope that for me anyway, because I see this other stuff going on, and I hope that sooner or later Nigerians wake up to the fact that they need to start protecting their own, because we have a lot of Nigerians in the UK right now, and if we want to get all the benefits out of them that is going to benefit Nigeria in the long run, you don't want them to be ending up traumatized. You don't want them to be ending up in UK jails or sent back, and their children, the next generation, getting traumatized because their parents have been completely dispossessed and traumatized themselves. So this is how it happens. And sometimes I think we are soon going to become the African Americans if we are not careful. They will traumatize us so badly.
There's nothing you can do about that too. There's nothing you can do about that. It will happen.
Tonight, I want to ask you a question, and to everybody on this panel. What is your end game? Do you want to die in America or Canada or Finland or Saudi Arabia? Do you have a plan to even go back to your country?
I definitely do. I, for one, definitely want to go back to Nigeria, and I still have the ability to travel, especially Africa. I would like to travel Africa. Most of us haven't even bothered to travel Africa. All Africa has some.
The reason why I asked that question is that if the end game is to die in America, then and your children also live with you there. Like Simba said, when you have a teenage daughter or a teenage boy in your hand, that is the most difficult time of parenting, because that is when they realize that, oh, fine, my body is changing. I have my own opinion. This is what I want to do. So a good parent must know how to cancel or how to balance it out. If you don't know how to balance it out, that's where some of this, and in developed countries, they have this freedom for them. Not like in Nigeria, that you can say slap 26 years old as your daughter or whatever, you don't care. But over there, you cannot even touch, and you can't do nothing. You can't do nothing with these children. And the way they treat these children, to be frank with you, they were over pampered to me. Children were being over pampered in abroad, especially Western world. They over pamper them, and they don't. And you can see they will be telling them that we don't care about first class or second class. We just want you to work hard. We just want you to be a share responsibility. That's what they always preach. They don't care about first grade or second grade. Where in Nigerian parents will continue to emphasize that it's better for you to come out with a good result. But over here, they don't care about that one.
Oh, they don't. They don't care about that. They don't care about the score you get.
And so, I see one thing. These people have perfected a plan, and it's going to affect Africa in the next 20 years. First, it's about poaching all our professionals away. Now, it's about poaching our artisans away. I mean, people like carpenter, mechanic, and dress. So what will be there for us in Nigeria to survive again?
And the Nigerians, they are not learning those things again, though. You should go to a mechanic workshop now. You go to a mechanic workshop, your car can stay for 2-3 days because it's only the man. He doesn't have people that are helping him.
They are not
because all of them are running away now.
They are not even
exactly
technical results. Just like you have that skill, and once you come in, they will test you have that skill. It's done. Even if you learn it at a roadside mechanic, you don't care anymore. So they are poaching all these people away from Africa, especially that's Nigeria.
Yeah,
and
that's
then,
true.
That may be in the nearest future. We are going to be in a serious mess if we don't realize all of these things. You guys are still talking about.
Remy, all this work that you are talking about is the Togolese and the Beninois that are doing it in Nigeria now. Nigerian youth are not ready to learn.
Nigerians are finding themselves in Canada, in America, in Europe, everywhere.
Even the ones that are in Nigeria, they are not ready to learn. The only thing that they are learning is Yahoo.
Yes. So you see, I told you the orientation, the cycle has been bastardized, and Nigeria really need a carrot and stick approach now. If you just want it to be like a democracy, they take it softly, we have to beg them, you are not going to get any tangible result. And that is why you can see that some of Nigerian parents are sending their kids to Nigeria for secondary school education in Nigeria because they know they are in abroad, they won't do nothing. And to be frank with you, even the so-called UK and the rest, if you go to their public to sometimes, it's also nothing to write them about. I'm here in Finland also. Their schools are okay, but I see a lot of immigrant children roaming abroad. The clothes they put on, they were not being fed very well. Even if they give them child support every month, it's not even enough. So it's like, okay, there's a glass ceiling. Truly, there's a glass ceiling. Okay, there's a glass ceiling for immigrants here. I know maybe America a little bit free, but most of Europe there's a big glass ceiling. There are some positions you cannot go get into here. So I just don't understand it. So if you have in mind that the little amount of money you make, you can establish something in Nigeria, you are also helping Nigerian people by creating one job, but your eyes must be there. Because if your house is not there, they will also kill you. They will make you.
They will look for you to kill it. It's not easy now.
So
I'm one of those people that is running a business from
it's
afar.
kind of a dilemma that you don't know what to do. You have your money. You are even afraid to invest it in your country that they might kill you or they kill the business. And you are also in abroad. The money you have is not enough for you to even establish something. For example, how much is 20,000 euro here? You cannot even use to establish a business, but 20,000 euro can establish a business in Nigeria comfortably. Yes. So you can see the and if you are growing up, you abroad is easy, everything is fine, but before you know it, you spend 5 years, 10 years, and just oh my God, it's just like yesterday. So
before you know it, time is up, and then you have gotten old and you've not done too much. For me, from the point of view of starting up a business in Nigeria, like you said, you have to monitor it regularly. You have to be there all the time. I've managed to work in Nigeria. There was a time I set up a business and I wasn't there for 2 years. And I'm not, see, you don't know what you don't lose. If you don't know what you lost, you wouldn't know. So that's
so. I can feel you because I also felt that way several years. It's not easy, my God. Really.
It's a tough thing. So let's move on to this. This is not something that one man brought up, but I was wondering with this Niger. I think I wasn't here yesterday. With this Niger coup that just happened. Do we know what direction this is going? Are they like because the democracy is all good, but do you guys support the coup? And
no, we talked about it yesterday. We didn't support the coup, but we also think that, like Thomas will tell you, and I also told yesterday, I said, Big Brother is dying. We have been Big Brother too much. Big Brother is broke. Big Brother is poor. We help them in South Africa, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Sierra Leone, Liberia. We don't even have enough manpower to even man our own border or even security in our own country. I think they should just carry their cross, okay? We have a lot of problems to deal with in Nigeria. It's sending our soldiers to them. We don't have enough in Nigeria to even protect us.
But do you think that it could unite Nigerians, though?
Because at the end of the day, what do we get from Niger? At the end of the day, it's French control, like Simba said. It's totally
all the countries we helped are always disrespecting us.
Are they? But are they? I'm not sure they are. You know, that's one of the reasons why they respect Nigeria.
What about the xenophobic attack in South Africa? They didn't kill a lot of people like chicken there.
Okay, yeah. In the case of South Africa, yes, they did. But at the same time, they still do respect Nigeria a lot for that too.
You think an average Sierra Leone or Liberian likes Nigeria recently? Go and see them in abroad. They don't dislike Nigeria because they think Nigeria are too proud, too arrogant, and these people are too docile. They never talk. They just do like
they are definitely very docile.
So it's Nigerians that always like fight for your rights.
And they will say they will think that you're after their women now because they also fight us over women. They say you are taking their women.
Because Nigerian men like to take care of their woman. No matter what happened, I gave that one to Nigeria. An average Nigerian man will take care of his family, his wife. That is true. But any woman wants a man that can take care of home, that can take care of her and her children. Even if you come from the moon, if a man treats you that way, won't you go to that kind of man?
No, I get that. I just think that maybe if we were, how do I put it? If we approach it from the point of view that, okay, what are they trying to do for their country? Are they trying to push out? Because there's a U.S. military base there, and the French soldiers that were kicked out of Mali went there too. So maybe
they are just fighting for the uranium quantity in that place, and French is controlling it. Okay, and control them like that, and they will just put a dummy head there. You see now, what can Nigeria do? Go and overthrow the government? They can kick him out. Who is going to do that? Except that man came there without the support of the French.
But I see just today, I was watching.
Help any country now. We must take over that country. Enough of freebies. We take over that country. We take the resources and then we leave. Plain and simple. No more. No more.
Like what other people do.
Cameroon, all this Togo, we should take over those countries and take their resources for helping them. Enough of
that's what America did now. It's not for free of charge. So if we are taking over Nigeria, let's take over their uranium.
I don't think most of them will mind. I don't think most of them will mind, because as long as we do a good job of keeping their countries more stable than that, what the Americans
is your own country stable that I want to go and keep another country stable?
Exactly, that's a good point, because we have not even done our basic job.
Our country is more stable than their country.
Don't be too sure. We have not done. See,
no, Nigeria is more stable than there, because you don't know nothing. If you go to all this Niger and Chad and the rest, come and see how Boko Haram and the rest are dealing with them. It's all war every day. And if they are not dealing with terrorists, they are even dealing with the militia among themselves over there. War is, you go there now, see, it's a war.
Nigeria's stability is a recent phenomenon, which is fine. I don't have any problem with the stability. But
apart from the Southeast that have dealt with Nigeria and the Northeast for some decade ago,
and we have IDP camps in Nigeria. Even I don't know why we are calling this thing.
You can see that in the Southeast now that there are people are coming together to fight the common cause. But look at what the government is doing in Enugu State. Look at what the people are doing. People who are fighting back. He closed their shop. They are protesting. No, and who is the governor now? It's Samuel Ekpa, because he said don't open shop, and they closed their shop. The governor said if you don't open shop, they will close your shop down. And what do you see? They are protesting. When they told them don't open shop on Monday, everybody will be. Now the governor said open your shop. If you don't open your shop, they will seal it up, and they see those ones that does not open. What do you see on the street? They start protesting. The same set of people.
The government is stupid. So the government is stupid to go and close shops because people don't. People decide to go.
See, to Niger, the government.
So what you normally do is that.
Let's be honest. A lot of people support that sit at home. A lot of them.
Yes.
But they
don't. Exactly. But not all of them.
A lot of them do. But
all of them, not all of them do. They should be allowed to go. See, the problem I have with it is that it's not the sit at home I have a problem with. It's the fact that the ones that want to go out, they are not given freedom to go out without intimidation. That is the issue. And the government too should not go and intimidate them to come out. Because there are, you saw the video now, people flogging the students and teachers.
You are not getting the scenario. The scenario here is that the governor now said, if you don't open your shop on Monday, I will seal it up. And then
yes, you shouldn't. They don't have the right to do that.
Hold on. They don't have the right to do that, and they are also complaining that they are closing their shop on Monday. They are losing billions of naira because it affects their business. Everybody in Nigeria do know that if you don't go anywhere on Monday, everybody go to work on Monday. So, and when they are losing a lot of money, and the governor now say, okay, fine. Who is the authority there? I am the governor of the state. If you don't open your shop on Monday, I will seal it up. Some of them open, some of them did not open. And before you close your eyes, the same set of people that are sitting at home for Monday complaining over the months, they took to the street, they start protesting. So that tells you that they accept authority of Simon Ekpa ahead of the governor.
I think what they don't like is the government shutting shops down because some of them choose.
So which one would they prefer? They say open your shop.
No, it's not about which one. Both of them should be allowed. Like when people were fighting for Abiola,
both of them should be allowed. So who is the governor? Who is the authority? Who is the authority?
None of them should have authority. The people should be able to do what they want.
Through Nigeria, you are making a two-faced here. The constitutional authority in the state is the state governor. And if they cannot obey a simple instruction from a governor and they can obey an instruction from somebody far away, that means the person far away is the authority.
It's not black and white. You're making it sound as if it's black and white. Some choose not to do certain things, others choose not to do it. The point is that you should allow both sides to choose.
No,
you can't tell people to come out and you can't tell people to sit at home by force.
To continue to fester, that means there will not be ever solution in that place.
That is the constitutional right of every Nigerian. To force Nigerians to come out or to sit at home, both are wrong.
So
they are all violating the constitution.
If the narrative you are trying to say here is what you want to fester, that means that place, as you are saying it, in the next few months will be in total terrible shape. Because that means if they are cherry picking which authority they should pick, that means majority of them supported the sit at home. And
no, actually, no. The reason why they're not coming out is because they are intimidated.
Let me finish you, Niger. I think if this is the way that most of them see it, that they don't know which one or what they have a choice to pick, the federal government just let them be and let them just settle it among themselves.
That is not fair. That's not what is happening.
That is not fair. That is
Many
not
of
fair.
them don't support the system.
Let me ask you a very good question. Let's say we are in regional government and that governor of Enugu State is the premier of that region, and he told them, if you don't open your shop, I will seal it up. And they went to the street. A premier is just like a prime minister or whatever like that. Let's say it's a country, and then the president said, if you don't open your shop, I will seal it up. And they are what protested, and they continue to listen to people outside. What you are trying to say here is that they support their sit at home. They prefer that one. So if they prefer
it's the most peaceful protest. They are not even obstructing traffic. What else do you want from them? If somebody wants to sit at home, allow them to sit at home. Why can't
they protest for sit at home on Monday for so many months? Why did they still docile like that? And they kept on, it's affecting my business. Oh, I'm losing a lot of money. They did not go out and protest. But these people think they went out and protest. Come on.
I think you can't mix two things together. If people, I just believe that the middle ground is let people do what they want to do and let them exercise their constitutional rights.
Do what they want to do, and they'll continue to kill them like chicken like that.
They are not. You stop the ones that are intimidating them not to come out.
Who is going to stop it? Who is going to stop it?
The government. That's the job of the government, to protect the citizens.
The government that they are not listening to.
That's the problem. Now you make them listen. That's the what is the mandate of a president if the president cannot even protect his people?
A simple instruction: if you don't open shop, I will seal it up. They did not obey. They start protesting. What do you want their government?
You can't force people to come out. If they don't come out and open their own business, you shut their business down. That is not right.
I don't need to argue too much about this.
They are not the ones losing money.
At the end of the day, it's their region. Whatever happened to them, they just fly their cross like that. Because
if it was you won't like it. Now, when people were fighting for Abiola, you won't like it. When people were fighting for Abiola, they didn't force them to sit at home or stay outside. They forced them. They allowed them to go about their business.
It's a totally different scenario. If I were them, I would open my shop on Monday because I know how much I lose every Monday.
If you were them, and a lot of people did open their shops, not just
why most of them now go out in the street? Those ones that did not open shop, why did not continue to protest? They should have just fine. They seal my shop off. They go and meet the government and settle my.
Okay, the process. How large was this protest you are talking about? It probably wasn't very large.
I don't know how large
it's a small protest.
They protest.
Of course they will protest, but I'm sure it's not a large protest. It's
a small protest. A large protest. It was large. A lot of people protested, so it was large. Don't try to cover that.
I seriously doubt how large that protest will be because
ask other people in this forum. They would think that Simba is still here. And Solly is also talking. Ask all of them. There were so many of them there. They were protesting.
But I guess
in a nutshell, at the end of the day, they are the people. They know what they want. If they don't take action, what is happening to them will continue. They will still continue to kill them, flog their children, flog their teachers. They'll continue to see that. And if they don't come together and do the right thing, no matter what happens, the rest of the country will move on.
I think that most of them have already responded. Most of them, they probably listened to the governor and came out, started violating the sit at home. So, which is fine. They have a right to. All of them should have a right to do what they are. Like the Oshun priestess that was being intimidated not to come out to come and practice our festival. What are we? Are we in some kind of a dystopian country where people are not allowed to exercise their the constitutional right? People should be allowed to express. Anybody that violates the constitution, those are the ones that people should clamp down on heavily. All this nonsense where some people just start intimidating each other from exercising their rights. I don't like it. It's just decays the culture to a point where people are scared of each other, like they don't want to express their opinions freely. It's not nice. I'm hearing somebody. I'm hearing a sound. Are you hearing any sound? Hello? I'm hearing some sound.
We can't hear.
Hello?
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Okay, good. So yeah, but my main this thing before we round up anyway, I think we should be rounding up very soon. It's regarding this coup that just happened in north of Nigeria, and you know that stuff could drift into Nigeria, that kind of mentality. And this is one of the things when people are talking about disobedience, what they are doing, they are talking, they cannot cause trouble. They can cause trouble. Look at what happened in Nigeria now. The government is removed by the military. If obedience were on the street, if Obi was not gracious enough to say, stay at home, everybody do stay calm, don't even come out on the street. If he didn't do all those things, this is the kind of danger you face, the kind of dangers you are seeing in the Niger Republic right now. So, and I think that we have to try to protect the democracy that we have, because military, they don't exactly rig elections. They just cancel it like they've just done in Niger. But okay, let me put it this way: what do you think Tinubu is going to do? What is he going to do to the Niger regime? Is he going to look to remove them, or just leave it to carry on?
Tinubu cannot do anything on his own, but he can do something in capacity. He's the chairman of ECOWAS.
Yes.
That is if other members are ready to cooperate. But for Nigeria to single-handedly say they want to go and do something in Niger is practically impossible now.
I can't believe Abacha was able to pull that one off easy. Abacha made it look easy.
Yes, it make it easy in Sierra Leone and Liberia. Though he got support from few countries, at least Ghana and some other countries, they've made contribution that time. But you cannot compare our economy that time. You cannot compare our stability that time with what is happening to us now. And then it's easy for him because those countries are Anglophone countries. Britain doesn't really have any political interest in those countries, and that was what made it easy.
Personally, if I was Tinubu, I would find a way to send 10,000 soldiers there and reverse this coup, because when you reverse it, you now have influence on the ground. All those French people there and all those.
Are you sure the French forces are they not there now?
No, they are there. That's my point. They are, but
so Nigeria would know. So Nigeria will go there and override what they are doing there.
Yes, because they are not allowed to go. The French people are not allowed to go and reverse the coup. If they do that, that's going to be a problem. But if
are they ready? Are they ready? Are they ready? Is that their mission there to reverse it? Are they not the one that caused it?
Exactly. Okay. Then what you want to argue for is, if let's say Tinubu goes in, and that means that we have influence now. We can say, okay, the French get out. Americans, you better increase your rate.
You think Nigeria can do that? We can ask the French to get out. You have the strength to do that. Are you not the one that talked?
If Mali can
Mali did it for their own country. Nigeria cannot. Nigeria is a sovereign country.
It's a sovereign country that is relatively very close to Nigeria.
Okay, just let Nigeria go.
What is your problem living Nigeria?
Never totally defeated, and you want them to go 10,000 to go there.
But don't you think that it could unite?
Do we have 10,000 soldiers to fight the bandits?
See, don't you think that it could unite? Half of the bandits may be coming from there, for all you know. And so it might help us unite. And because you see, I heard recently that, when George Bush won the election in America in 2000, there was this division between Democrats and George Bush, and they went to Supreme Court and they got it. The country was divided in half. But 9 months later, 9/11 happened, the whole country united. So generally, when nations are divided, you tend to see either conflict or war.
Okay, you are talking about that Agor problem.
Yes, that Agor problem. So that's what happened, and the country was brought back together again with that war. So in the context of Nigeria, we are quite divided. Don't you think a good conflict with
is it Niger that will now bring us together in Nigeria?
It's possible. Nigeria will be like, yeah, go and kick that, go and kick the backside of those coup plotters, kick them out of office. You know, it might bring Nigeria together. Or let's say Nigeria go there to try to do something and they go and kill Nigerian soldiers. Nigerians will come together and say, enough, man. You see what I mean? That could be a rallying point. I think part of the problem with Nigeria is that we don't tend to have
we don't have the resources now. We don't have the resources now to Nigeria. We don't have the resources.
We have the manpower. We have just not tapped into it now. How many soldiers do Nigeria have? Let me even see the size of their military. They are barely the size of one cantonment in Ikeja. Let me see Niger military size. Let me see. It's probably going to be very, very small, I'm sure. Niger is like a tiny country. Niger military size.
No, what you are saying, it would be possible if the whole ECOWAS resolved that they want to overthrow. They did it in Gambia.
Yeah.
And it was Nigeria that actually championed that. Yes. Yes.
Niger has 12,000 active this thing. Okay, that's sizable. If Nigeria wants to go and take on that 12,000, we don't need 12,000 actually. We just need about 5,000 Nigerian soldiers that are better equipped than the Nigerian one and go there. And we don't need to defeat the entire military. We just need to defeat the coup plotters. That's all. And they will not want to take Nigeria on. They will be scared because, and then not to mention African countries will contribute too. If we mean business, we can remove them. You know,
but what is our interest? What is our interest in Niger?
Niger has uranium, and we can kick.
And so I want to go and compete with the French people.
Yes, you kick the French out. Yeah.
The one that you have in your country, why are we able to control it? To Niger, see, please leave us alone. See, the gold in Safara and all those things. Are we able to even mine it for our own benefit? Talk less of now looking at it. Another country resources.
Simba, you're not seeing it from the other side. If we do these things, it will bring us together, and we are more likely. Because when Nigeria is united, that's when we are strongest. Right now, we are not united. But if we have a common goal that we are pursuing, it's going to unite us.
To go and steal another country resources. Is that what you are preaching now?
Is it not better that we steal it than the
French steal it? Resources one.
Better that we steal it than the French steal it.
For this for years.
Is it not better that we keep it than the French or the Americans coming to take it?
Back.
And actually, to Nigeria, let me tell you this. It's actually all those countries, they are surviving courtesy of Nigeria.
Exactly.
We have a lot of Nigerians. I even saw one yesterday. Believe me, the guy is a Nigerian. I saw him in a lorry yesterday. They call him Mohammed, and everybody knows he's a Nigerian. There are a lot of them. Some of them are even working with our federal civil service. Believe me.
Imagine that. There's no reason why we cannot exert our power, and I think Tinubu wants to an extent, but I'm not sure what he will do with
if we are serious as a country, and if we harness our resources and put ourselves together. Those are the countries that we can harness. We don't need to go and say that we can annex them.
Think about it now. Can you imagine if Nigeria had 1 million soldiers as we have been recommending? Removing this coup plotter would just be a breeze. You just take 20,000, we will outnumber the Nigerian out of a million. It would be a breeze.
We just annex them and join them with
exactly. You don't want to go and Alexa will go and end up like Saddam Hussein. Nobody needs that drama. How this America do use that to trap us?
If we had common sense, we would have used this coup as opportunity. Quickly jump into the country and say we want to help them. We want to help stabilize their country.
Exactly.
We quickly corner every nook and cranny of that country and make sure that we control every area. Then we now start focusing on the resources. We'll say we are doing business, but we'll just make excuses for the next 10 years, 20 years on what we are doing.
Exactly. I want the contracts to Nigerians to be mining all their uranium.
But France will not allow that, believe me.
What is France going to do?
What can France do?
France cannot do anything. If they try to intervene, they will bring Wagner there too. Now that will teach them. They're not going to try nonsense.
Yes, and the Chinese. So
yeah, and the Chinese.
Solely and to Nigeria, people are thieves. The two of you are a thief.
What's wrong with you? Better we take it. Better we take it than the French take it. Don't you see? It's not theft. It's actually preserving it on the continent. You know, we are preserving it on the continent. It's very, very important we keep it here so that they go and lighten the Paris. While
I agree with you. I agree with you. After all, we'll be giving them free petrol. They've been living on us before. So what are we going to get in return?
Can you imagine that? I'm telling you, if Nigeria had that 1 million soldiers, even the Malians will be quaking in their boots right now. That if Nigeria wants to move, because their military is so tiny compared to that 1 million size Nigerian military.
Let me tell you, to Niger, because as you normally say, we have never had any reason for us to actually, Egypt, they have a lot of military people because of the location they find themselves. It's because of necessity. Do you understand what I'm saying?
How about Algeria that has almost 700,000 with 30-something million population? How about that one? So it's us. We just didn't do our due diligence. If we did it, we would have been richer. Look at what we are talking about now. We would have been a lot richer. We will be tapping into all West African countries. We'll be making a lot of money from them. They will be paying us for protection, basically. That's what's going to be happening. Why do you think America is so rich? Most nations are paying America for protection. NATO, the NATO countries pay into NATO for protection that America provides them. So all this stuff, we are not really tapping into our potential.
And we have even our history and the one of Egypt. They look, because most of the military are the one ruling the ruling Egypt. Say so. Mubarak was a former military person. Even the one that is here now, Assisi, what they call him, is a former military guy.
Yeah, he just converted to civilian and ran for election and won 90-something% of the vote. Talk about
whenever there is crisis, there is opportunity. See, all these countries, we are supposed to forcefully implement our naira into these countries so that we use it as a means to gain value.
Exactly. Imagine
they are making transaction in franc or whatever nonsense that is limiting them.
Safer. They call it safer. And the funny thing, that safer is even more powerful than naira now.
It doesn't matter.
Many African countries have kicked out the French already. So many West African countries, at least two of them, Mali and Burkina Faso, have kicked out the French. I think the Guineans too have kicked out the French. That is a massive change.
Need to implement naira in their country.
In fact, they said they are not going to be speaking French again. They want to change their official language.
That's a big change. Can you imagine changing it to their own language? That is a big change. If if African countries start doing this type of stuff, you will see.
I hope we'll be able to. I hope they will not actually go back and dance their religion or whatever they are doing now. I hope they'll be able to.
They said there's another coup. They said there's another coup to overthrow them. But
in the France have the resources. They have the wherewithal to do that.
But Wagner is there now. Wagner is there, and they also have a larger military now.
Can I speak on this cool thing? See, this whole middle belt in Africa, this West Africa to East Africa, the reason why they'll be able to do coup and remove this French government is because they have Chinese and Russian backing. With this Wagner group. So even this Niger thing, I don't think it's French sponsored. I think it's Russian sponsored.
You think so?
Why would French do coup on what they already own?
That's true though.
Yeah. So it is Russian back.
It's the same thing that happened in Sudan. So Russia has a hand in what is happening in Sudan also.
Definitely no. America is the one that triggered the one in Sudan. America actually threatened Sudan last year. Said if you try to open a naval base for the Russians, that you will face the consequences. That's what the Americans told the Sudanese, and then they opened their embassy in Sudan last year. After 8 months, Sudan was on fire, and they closed their embassy and bye-bye. That's what the Americans did to the Sudanese. So
most of these countries are saying yes, all of them are exerting their rule on the African countries. But who does it benefit more? France will take everything and give you nothing.
Nothing.
The Russian people that will help, and the Chinese that will help you build your economy, but still take. Who would you favor?
Better something than nothing.
It's just common sense. France cannot do anything again unless they want to start.
France, all these Europeans have been awful. Look at the state of Niger. They get the uranium from Niger and go and light their own cities. But look at Niger, they don't have light at all. It's not like Niger has a large population. They can't even light their district.
Terrible. Just
wicked people. It's just downright wickedness.
Can't even build public transport for them. Can't even build road. Just stealing from them. And they even pay you in tax. Their money is in your bank. Like, how ruthless can you be? How long do you think?
That's where sometimes I put blame. Normally I don't see it as blame. I see it as a problem for us to solve, that we are the ones to be blamed. This is where sometimes I go over that and say, okay, I blame this in the French, because sometimes you don't necessarily have to be so cruel and greedy. You don't really have to be. You can take wealth from people and just leave something for them. But look at the state of Niger. Niger is just completely like robots, really. They don't have much to show for themselves. And Russia, France is living lavish on their resources. It's just, for me, that's why I find it a little bit weird that some people don't have any sense of live and let live. They live and let die. I live and you die. They don't care. That is the approach. I don't subscribe to that type of approach to any kind of policy.
The only thing they give them is to have them have access to France, to come to and live in France, some of them.
You need a visa. You know that Nigeria developing is a threat to most of these European controlled countries.
Big time.
Because it will show all the other African countries that they can have what Nigeria has. It's a threat. So these European countries themselves, they will not even want Nigeria to develop.
Why would they?
I'll say somewhat we are lucky that we have British rule instead of French rule. Because if we had French rule, Nigeria will be terrible.
They are all just as bad as each other. They're just different flavors of the same thing.
So
what do you mean? Nigeria life expectancy is probably just chasing that of Niger Republic. Let me see Nigeria's life expectancy. Nigeria's life expectancy. Yeah, go ahead.
Solely. Can Solely hear me?
Is that not Adewale?
Yeah, Nigeria's life expectancy is actually higher than that of Nigeria.
Are you from the South South? Are you from the South South? No, for real. Are you?
No.
Yes, now.
No, for real. Are you from South South?
No.
Yeah, but the way you pronounce something just now, you said develop, and I was like, are you kind of like, I know the Southwest doesn't pronounce.
No, it's because I was laughing. It's because I'm Omo Ekitinimi from
really?
Ido.
Omo Ekitinyega does not sound well. Omo Ekitinimi. Hey, Adewale, is that the way you speak Yoruba?
Oh my God! Language police. You guys should chill out.
I learned Yoruba when I left Nigeria, so I don't really have the accent.
Oh,
so that's
whenever people start talking about your language, I will always keep reminding you. It turns out that Ijaw is one of the oldest languages in Africa.
I beg you, this your Wikipedia, this thing.
I'll keep reminding you of that.
To Nigeria. Stop that your Wikipedia. Stop this your Wikipedia.
Your language was derived from the Ijaw language, and it turns out that the Igbo language and Yoruba language, they are of the same family. You can't even make that up, man.
But you are Igbo also now. You are Igbo now.
How do you know I'm Igbo? You don't know that. You don't know that at all.
I know. I know you are Igbo. No, it's not an Edo. It's a Delta Igbo.
No, you don't. You don't know that.
Tunaja is a Delta Igbo.
I thought Tunaja is your Shomole's cousin.
No. Leave him now. Let him say. I'm from different areas. I know more about Yoruba language and Igbo language than I even know of.
There's a way people pronounce some word that you can tell where they actually grow up or come from. So when Soli said develop, I know Nigeria have pronounced it that way before. So it's only the southwestern people that doesn't pronounce that as develop.
I grew up in PH now. So it could be that accent.
I grew up in Lagos. I grew up in Lagos.
And you must have been around people from that region most, because when you said develop, I was like, wait a minute.
Yes, I was.
Yeah, that probably might be the reason why. Yoruba people don't pronounce develop as develop. It's people from south. So
how do Yoruba people pronounce it?
Southwest, development, develop.
Develop. That's how you pronounce
Instead
it.
of develop, is a develop.
Develop me.
And
Okay.
once you hear M-N, that is a M, and you know that's my people from Southeast. When you hear, Yoruba usually drag and emphasize on those syllables, so that's how you know this is Yoruba. They will drag it. They will they will drag it.
No, let me help unite the Igbos and the Yorubas today so that you guys know you're all brothers. You just don't know it, from long distance relatives that have just forgotten each other.
Hey boy, people don't see us as their brother now.
You are. It's crazy.
Nigeria, don't start that here again. Don't start that again. Don't start that again.
You're all the same family. I'm gonna show you proof that you're all practically the same family. And
I was rewatching Nigeria match against Australia, the co-host. And while I was watching the game, I think the first half, like 10-15 minutes shortly after the match, this girl from Britain,
Fani, what do they call it?
Forgotten. It's some trial, some tire, something like that.
This half cast.
Yeah. So, and here is someone that doesn't look like a typical Nigerian girl, but because she has her lineage is from Lagos, her father, her great grandfather actually from Lagos, so she decided to play for a paternal side, which is a great thing. And I found out that team has a lot of Nigerians, second generation Nigerian born in America that lives in America and play the leagues in America and in the other European country. So, and I was beginning to look at it. If you look at the names, majority that dominate that match, team actually from South and Southeast. You found some few drop of Yoruba.
Were they representing the US?
Nigeria. So,
Okay.
But the one that got me fascinated the most is that that British lady. And I realized that this time around, nobody is claiming about, whether she's Yoruba or Igbo, or she look half caste, or she look whitish, or everybody just there. She was absorbed, and everybody sharing them open. So I was kind of like in my mind, I was like, what? How come it's when it is political or money issue?
Let me shock you, Adewale. After the match, they went to the street in Australia yesterday, beating drums, and everybody was dancing.
Wow!
Believe me, you need to ask maybe, but I think it's in Brisbane they played the match. I don't know how far that place is to wear Thomas sleeves. It was all
Are you talking about female football?
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys have time.
You didn't see the video that is the people are not sharing the way Tinubu'S wife was watching the match and she was jumping all over the place.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. Show me when Nigeria is winning World Cup before I start worrying about female football.
See, to Nigeria,
that's how we used to win under 17.
The head coach is actually an American. So, and seeing the influence of foreign. I see foreign influence in the team, unlike before when we have locally dominated team. Majority of them hardly play outside the country. So, but this time around, the pattern of play, even the way they stop ball, the way they control ball on the pitch, kind of different. So, and if you really want to enjoy female football, you have to have some cognac or some red wine next to you because it can be a little bit boring. But
palm wine.
Yeah, whichever is going to give you that kick. But the thing is
that okay. Now let's start uniting Nigeria. Clearly, the football has done some bits to help unite Nigeria. Now let's finish the job.
I don't even think Nigerians are watching.
Were you surprised? You see second generation Nigerians playing for Nigeria.
No,
basketball. If you look at our basketball team, they're actually Nigerians, Americans that have been playing basketball for Nigeria.
So see,
basket. I mean, how many people watch female?
Are they winning?
We have not
What are
even
they
watched.
winning? Is what you are talking?
See,
You are
no,
just
no,
playing
no. See,
basketball
we've
and
never gone beyond.
What are you talking about in Nigeria for Australia to host World Cup and Nigeria to beat them in their backyard?
Even their
so did
president
they
was
win the
right
World
there.
Cup? Nobody remembers whether he beat somebody. They remember who wins World Cups.
To Nigeria, hold on. Whether they win or they
Or
don't
even
win,
come
that is
second.
not. Wait now, whether they win or not, that is not the issue. The issue is that they are representing, and whoever is interested in watching them, nobody is raising any eyebrow or saying this person doesn't look like me. However, I'm not going to, watch or support them. So even international bodies are rooting for them. So in my mind, it's like I could identify. Actually, we're actually breaking a record. You know why? We have siblings, two sisters of the same father, being born in America, playing for Super Falcon currently in the same team in Australia. Yes, I went to check the lady IG, and they are two Nigerian, actually Yoruba, but the name on the jerseys says Payne, but their name is Oluwabukola. Then the other one is Nicole. They use English name Tony Payne.
Those are the one Pain. Yes, the Pain.
Yeah,
It's not even Sotamaya. The Pain, the one I'm talking about. Yes.
Yeah, and we also have like Aloze. Aloze was, lives in Houston, Texas. There are quite a lot of them that are actually not Nigerian born.
Adiwale, a quick intercession. That Aloze is a medical practitioner, not totally a medical practitioner. She was working in a big hospital in Houston and also play professional football alongside with it.
For the female team here in Houston, yes. I was surprised because
I'm talking about she's also working at a specialist hospital over there. I forgot, maybe microbiology, blah blah. She's a researcher, okay?
You see,
that's an academician.
And she's a young lady. So yes. I mean, even that Pain, that younger Pain, is just 20 years old, barely 20 years old. So, and I'm looking at it like, wow, I'm quite impressed. Not just even about the game itself, the pattern and the way I could see the influence of foreign tactics, being injected into the team. Even the goalkeeper, which is I could see that's not the way our goalkeeper used to. Our goalkeeper stopping penalty, which
that's
is
a top-notch goalkeeper. She's quite good.
Oh, I can tell you.
She did that against Canada.
Yeah, that was the fact. That game against
Canada. One of the best in Australia.
But my takeaway is that when we are discussing anything money, sharing money, or politics, we are divided. But sports or any other thing, as it is right now, if I'm walking on the street and I see somebody called Abubakar, being beaten by somebody else, do you think I'm going to walk past and pretend as if I didn't know this person? We died here.
Exactly.
Because this person is not even Nigerian now. Let's talk about Kenya, or let's talk about Cameroonian, and it's been disrespected or talked to anyhow, and I will just walk by. That ain't gonna happen on my watch. But this evening I was taking a stroll with my little baby because we usually do that on the evening. While I was interjecting with you guys earlier, I was taking a stroll in the street, and somebody just walked past me, and I knew for a fact that lady is a Nigeria. She didn't even say hello. She just, cruised with her daughter and just,
I knew for a fact.
And I was looking again, and she was coming towards me again. She just faced the other side. Something in me wanted to challenge her. Say, hello, how you doing? She's just like, oh, I'm not in the mood to talk to nobody. Not that she was busy. She wasn't exercising. She was just taking a stroll in the neighborhood.
That was what we talked about earlier now. That was what we talked about it this morning.
I was saying that
you talk about that
I'm open to say hello to you and greet you. What will stop you? Why Nigerians always act funny when they're outside, but when they're
exactly.
Why?
I
went to a place. The person at the front door was a Nigerian. I thought it was a Kenyan. The moment I saw him, I was smiling. The person I was going to meet there, and I asked, I was, oh, is in the third floor. I said, are you a Nigerian? I said, yes, sir. The moment he mentioned, are you a Nigerian? I changed my accent. I said, yes, sir, I'm a Nigerian. And they say, you sounded Yoruba, say, I said, I'll be a bullock man. That's how we started clicking. And though he's an old elderly man, sort of, who worked there as security / doorman. So we started talking, what will stop Nigeria from doing all those nonsense?
I think part of it is that Nigerians are a little bit too, how do I put it? You know how the Americans call it coonish. We tend to be very coonish. We want to.
And we're in shit.
Please our. Pardon?
I said, pardon my friend. I said, we're in shit. Like America always say. We're in shit.
Yeah.
We're nothing. We don't have money.
We always want to please the Europeans a lot. It's not like if I meet these Jamaicans in offices like in the UK now, I tend to feel more at home than when you meet a Nigerian at the end. If I see a Nigerian on the street, I'm fine. But when I meet him in an office, I'm worried because that Nigerian, when he's there, he wants to make his boss proud of him or her. So they will use you as sacrificial lamb. Like literally, they will use your connection to being a Nigerian to lift themselves up in their organization. So they will be mean to you. They will do everything that they can do to you to get their boss to be proud of them. And that is really troubling. And it's really troubling.
Another thing I found very, very troubling also. I don't know if that is also like that in the UK. But what I found is that, let's say I know about a particular job, that people can benefit from. I'll give you an example: cybersecurity, any other job that is done remotely or something like that. That I know people could benefit and get paid handsomely. Nigerians always finding it difficult to share the information, as if you are coming to steal their job. If you work in an industry that is, is employing and is a vibrant sector, why not share the information? Let people get into it, and let people. If Nigerians are doing okay, it will be a thing of pride for everybody. But what I found out is Nigerians like to climb a ladder. Once they get on top of that ladder and they are stable,
they remove it. They will remove it.
They chop the ladder, use it to cook, and you will never get. You'll be looking at them up there, so that you'll be bowing down and
exactly.
Why?
Exactly.
See, if you go to the retail store here in America, there are some stores that these are Gogberu store, and there are stores that that it's only for the the privileged one. And that one is even once you get there, you know you don't belong here. Even if you have the money, you know that you don't belong here. But the one that is for commoner, for everybody, the moment you park your car in the garage and you are walking in, everybody are the same. Nobody care whether you have thousands or millions in your account. I'll give you an example. Walmart is a very popular retail store, right? If you walk inside Walmart, you even think that you are time to not be a rich person. It's a level. Everybody buy whatever you want to buy. Everybody move. Then go to Nigerian store. You will see Nigerian coming in as if they own the store, as if they can buy everything in the store. And I'll be like, what is wrong with us? You go to Walmart, do you even talk to the cashier, the way you are addressing people as if, I mean, I don't know. I'm not hating on us. It's just like that attitude in us is. When I was watching that game, that was I excused myself from the platform to watch that the match so that they played it around 5 a.m. and I was still sleeping at that time. So, and
it was okay. I don't know the time there because it was playing in the afternoon here.
Yeah,
early in the morning. It was around. It was around 11, 12, 1.
And I didn't go to bed until like 4 a.m. this morning. I slept like 3 hours or so, 3 or 4 hours. I didn't go to work early. So I was like,
one thing about that match is that before when they were the preparation was not that good. Nigerian preparation was not that good. They were even they don't have money. The money they're supposed to give them, they were fighting. Initially they were threatening that they want to boycott.
Yeah,
the first
because
game.
they said they won't give them the bonus.
Oh my God!
The Nigerian Football Federation, even this guy from former Arsenal player, had to, tweet about it and said, man, pay this lady. What is wrong with her? Because you don't watch female football or female sport doesn't mean that females shouldn't get into sports. It's a good thing. And people don't want to pay them the same way they pay the men. We understand. The men game or the men's sport are very fast paced and, involve a lot of testosterone and all that. But the female too are trying. They've improved. Honestly, Nigerian team at Falcon, they've really
No,
improved.
I saw what you saw. Adewale, the way they control ball, the way they dribble. I was even wondering that I've never seen a Nigerian female playing like this before. Because before this, will have this poor control. The goalkeeper will even catch the ball, and the ball will be dropping from their hands and all those things. No, it's not in this team. This team is well grounded.
One of the Super Falcons match, and somebody was telling me, was just mocking them. They said, "Look, this one a hairdresser, this one a tailor, this one a Olushu, this one got there because he was messing with me in the secretary house." I was like, that was it. They said, man, I won't watch this female football no more. So I knew, how can you have Taylor in the team? They will just see like a basket, they will just be throwing the ball inside the net. And true, then it was, they dominated the African space.
What does the Olo show mean?
That one I upgrade from Ashewuna.
Upgrade, I see.
The hookup is the queen of the industry.
Yeah, oh my God, they have so many names for it now.
Why am I even saying as if I know it better? It's all these kids that I watch, but that's what they do most in the universities in Nigerian business. They say hook up now.
Hook me up.
And because people like you in diaspora, when you go home and your spouse is not with you, then they have network. Simba, before when you go to
how come that Mr. Adewale know all of these things?
Leave him now. Why are you stopping him? Let him confess his sins.
I watch too much skits.
He knows about the network. I don't know about it though.
Don't mind. Adewale, just continue talking. Don't mind. Nigeria is a pretender. Nigeria is a pretender.
I know nothing about such networks at all.
They will let you finish. They will not say, they know what they've been doing. But
don't mind Nigeria. Nigeria is behaving like a reverend father.
I think the social media kind of helped that trade where we're now. Before in the union, once you drive in, they will come and meet you where you park. And then they will bring pictures of those girls. So you will now make selections of them.
That guy. It's the guys that used to do that.
Wow.
Yeah, they will pick
man,
them
this
out.
is really detailed, man. Okay, go ahead, tell me.
Except if
the guys they use this as a business now. They have a group of ladies that they do. So it's the guys that go and do the interaction.
When you are doing a party, especially I've had we've organized parties in Yabatech, Unilag, and all that. We will go and carry them. We take cars, and as a matter of fact, you don't have to pay them anything. You bring them to the party, and whoever want to have good
once you can feed them, give them food, give them drinks. Yes,
just to bring girls so that the party would not be boring. And girlfriend, they usually go to parties like that, but not like these days. So even the girlfriend is doing hookup.
It's a business now,
and having a zaddy.
It's a business.
That is how that's how they used to do it then. Then you select and you take that guy down. But the school authorities started clamping down on them. They will stay. By the time you are driving out, they will stop you and ask random question. If they're not so sure, they won't let you go. In some instances, they you have, if that lady is your family member, they've stopped father before, taking a daughter home on weekend and all that. They've stopped, But after I think after the tenure of that vice chancellor, they started changing. So they moved outside the campus. So we now go to, I think, close to Sabo or Nika area, and that's how they've been doing. And
can I ask a question? Who is in the US?
With plenty.
Okay. How do you, because my number one fear with US is gun violence. How do you, because when this guy came to Netherlands, he was telling me that everywhere is far, It's not you will not see gun violence like that. How do you avoid all this kind of American violence, all this kind of gun violence? Because from what from what all of us outside America used to see, it's like every day there's no safe place in America. How do you deal with it?
The thing is there. Speaking of gun violence, Nigerians are very. How do I say this now? Nigeria no one die, so we know our movement. We try as much as possible not to associate or being around those violent areas. There's some hotspot in the state, the city that I'm living in right now. There are some hot areas that there's certain period in the day you can't go there because you might get shot or mistakenly hit by stray bullet or something like that.
But okay, look at the churches, look at the malls, look at the schools.
Yeah, but these days churches now have security at the door. My church, the one that I used to go to for some time now, I haven't gone to church for like almost a year. We do have a police officer, a Nigerian police officer that usually stay outside. And if you're a gun owner, you are not permitted to bring your weapon in, except if you are a peace officer. So you lock your weapon in the car. But if you're a peace officer, you are licensed to work as a peace officer. Means literally a police officer, okay? Or no, or if may not be police officer, but at least you are licensed to be a police officer, kind of. Then you may bring it in. So if there's any liability that arises after you've discharged your weapon, you'll be able to be justified because you are licensed to, serve as a peace officer. Now, if you have access to carry a weapon, that's a different ball game. But the thing is that you just don't go to those areas that get you into trouble. If you go to people's house, make sure that you're going to person's house that is expecting you, that knows you are coming. Because if you arrive at people's house that they don't know who you are, they're not going to open the door. And if you continue to badge, and it could shoot you, okay, and claim that their life, their life is in danger. There are some areas. Last week, Prince Daddy was quoting, pinpointing, especially in Chicago and all that. There's some areas not that the entire city is boiling. Yes, people here are crazy, like super crazy. They have a lot of crazy people that are super mentally deranged, that walking around and act like a human being. Even ordinary road rage, where I hit you, you hit my bumper, could devolve into shooting each other. And that is also still a felony. But people, just because they have weapon on them, they could just. And right now, you can walk around, especially in Texas where I live. You can have a gun and openly display it and hook it up just like you hook your handset, your cell phone. You hook it up next to you.
How many black people do you see doing that though?
Well, we better not do that.
But the white people do it all the time. But the black people don't do it.
You see, if you even that's why that the state now allow people to be openly carry the weapon, you're still gonna come across odd. When you walk around with a weapon strap, next to your waist going around, it's like you are inviting
aggression.
Trouble. Yeah. So why are you displaying it?
But the point is that why the white people are able to do it, but the black people can't do it?
Hardly we will see white people being strapped publicly. Hardly.
They came to Washington with it, where they came to that protest.
Those, there's a very strict gun law when it comes to, moving weapon from one state to another. Not every state have that law. Most of the southern states guns law are very, very relaxed. That's why people can easily have guns. So, but if you go to West Coast, you made a very strict law. Washington.
So if I was to ask you though, that's at the core of it. Don't give me this inconstitutional kind of answer or it's like a cultural thing. What is at the heart of why white America wants those guns?
Because they're scared.
Of who?
They're scared of anybody, even themselves. They're scared of themselves. That's why they hold on to their gun. You're talking to a gun owner as well, but it's just that I believe that weapon is for protection, but at the
But
same
they
time,
have so many guns, so
oh
many.
yeah,
They have militias and everything, and they keep buying.
To Nigeria, just as you are right now, right? You have a culture where you come from. And if somebody come from outside and say, man, what the heck you're doing with these machetes, man? What you're using it for? And you say, oh, I use it for farming. I use it to cut stuff, right? Man, you got too much of machetes in your house. So just like somebody that have guns too, there's no limit of how many guns you can have.
And technically, even reading by the constitution, they are actually violating the constitution, but they're just making an excuse to keep the guns anyway.
No, the constitution guarantee people.
A militia, it guarantees a militia. How is an individual a militia?
Regulated militia, and the state taking
the
upon
individual is
themselves
regulated militia
to be the regulator of that.
You see the game they play there, but that is not the intention.
That is the most hardest part of that Second Amendment. That is so hard.
Perverted it and got away with it. That's what they're doing because of a white fear.
To make that amendment in the Constitution is good. It's very nobody has ever tried it. It never works.
Anybody that reads that thing knows what it means. They pretend as if they don't.
They cut across party. It's no longer about party affiliation now. It's
white. It's white thing.
But I tell you what.
You know what they said? They said if black people start buying guns, they are going to ban it very quickly.
It's not just white. To Nigeria, don't let us.
It's a white problem. You know
that. No. It's not. See, let me tell you this. Statistics might show that most of the time, people that committed or perpetrated this public shooting and all that are white. Sometimes, if you are allowed to see people in their homes with the kind of weapon that they have, in fact, you will even be scared of walking in the street. Like people, you see, that's why I said it's about culture. It has now become their culture that okay, this is who we are, and you have to immerse yourself in that culture to understand where they're coming from. Me being a Democrat, I subscribe to having a stricter law that would not allow people with mental challenges.
Do you know about the Mulford Act in the US?
Which Mulford?
The Mulford Act in the US. Let me read it to you. It said the Mulford Act was a 1967 California bill that prohibited public carrying of loaded firearms without permit, named after Republican Assemblyman Don Mulford and signed into law by the governor of California, Ronald Reagan. The bill was crafted with the goal of disarming members of the Black Panther who were conducting armed patrols. So you see what I mean?
Yeah, but that was for open carry. That doesn't say you
but
have
that's where it starts. The moment the other groups start, especially black people, start carrying guns and buying a lot of guns, I can assure you they'll start limiting it very quickly.
Are you saying that there's no gun with the criminals that are shooting themselves in the South Chicago?
Those are not the type that they are talking about. The legal ones.
You mean that one was crafted to limit black people from having? No, really, because then it was.
They said it now. They said it themselves that they want to prevent Black Panther from carrying the guns publicly.
Okay, a Republican governor signed it into law, and the Republican embraced this Second Amendment.
That's my point. They are willing to embrace it as long as it's disarming black people, or at least putting their gun away from the public. Well, and you see, the moment you see in Texas now, a lot of black people carrying gun everywhere, and they see that black people are buying a lot of guns, they're going to limit it.
It is now made into law that you can openly carry your AK-47 and walk around within the city.
Watch how that law changes fast. If other
groups I tell you what, I haven't seen anybody. Well, I've seen one time only at the high hop. One white man was strapped with is it for the caliber sign up? Kind of. It looks like, but I'm not so sure. I was wondering why you're not a detective, or why you openly strapped, But by and large, if you are doing that, you're just, the funniest thing is this. You could have a weapon through your job or personally, sign for it and get trained and have it. But I realized that the liability that is attached to owning a gun is so much, or especially the state that you reside. I found out during the course of the training that, let's say, you wanted to shoot somebody, right? And you shoot that person and he hit somebody else. My brother, you are liable, even if you are trying to protect or defend yourself. Financially, you will be liable. I mean, civilly, you will be liable. And criminally, you can be convicted. So it's a
Okay.
very, tightrope
Let's
to walk.
before we round up today, because we're getting to it's 9 hours already. We need to round up.
So I hope I answer Soli's question.
I think you did a lot of good work on that one, actually.
Yes, you answered my question, but I'm still afraid of US.
See, let me tell you something. You know where you should avoid when you come to US?
Where?
You know where you should avoid? You know when you go
Where?
to a city, and it's like you go to Lagos and you are now making your way to a kind of, call it countryside. They don't go there. Nigerians don't live in the country, they live in the city. Do you understand? No,
so you don't go to the countryside there because it belongs to the hillbillies there.
Yeah, it's
That's
those
what
are
you're
where
saying.
the hillbillies hide, and those are the places that you should have, because that's where the racist lives the most. Those are like old people that
Yeah,
hold on
but
to
don't
those
you
old
think that
beliefs.
that's what they want you to do? Maybe you should
Even
be expanding to those areas
you
so that you take
also
over
be
territories.
mindful of the kind of suburb that you go to, because not every suburb are immigrant friendly. And I tell you what,
Yeah.
within Texas here, if you are doing road trip, God help you, your car breaks down in some, they call them sundown
towns.
God bless you. So these are the towns that the moment you walk inside the store, my sister-in-law had a awakening moment recently when she was and her husband were traveling to Washington, D.C. during the winter time. So on their way going there, they stopped at one of these gas stations at the this God-forsaken town. And the moment they walked in, you could see the hostility in the faces of those people there. They were looking at them like, wait a minute, you better not let the sun down on your ass in this town. So immediately they understood, because the husband was once in the military and all that. So if you come to America, those are the places you won't find Nigerians living. As a matter of fact, I was surprised to see that Nigerian lives in the Mississippi, the poorest of the poorest state in America. Who lives in Mississippi, for crying out loud? But Nigerians do, So those are the places you don't go to. I was one time I got a job, remotely outside city here, and from the main road to where I was going to then, it was more or less like a 30-minute drive. So, and GPS, go help you if your GPS is freezes up, you will not be able to trace, so you have to go back and then continue. So most of the time then I would download the map on my phone, then uses it. So being the first time, I missed the road. So I was making a U-turn in front of somebody's driveway. Oh boy, the next thing I saw through the rear mirror, somebody holding a shotgun. It was getting towards a little bit dark, like around 6:30. Then it was was getting dark. It gets dark faster then. Man, I don't know what I drove up like a maniac. Shotgun on the right hand, just because I was making a U-turn in his driveway in those godforsaken, sundown town. So those are the places you should avoid. Other than that, you'll be fine. You'll be good if you live in a city or in the suburb. That's why it seems that Nigerians usually try to, group themselves or live in certain area together collectively. Like
that makes sense. That makes sense. That's the way to go if you want to survive. So as I was saying, we need to be rounding up. But before we round up, I just wanted to unite our fellow, to let the Yoruba and Igbo know that they are brothers. And they've been brothers forever. It turns out, You know, if you look at this chart that we saw here, it turns out that the Yoruba and the Igbo language they belong to the same family. Did you know that? Look at
I don't know this.
Don't start. Look at
Edo. But the bottom line is that all this what the either Igbo or Yoruba is just transfer aggression. When the dust settles and everything is fine, they will stay together in the same pot of soup. It seems the relationship between the southeast and the southwest is like a bond that you have with your family. Sometimes you fight each other, you should understand, but at the end of the day, they are still family. So that's one thing I know for a fact.
Look at these two groups. In Nigeria, look at Nigeria. The majority of the people in Nigeria belong to the Volta language, Bantu, Bantoid language, and which is quite large. I'm actually surprised the size of this group here and this group, because look at the color here now. It says Benue Congo, besides Bantoid and Bantoid kind of language. That's what they tend to have. This Volta Niger, that's where Yoruba belongs, and Demanibo and Edo, Igala, all of Nupe, they are all linked. Ede, Fon, Ewe, they are all linked groups in terms of their language. But guess what? The Ijaw group are totally different. They are the ones that are, and they are like, look at them, they are at the top of the tree of the African, this is Niger-Congo language tree. They are here, and the Dogon, Mende, and you come down, you know, the others start evolving from there. And you see the Volta language. The Volta language is relatively young compared to the ones at the top here. These ones are the ones at the top here. And I don't know how they do this. All these linguistic people, they tend to have their own ways. But the point is, this is from Wikipedia. This is from Wikipedia. You can see the page here. Let me go back to the page.
Man. Don't trust Wikipedia.
Yeah. That's how we know what we know, and they have historical records for it.
Anybody can generate anything on Wikipedia.
Oh no, this is not just from Wikipedia. This is tied to reports from other places. That's why they have this massive this thing.
As it is right now, you can update Wikipedia, you can add and subtract and all that. So that's why I said you can't even cite it in any academic work or anything. So
this is not technically from Wikipedia. It's not Wikipedia that wrote it. These things, they pull them from pages of work that other people do. They as a matter of fact, the first place I found this information, funny enough, was Naira Land. I think we're discussing something else. It was like,
no.
Is it Niger Land or that Nigerian website? Is it? I think it's Naira Land.
Naira Land.
Yeah, it's Naira Land. That's where I first found it. So we're talking about something on Dr. Damages, and we're talking about the Opobo people language in
I haven't featured on Dr. Damages in a long while. I don't know.
No, you haven't. Yeah, and
I see people, kind of like more of the way they decide that they are learning the most is just that sometimes I can't operate in the same space. When I see people being antagonistic and calling names unnecessary, that's why sometimes I find it a little bit hard to just join. Sometimes I want to chip in when there's a serious topic being discussed. But when I realize that people are just being, mischievous for nothing and, being childish sometimes, then that's why I'm kind of, okay, I've had enough of this. Because intellectual discussion sometimes goes out the window. People
it's very easy for people to change topic very easily and to speak their mind. You have a topic and people will just derail, and then they'll just be speaking about something that is not even related.
But I think sometimes it's the moderator do a lot of work by redirecting that people back into the subject matter, so that because it can easily snowball and go to some things that are not necessarily about the topic. So the moderator would do some. I guess sometimes the mouth get a little bit overwhelmed when people are just chipping in and But by and large, you, Show, and some other guys, you guys are doing an excellent job. You guys are doing a fantastic job, in coordinating. But it's just that sometimes I feel like, okay, I want to come in, but when there's too much of noise, I say, okay, I'm just back out. But I'll be watching and, something out the comment section just chipping in. Maybe one of these.
This voter language, you guys are massive on the continent. Look at that, 600 million people.
Voter?
The voter, that's the Igbo, Bende, and the linked groups. Look at that. They talk about, they say a combination with the Atlantic languages make up about 600 million people on the continent. That is massive population. That's almost 60%, or at that time anyway, 60% of the continent.
The map that we have in Africa now is not the true map that's supposed to be,
And the Bantu language makes up about 350 million. This thing, these are influential languages on the continent, and even if these people that are here, and then the Bantu spread all the way south. To South
before
Africa.
I forget, Little Nigeria and everyone in the platform, is Tinubu sending ECOMOG?
I don't think we have ECOMOG again, but he may do that if he feels like he needs to.
Joint task force. Let's put it that way.
I don't know. He has not decided on that.
Because the way the way Nigeria government troop defended Guinea-Bissau, and they are still doing, because they are hell bent on taking over that country.
That's interesting. Actually, let me check that.
But there's no much challenge, or should I say, no much main effort in that region where you have Mali, Niger, and even Burkina Faso. They are all ruled by military now. And I wonder
but Guinea-Bissau military size is 4,000. I think the Ikeja cantonment is bigger than that. That is the reason why. But if you look at that of this is Niger is our 12,000. So that is still not large, but he could give Nigeria a bit of a headache. Niger is a large country. Nigeria go and get bogged down there. No, the Niger is not on it. Niger military. So I think it's 12,000 soldiers they've got. Check the area. It's 12,000 active personnel in their armed forces. That's not going to make it big. That's why you see when I was saying that Nigeria should upgrade their military to about 1 million. If we had 1 million now, anybody that shakes in West Africa, they will be scared. Because when Nigeria shows up there, most of them don't have enough men to even start Nigeria. Can you believe Ghana has 15,000 soldiers? None of them can stand on their own.
Please let us include that Ghana into our list of countries we need to take over. Togo,
I've been telling my Cameroonian friend, maybe we should look at Alexis, a part of Cameroon, to join Nigeria. Because this Nigeria needs space, man. Nigeria needs space. We need to expand out there.
Yeah, so we need to spread our wings. We need to spread our ideology into the whole West Africa.
Igbo, you see, what the Igbo did was they just caged Nigeria. Nigerian population is too dense compared to all the countries around Nigeria. So if we're not caged, our population would have spread out a little bit more around the region. And like in Cameroon, they have 4 million Nigerians in Cameroon. And from what I gather, in Benin Republic, they're talking about up to 5 million that have Nigerian heritage in Benin Republic.
They were considered Nigeria Cameroon party there. You remember? What NCNC? Yeah, they were considered part of it as Nigeria, but
before independence, they went and voted to join the French side, isn't it?
It's always been in the bone of contention. That story there, I'm not so sure about it, but I think something similar to that happened. But there we have a political platform that connotes the relationship of Nigeria and Cameroon.
UFC, we are about to round off. I'm sure you came in to say something, so go ahead. What have you got to share with us? Do you have any new news or stuff to share with us?
What I want to share is that concerning Niger, it's like our intelligence agency in Nigeria. They are just as useless as the leaders. So they didn't get any.
What do you expect when they are busy chasing the Mayfield all over the place?
It's crazy. No intel, nothing. That something like that is going to happen.
They don't have a clue. They never did. They never did. You can also argue that there were French people there, Americans there. They didn't have a clue. So this could be Wagner thing. This is a Wagner.
I even saw the picture of the people, the coup plot. I was like, these are serious looking people. I don't want to take over the.
But one thing I saw, we were talking about it online. I don't know if it is true. The man was saying that it would be good if Niger is using Naira instead of CFA. I don't know.
That's what he said.
Yes, some people say.
Wow,
I guess that's the reason why they came out.
Who said that? I was the one that said that.
No. I think UFC is saying someone. No, UFC. Are you
No,
saying...
there's a video online in an interview. The guy was saying that that is the president that was removed. Was saying that it would be good for Niger to be using Naira as a currency instead of CFA.
Seriously, the president was removed said that.
Yes,
that
he was discussing it in an interview. It was a recent interview. Yeah.
Ah, that's not a good sign then.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign. You know, somebody was saying this. I think it was somebody was telling me just yesterday that this guy that is removed is more on the side of Nigeria.
Yeah.
That when we look at Nigeria, we think that is a south that is more Pan-African or that's nationalist. That Northerners are more nationalist than Southerners. That what Buhari was doing was trying to have them come closer to Nigeria, and I think he talked about even this in currency too. Now that you come and said it, he just flash back in my head and say, oh, that's what he was talking about. We have to confirm this. If it is true, then that is really concerning that they removed this guy because he was trying to...
Let me tell you something. This is a confirmed issue. Also, he did something when it came to commission Dangote refinery. You know what he did? That man decided to use Hausa to speak. He gave his speech in Hausa.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. What did he say?
Go on Twitter. You see the interview when he was saying about the currency issue. So I believe those are some of the things that led to this mess.
Buhari purposely built the bridge so that he will be able to go and leave the after his tenure, so that EFCC will not handle them.
To Nigeria. If Nigeria government are really serious, these are the things Nigeria government would have done if they have vision, build the country, make the country solid. Then your neighbor try to make sure, you galvanize them to your side, tell them to use your currency like it is, give them reason
it's
why.
It's never going to work. The French won't allow that. Using Nigeria for
what do you mean the French? We don't have to take time. You see, sometimes we worry too much. If we took action, what would the French do? Would they come and bomb us? They are not going to come and bomb us.
No, because
Mali has kicked the French out, has removed their language. They've almost removed every tie they have with the French. Burkina Faso has done the same.
Okay.
What are they going to do? Bomb them?
Bomb Mali? No.
They can. There's Wagner group there. Now go and try your luck.
I saw Kashim and shaking Putin this. I was like, damn. And shaking Putin and smiling.
Exactly.
Russia is now finding. I hope America is not gonna say, look, man. So you're finding ally in Russia now.
If it turns out, we need to see the shape of this government, what they actually want to do. Because what I sense is that the Sahel countries are just fed up with the French. They are really fed up. That they are so poor.
Cool then? Why are they having
because their government, their civilian governments don't want to change the relationship with the French.
Who cannot sustain if there's no external backing? So somebody is picking up the tab.
That is this thing now. No, they've doubled, like in the case of Burkina Faso, I think they doubled the size of their military overnight. And the same thing with the Malian this thing. They joined with the rebel groups. Can you imagine? They joined with the rebels group to increase the size of their military. Then they brought the Wagner group in. So they are working with the Russians and increasing their own size in terms of Technically, they've succeeded. They've kicked out the French. They kicked out the French military presence in their country. Now they've even changed the official language from France to their own local language.
So they are
Can
no
you imagine
longer
that?
speaking French now. They are still speaking French.
No, they are speaking French, but officially, it's not an official language anymore.
The problem is that somebody drew my attention to yesterday. The western part of Africa has more francophone than East Africa or South Africa or any other part of Africa. It's only in the West that you find.
Yeah, but that's changing now. They've lost 2 of them. 2 of them are not francophone. Okay, technically you can call them francophone as long as they are using the currency. I don't think the language qualifies as long as they are using that currency. But the moment I think that's the last thing they need to sever, because they've severed so many things. They've kicked out the military. They've kicked out all kinds of things. Now they've removed the language as official language. That's really spiteful thing to do. Remove the official language. Even the Muslims speak French in the country. So and if they succeed in doing this thing, they will be ahead of Nigeria. Like this will be speaking their own language as official language in the country. It means their documents will be written in their language. They may actually be ahead of Nigeria in terms of. They were even talking about uniting the various countries together. I think 3 of them: Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso. They are thinking of bringing all of them together. These are military leaders doing all these things, while the civilian regimes are just there twiddling their fingers.
When is Nigeria going to change its name from Niger to?
They can't even change their name.
Something more African.
I found out that the River Niger was used to be called Odu. That was the name of the River Niger before. So you can call it the Odu Republic or whatever you want to call it. Just find a name. They can figure out a name to call Nigeria, and so that we can change it. At least take ownership of our name for once. These are our leaders. They have not really. Can they just assign one group, one task force? Your job is reclamation of our country so that it becomes our own. Start changing things so that it becomes our own.
Niger area called Niger.
But the weirdest thing is that it's as if that name existed in Africa before, It's not, Niger. I think they said it's Negu before, because there was an ancient map that they drew. This guy was presenting a map online. I was surprised he wasn't presenting that part. This area that used to be next to Mauritania right now, at somewhere around where the Eye of Sahara is, there is this sign they call Nigu Leku something, Nigu's Leku something. Oh, that's interesting that they call it name that sounds like Nigeria, because somebody has once mentioned to me that Negus is black. There was a time he used to refer to as black. So to see it on the map like that, I was like, that's interesting. Maybe that's where the name, because even the country we call Ghana today, that's not where the original Ghana Empire was. You see what I mean? So some people can just push the name from somewhere else and call. We can decide to call Nigeria Songhai if you like. Yeah, we can decide to call it Songhai because it's an empire that used to exist in Africa before. That's what Ghana did. Technically, that's what Ghana did. The people in Ghana are not the ones. They are not the people that were part of the Ghana Empire before, but they just decided to call their country Ghana. So that too is possible. We can choose any name we like, really. If we want to name our country, you just have to get a task force, put them together, let them start looking at like those the headgear that our judges wear. Remove it. Any of the colonial law.
All the those look like
yeah, I don't mind them. Any of those colonial laws, start stripping them, all of them out one by one. Just keep removing them bit by. This is the time to do them. If you cannot do them now,
honest,
I don't know when we can do them.
Why the judges and everybody will still wearing all those sensical wig. Why can't they be wearing suit and tie like,
I asked Ozakome now on your panel. There, people were furious with me. Like, how dare you ask him that he came here to talk about something else? I told him, do you support?
As a matter of fact, nobody should even wear suit in Nigeria anymore.
They don't listen. They think they are Igbo people. He said, is it not just a uniform? I said, but it's not a uniform when it denotes the feature of your colonizer. If it's just a normal cloth, it's a different thing. But we are wearing the hair that denotes the feature of your colonizer to judge your own people.
George Washington and co will be so proud of
and Nigeria gang up on you, right?
Oh no, they were not happy. They were furious, as I said. When I asked the question, they said, "Oh, he came here to talk about the election. You're asking about it." Because I just felt like, let me just test the way these people perceive this. I said, "Do you support banning this headgear from our judiciary. He said it's just a uniform. I don't support it. They are allowed to wear it. But it's part of the colonial era.
Yeah.
He said, no, it's not the big deal. We have other things to worry about. That is what they do. They actually, people in church, they are brainwashed. They don't want to let it go. The thing is, because many of these people grow up looking up to people that wear those headgear. So now it's their turn. They don't want to change it. They think it's a good thing.
But one thing, we black people, mostly, even black America, they also do this also. It's like, we need to always accept dissenting opinion. Very, very important for balance. Everyone just wants to hear what they want to hear. It's very bad.
Yeah.
Consuming just one. No, it doesn't make sense.
It's very hard to be balanced. That's why it's often easy for people to just choose one side, because sometimes by being balanced, people
it's not difficult. If you really want the truth, you need balance. Believe me, if you want the truth, you need balance for everything, any conversation, because you might be wrong. Some of the ideas you have, they might be wrong. You don't know.
You are we Nigerians we are very opinionated now. We are very, very opinionated.
Yeah, you are right. We are uncreative, really.
I think we what our biggest problem is that, I was just watching a program where even two Europeans, there are two Europeans. One is Italian and the other one is maybe somewhere, and let's put it this way, Anglo-Saxon. And when they were doing something together, he accused the Italian of being a little bit too like emotional or stuff like that, and it's almost like they are more robotic. And when I say this, in that there are differences between them, and compare Italian to Nigerian. Nigerians are far more expressive than Italians.
So
that's what makes us different.
Italians are also emotional within the white race. They are very emotional.
They are the most, they are the most emotional ones. And the Northern Europeans, those ones are robotic. They will be quiet and they want to chop your head off you, and you will not even know. You will not even know. And as a black person, if you don't know how to read that, they will run cycles around you, because you will not know you can't tell. You really can't tell what they are applying. And no wonder our forefathers fell for it, because when you think about it now, how can they know? When our forefathers will think they are talking to a friend, you just keep quiet looking at you. You don't know that they are clearly twitching on the inside to finish you off, but you can't tell. So this is
I'm not one of those that sit down and blame white people, because if you look at it, they are protecting their interests.
Their own, of course. I don't blame them for it, though. They are doing what they are supposed to do. As a matter, I blame us, because we are the ones creating the problem. Because we create a vacuum of power.
Yes.
What do you think happens when you create a vacuum of power? Something has to fill it. And that's what we are seeing. So, and you can't blame a mother for providing for her children the right way. When a mother or a father provides for their offspring, you are going to support them. Say, yeah, good on you. You have been a good parent. But, like a leopard will take the child of an antelope. As cruel as that seems to that of the antelope on the antelope side, but the mother of the leopard is being a good parent. That's what she's supposed to do. And that's what Europeans are doing. Basically, they are doing what they are meant to do. They are doing a better job than us. So I can't blame them, but you are also allowed to describe the problem of what they are doing. That's the way I look at it. You can't describe that, okay, this is what they are doing to us, this is what they are not doing to us. Yeah, let's close out anyway. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming, and we'll do it some other time.
Okay, guys. Take care. Later.
Bye.